Earlier, Su Li did not think too much about it. However, after he found the sword according to Duan Ling Tian's directions, he could not help but wonder how Duan Ling Tian was able to accurately locate the sword. The soul of my Devata artifact is able to locate other Devata artifacts in its vicinity in this remnant of a realm of gods, Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. He did not hide this from Su Li since he knew Su Li was trustworthy and would not harm him. If Su Li wanted to harm him, Su Li would have done so while they were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's King City. Su Li would have benefited a lot if he had helped others to kill him at that time. The soul of a Devata artifact? Su Li was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's reply. He knew how powerful a Devata artifact with an intact soul was. It went without saying that soulless Devata artifacts were not a match for it. In the end, he shook his head and said, Duan Ling Tian, I thought my fortune was good. However, compared to you, it's nothing. Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly in response. Following that, the trio continued to explore the remnant of the realm of gods. After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner and curiously asked, Huaner, I remember those people saying that Ning dragons are without intelligence. How did you communicate with them? Duan Ling Tian's question piqued Su Li's interest as well. He had also been wondering about this matter. Like celestial beasts, quasi-divine beasts like the Ning dragons should only act based on their instincts. They did not have intelligence. Brother Ling Tian, Huanu explained, it's easy to mistake Ning dragons as divine beasts without intelligence if one's unaware of certain matters. They don't understand human language, so they can't communicate with humans. Therefore, to humans, it seems like they're without intelligence. They despise humans since humans had captured and enslaved their ancestors for generations. Therefore, they would quickly kill the humans they encounter. With this, it's easy for humans to misunderstand and assume Ning dragons are without intelligence. As a divine beast, a matured Ning dragon is comparable to a 10 Directions celestial emperor. How's it possible for such a being to not possess even the slightest bit of intelligence? Without intelligence, how could they comprehend the laws? Indeed, how could Ning dragons comprehend laws if they did not possess intelligence? From what Duan Ling Tian knew, celestial beasts could not comprehend laws as well if they were without intelligence. If they were celestial beasts who had comprehended a law without possessing intelligence, there was no doubt the beast must have regressed to the state where it only acted on its primal instincts after it had comprehended a law. After listening to Huaner's explanation, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were enlightened. Duan Ling Tian, since you've already helped me locate a Devata artifact, I'd like to explore the place on my own. I won't follow you and Huaner, Su Li suddenly said at this moment. Apart from wanting to explore the place, he wanted to leave because he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would give him another Devata artifact. Even if he could obtain more Devata artifacts by following Duan Ling Tian, it was not in his nature to take advantage of another person, let alone his best friend. All right, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, understood Su Li's thoughts. Hence, he did not persuade Su Li to stay. Moreover, the only advantage he had was being able to locate Devata artifacts. Who knew if Su Li would discover other treasures or fortuitous encounters while he explored this place on his own? Before they parted, they exchanged soul pearls to keep in touch. Outside the entrance of God's secret treasure that was guarded by 2 Ning dragons, the young prodigies looked at the door longingly, but none of them dared to move closer to it. In just a blink of an eye, 4 of them have been in there for half a month now. They must have obtained all the good stuff in there, right? A grassroots prodigy said enviously with a slight frown on his face. A young prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect quickly refuted these words. That's impossible. The realms of gods are vast, and so is this remnant of a realm of gods. Even if they didn't stop moving, it'd still be difficult for them to explore 0.1% of that place. The young prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces seemed to agree with these words. Upon seeing this, many grassroots prodigies who knew nothing about realms of gods sighed in relief. It's good to know that their early entrance won't affect us. However, unless they're incredibly unlucky, their gains will definitely be more than ours. After all, they have a month in there compared to the 3 days we have. Naturally, there were many grassroots prodigies who were jealous and envious of Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 people. In just a blink of an eye, A month had passed. The God's secret treasure's entrance will open today. We must cherish the 3 days we have. Otherwise, we won't gain anything there. In my opinion, it's unrealistic to search for Devata artifacts in there. Therefore, I'm planning to cultivate during these 3 days. That's right. The remnant of the realm of God is in ruins. Even if there are Devata artifacts, it's likely that they had been taken by our predecessors. That's right. This is not the first time someone has triggered the opening of God's secret treasure in the genius secret realm. After all, the prodigies waited until the Ning dragons, who were still chained, finally moved to the sides. With this, they were free to enter God's secret treasure. The 2 Ning dragons are still chained. Although they've moved to the sides, they can still attack us, right? That's right. These Ning dragons are without intelligence. If they decide to attack, we'll surely die. After the 2 Ning dragons moved to the sides, the prodigies looked at them warily after they exchanged a look. No one made a move until Feng Chi led the prodigies from the ancient Phoenix clan to the door. When the others saw Feng Chi and the others safely entering God's secret treasure under the watchful eyes of the Ning dragons, they sighed in relief. Someone asked in confusion at this moment, didn't they say Ning dragons are without intelligence? How did they know it was time to move to the sides and let us enter? I find it hard to believe that they're without intelligence. I agree. They look rather intelligent to me. While some prodigies discussed among themselves, Bailey Hongfei led the prodigies from the Bailey clan into God's secret treasure. At this moment, many grassroots prodigies almost made their moves and entered God's secret realm. Those who were hesitant no longer waited after seeing so many people crossed over safely. At this time, Yi Wu Dao from the Profound Sky Dao sect and Yun Yi from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were leading their members to God's secret treasures. Many grassroots prodigies moved with them as well. However, something dramatic and shocking happened when the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were in front of the door and in between the 2 Ning dragons. Roar! Roar! 2 thunderous roars rang in the air as the Ning dragons shot out a beam of light from their mouths, killing Yun Yi and all the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect and a few grassroots prodigies who were caught in the crossfire. Those who had yet to enter God's secret treasure were shocked and frightened upon seeing this. What's going on? The members of the Thousand Hands Devil sect are dead? After witnessing the deaths of the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, the grassroots prodigies and the members of the Profound Cat clan who were about to make their entrance hesitated again. It was not just them, the others did not dare to make a move as well. Meanwhile, the Ning dragons lazily moved back to the sides after killing the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Why did they kill everyone from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? It's really strange. The Ning dragons didn't attack anyone else, but they only attacked the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Why do I feel like it's deliberate? Do you think this has something to do with Duan Ling Tian? That's possible. Duan Ling Tian and that woman next to him have become a target of the Thousand Hands Devil after they killed Yun Xiao, the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Moreover, the Ning dragons didn't hinder Duan Ling Tian's entrance to God's secret treasure. It seems like this matter is related to Duan Ling Tian and that woman. Preposterous? How's that possible? Don't tell me you think they asked the Ning dragons to let them pass and also asked the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. That's right. Ning dragons are without intelligence after all. Do you really think they're without intelligence? Half an hour had passed since the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were killed. During this time, no one dared to enter God's secret treasure yet. At this moment, a few grassroots prodigies finally steeled themselves and entered God's secret treasure. From the beginning until the end, the Ning dragons did not even move when they entered God's secret treasure. Upon seeing this, everyone was relieved. The people from the Profound Cat clan and the others who had yet to enter finally made their way to God's secret treasure. Despite feeling relieved, all of them grew even more confused. Why did the Ning dragons only kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Was it just a coincidence, or was it deliberate? If it was deliberate, did it have anything to do with Duan Ling Tian and Huaner? God's secret treasure. With the arrival of the prodigies, the remnant of the realm of gods became lively. Nobody lingered near the entrance and sped off in different directions. After all, even if there were treasures near the entrance, they must have been taken by the others. They only had 3 days here. How could they be willing to waste time near the entrance? The heavens and earth spirit energy here is really unusual. Why does it feel a little thin? It seems like cultivating here is worse than cultivating outside. A few prodigies discovered the different heaven and earth spirit energy immediately. As expected, rumors can't be trusted. Perhaps the remnant of the realm of gods has many treasures, but cultivating here is definitely just a waste of time. I'm going to look around and see if I can find any treasure. It was said that God's secret treasure was the holy land of cultivation. However, the prodigies discovered this was not the case at all. Xianxia, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, asked Xianxia with a slight frown on his face. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is actually higher than the Jade Emperor heaven, but isn't it a little too thin? Indeed, Xianxia nodded slightly. Moreover, the difference is really big. Perhaps the heaven and earth spirit energy here has weakened with time and gradually dispersed. Perhaps the only people who thought differently were the Thousand Tribulation Sword sects Su Li and Gong Sun Jing. At this time, Gong Sun Jin hovered in the air as he looked down at the ruins. What's happening? In just 1 month, the heaven and earth spirit energy here has become so thin? How could this happen? Compared to when I just arrived, it's 100 times weaker. Gong Sun Jing, who had been here for almost a month, could clearly feel the heaven and earth spirit energy gradually thinning as the days passed. In recent days, it had grown thinner at a much faster rate. Considering the size of the place, such a phenomenon should not have occurred. Within a month, the place seemed to have lost 99% of its heaven and earth spirit energy. Gong Sun Jing wondered to himself, could our early arrival disrupt the energy here? Meanwhile, Su Li faced similar doubts. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to guess that the drastic change in the heaven and earth spirit energy was caused by his best friend, Duan Ling Tian. In a corner of a seemingly bottomless abyss, a glowing white orb hovered in the infinite darkness of the abyss. At this moment, a woman could be seen sitting cross-legged next to the white orb. Although she was absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy, the energy did not directly enter her body. Instead, it entered the white orb before it was turned into silk-like white energy and entered the woman's body. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see a purple figure sitting cross-legged in the white orb. After the main branch of the divine tree of life merged with the broken divine tree of life here and absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy here, it has grown into a towering tree. After taking a look at his little world, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the small tree in the center of his world had grown into a tall tree that exuded rich vitality. Most importantly, the rich and pure heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of the realm of gods seemed to have moved into the little world. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a big gain. Shock could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice when it spoke. Since ancient times, you're probably the only person to have opened 99 heavenly veins, obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, and entered a remnant of a realm of gods. Previously, you gave the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong, who knew you'd obtain another world-cleansing divine water from the destroyed divine tree of life here. Moreover, this time, you obtained a 5th form world-cleansing divine water. The chaos divine earth spoke faster and faster, clearly unable to conceal its excitement. If it's not for that, my little world wouldn't be like this, and it wouldn't be able to forcefully seize the heaven and earth spirit energy here, Duan Ling Tian said emotionally. He did not expect he would have such a big gain before entering God's secret treasure. After he came here, he only thought about looking for a few Devata artifacts with Huanger's help. Who knew the main branch of the divine tree of life in his body would lead him to the destroyed divine tree of life here? Every realm of gods had a divine tree of life. After the destruction of this realm of gods, the divine tree of life, naturally, could not survive. However, due to the existence of the world-cleansing divine water, it managed to survive after the world-cleansing divine water paid the price of reverting to a 5th form world-cleansing divine water from a 9th form world-cleansing divine water. One must know that a 9th form world-cleansing divine water could create a 5 divine elements supreme powerhouse. The divine tree of life in this place was sentient and was on the verge of becoming the first supreme divine tree of life when the core of this realm of gods was destroyed. However, after it was almost destroyed along with the realm of gods, it lost its sentience. The ninth form world-cleansing divine water could only preserve the tree's life after it paid the price of reverting to its fifth form. The world-cleansing divine water continued to guard the divine tree of life until Duanling Tian came along. Due to his 99 heavenly veins and the presence of 4 out of 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, the chaos divine earth, and the first form clear heavens divine wood in his body, he managed to make the main branch of the divine tree of life acknowledged him as its master. With all these reasons combined, the fifth form world-cleansing divine water guided him to merge the main branch of the divine tree of life in his body with the destroyed divine tree of life here. 5 divine elements combine. The great 5 elements spirit gathering formation. With the help from the fifth form world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body merged to create formation in Duanling Tian's little world. Initially, Duanling Tian did not sense anything out of the ordinary. However, he later discovered this act had forcibly seized almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy and brought it to his little world. It was at that time he realized the formation was so heaven-defying. After the formation had been laid down, the 5 divine elements in his body underwent transformations of their own, reaching the 6th form. Alas, for the world-cleansing divine water that was the catalyst of all these things, it had the smallest improvements. On the other hand, the divine element with the biggest improvement was the clear heavens divine wood. From the first form, it directly became a 6th form clear heavens divine wood. As soon as the clear heavens divine wood gained sentience, it discovered it was in the midst of an evolution. Could tell that its improvement was due to the help from the world-cleansing divine water, so it felt closer to the world-cleansing divine water. Similar to the clear heavens divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water also possessed a feminine voice. The difference was the world-cleansing divine water's voice was more mature, while the clear heavens divine wood's voice sounded like that of a little girl. Little Sister Wood, the great 5 elements spirit gathering formation has absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in this remnant of a realm of gods, allowing us to enter our 6th form. For further transformation, we'll have to look for other means. Is that so? A hint of disappointment could be heard in the clear heavens divine wood's voice. Little girl, you're still dissatisfied when you manage to reach the 6th form from the first form in just a year. The chaos divine earth rebuked the clear heavens divine wood. However, due to its childish voice, the impact was not big at all. The clear heavens divine wood giggled and said, "Little brother Earth, your voice is like that of a child. Once we evolve again, I, your big sister, will have a nice time pinching your cute cheeks. How many times must I tell you not to call me little brother Earth? Compared to me, how long has it been since you gained sentience? Address me as big brother, understand?" The chaos divine earth retorted. The chaos divine earth did not care about the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame since the duo did not bother it. As for the world-cleansing divine water, it had helped him reach the 6th form in such a short time, so it was only natural that it did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the world-cleansing divine water. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had clearly gained sentience long before it did. However, how could the clear heavens divine wood that had just gained sentience be so bold as to address itself as its big sister? The clear heavens divine wood said, Hey, with your childish voice you want me to address you as big brother? Do you think I'm an idiot?" These words rendered the chaos divine earth speechless. It could not help but wonder if there was a way to make itself sound more mature. At this moment, the 5 divine elements had left Duanling Tian's body and manifested their physical forms in Duanling Tian's little world. After evolving to the 6th form, the 5 divine elements' strength had increased tremendously, and as a result, the help they would be able to provide Duanling Tian grew as well. When the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth were still in the 3rd form, they could already significantly boost Duanling Tian's strength. Now that they had evolved to the 6th form, needless to say, they would be able to boost his strength tremendously. It's great that the 5 divine elements can leave my body and stay in my little world now. All I need to do is seal my little world if I want to prevent them from seeing what I'm doing. Although the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth helped him tremendously, he often could not hide anything from them at all. For example, it was fortunate that his wives were not with him. Otherwise, he would have to be extremely careful if he wanted to get intimate with his wives. Now that the divine elements were in his little world, it was easy for him to prevent them from seeing what was going on outside. At this moment, he finally heard the chaos divine earth and the newly awakened clear heavens divine wood bickering. Not only were their voices like that of a child, but even their temperament was the same. These two are really like kids. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the newly joined world cleansing divine sounded adult, and they seemed more mature. Perhaps their voices indicate their temperament. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. I wonder how much time has passed? The prodigies outside must have entered God's secret treasure by now. Based on my calculation, they should have another 2 days in here. After inhaling deeply, Duan Ling Tian finally rose to his feet before he flew up into the air. At the same time, the white orb immediately entered his body and made its way to Duan Ling Tian's little world. After the white glowing orb disappeared, he tried to sense the heaven and spirit energy in this remnant of a realm of gods. As expected, he discovered it was 100 times less than what it was when he had just entered this place. My little world really almost sucked all of the heaven and spirit energy in this remnant of a realm of gods. After Duan Ling Tian had absorbed most of the heaven and spirit energy from this place, there was no other way to cultivate. If Huaner were to rely on her thin heaven and spirit energy here, even with her talent, her gains would be minuscule. Huaner, we should leave. During these 2 days, let's look around and see if we can find any more Devata artifacts. Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner. A month ago, after Duan Ling Tian found a mediocre Devata artifact sword for Su Li, he had found another 3 Devata artifacts. Since they had 2 days left here, he intended to look for a few more Devata artifacts. Huaner did not have any objections and rose to her feet, preparing to leave the bottomless abyss with Duan Ling Tian. While the duo was about to leave the bottomless abyss, there were a few figures peering down the abyss with a frown on their faces. These 3 people were from the Profound Cat clan. The glow in the abyss just disappeared. Is it possible that someone's down there? That's possible. Just as the 3 members of the Profound Cat clan were about to leap into the bottomless abyss, one of them exclaimed, "Someone's coming out. We have to kill them and take their treasures." The trio from the Profound Cat clan exchanged a look before they unleashed all the techniques in their arsenals. Energies of different colors surged out of their bodies and shot into the abyss instantly. Bang! 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 As the trio's power combined and dove into the abyss, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. Are they dead? After making their move, the trio no longer bothered to conceal their presence. However, it did not take long before their expressions changed drastically. They saw a shield that was the color of an earthy yellow. Cracks could be seen on the shield, but they were rapidly being healed by what seemed to be an endless supply of green energy. The law of earth and the law of wood? The trio could clearly sense the law of earth and the law of wood from the earthy yellow shield. Is this the result of 2 people combining their forces? The trio exchanged a look. I'm sure the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces were not capable of this. Is it a grassroots prodigy? Soon after, the trio watched as the earthy yellow shield disappeared, revealing 2 figures. Upon seeing the 2 figures, their expressions changed again. Duan Ling Tian? Huaner. The trio did not expect the people in the bottomless abyss to be Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. By now, everyone knew Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were easily in the top 3 even among the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Duan Ling Tian, in particular, could very well be the strongest among all the prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm. On the other hand, Huaner was only second to Su Li. After Duan Ling Tian and Huaner left the abyss, they stood in front of the 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat clan. Duan Ling Tian looked at them intently as he said, I wonder who was so audacious to attack us. As it turns out, it's the members of the Profound Cat clan. Upon discovering the identity of the people they had attempted to attack, the trio from the Profound Cat clan waved their hands and hastily said, Duan Ling Tian, this is a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. Earlier, didn't you attack with all your strength? You didn't hold back at all. After a beat, he continued to say, I'll give you a chance. I'll use half of my strength to attack 3 of you. If you can survive my attack, I'll forget about this matter. Upon hearing these words, the young prodigies from the profound cat clan could not help but sigh in relief. Although Duanling Tian was strong, they were certain they would be able to withstand Duanling Tian's attack if he only used half of his strength. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian attacked, the trio knew they had underestimated him. They were filled with regrets. After Duanling Tian cast the cross-dimensional profundity, 9 sword rays shot out from spatial tiers instantly. However, the sword rays were strange. Usually they were gray. However, at this moment, they were gold, green, blue, red, and earthy yellow. In fact, this was the energy from the 5 divine elements. The 9 sword rays with strange colors that did not contain any profundity sailed out in the air. The 9 sword rays blocked the trio's path of escape and pierced them. Although they had royal-grade celestial weapon, faced with Duanling Tian's attack, they could not put up a fight at all. At the moment of their deaths, their eyes were wide open, revealing the disbelief and horror they had felt before their deaths. The last thought in their minds was, how was it possible that Duanling Tian's law of space contained the power of the 5 divine elements? It was common knowledge, regardless of the number of laws one had comprehended, one could only use one law during an attack. This was due to the fact that celestial origin energy could only be boosted with one fundamental profundity. Your deaths aren't in vain since you're killed by the power of the 6th form 5 divine elements. Duanling Tian murmured indifferently as he looked at the dismembered corpses around him. Then he waved his hand and collected the trio's spatial rings and celestial weapons. Subsequently, Duanling Tian led Huane away to further explore God's secret treasure. At this time, Huane asked curiously, Brother Ling Tian, your cultivation base has improved again, right? Based on Huana's knowledge, during the 8 years she had spent in closed-door cultivation, she had become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord, while Duanling Tian did not have a breakthrough and remained a 1 basic celestial lord. Most of the time, he usually relied on the power from the law of space. A faint smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face as he replied honestly, I'm a 3-talent celestial lord now. I managed to break through 2 levels. However, that's mostly due to my little world absorbing almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in God's secret treasure. As the medium for this, I benefited a lot. I'm afraid this kind of miracle will only happen once in a lifetime. In fact, becoming a 3-talent celestial lord from a 1 basic celestial lord did not raise his strength significantly. The tremendous increment in his strength was mostly due to the power of the 6th form 5 divine elements. With the power of the 5 divine elements, he did not need to boost his celestial origin energy with it. Brother Ling Tian, although your little world has absorbed most of the heaven and earth spirit energy here and you can use it as you please in the future, it'd still be difficult to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord, Huana said. She knew this because Duanling Tian had once explained this to her. Don't worry. All it'll take is some time, Duanling Tian replied with a smile. His biggest gain in God's secret treasure was merging his branch from the divine tree of life with the broken divine tree of life in God's secret treasure, and gaining the world-cleansing divine water that used to protect the broken divine tree of life in this remnant of a realm of gods. After all, with the help from the world-cleansing divine water, the other divine elements had all evolved to the 6th form as well. Most importantly, with the joined effort of the 5 divine elements, they managed to lay a heaven-defying formation in his body. As a result of that, he managed to absorb 99% of the heaven and earth spirit energy into his little world. Currently, his little world was brimming with rich and pure heaven and earth spirit energy that used to belong to the remnant of this realm of gods. According to the world-cleansing divine water, I'm the only person who's not a supreme powerhouse with a little world that's filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realm of gods. In the realm of gods, even those with the strength of the gods aren't even capable of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from another realm of gods into their little worlds. Based on this, Duanling Tian knew how special his circumstances were. Nobody could compare to him except for supreme powerhouses now. In the future, not only will I be able to cultivate using the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but Huaner will be able to do so as well. Not only would Duan Ling Tian's good fortune benefit him, but it would benefit Huaner as well. Since they would have to leave in 2 days, Duan Ling Tian asked Huaner, "Huaner, how are you going to help the tuning dragons?" "Brother Ling Tian, we should leave earlier. With our strength, we won't be able to break their chains. We will need a Devata artifact for that," Huaner said. "All right, we'll leave when it's time." Duan Ling Tian was grateful for the two Ning dragons. Otherwise, he would not have had this fortuitous encounter if the Ning dragons did not let him enter earlier. Ning dragons? At this moment, the soft and wise voice of the world-cleansing divine water rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Little Tian, you can let the Ning dragons enter your little world. These quasi-divine beasts can be the guardians of your little world. Senior, the problem is they aren't willing to enter my little world. They only trust Huaner." Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. "Rest assured. I'll talk to them later. It's a huge blessing for them to stay in your little world. It'd be foolish of them to reject such an opportunity," the world-cleansing divine water said confidently. "However, they don't understand human language. Will you be able to communicate with them?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "There aren't many languages that I'm not proficient in unless it's some obscure and ancient minority language. It's only natural for me to pick up many languages after living for such a long time," the world-cleansing divine water said with a hint of pride. "That's great." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was still worried about the Ning dragons entering Huaner's little world. After all, he was not worried about the Ning dragons entering his little world. His little world would be able to withstand it if the two Ning dragons wreaked havoc there. Moreover, he had the 5 divine elements guarding his little world as well. Therefore, he was not worried about the Ning dragons living in his little world. Finally, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner, "Huaner, let's look around for another day. We'll leave after that." Over the next day, Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain another 2 Devata artifacts with Huanga's help, even though the weapons were only primitive and mediocre respectively. In the end, he found a prominent Devata artifact that was in the form of a white ribbon. He did not hesitate to give to Huaner. Following that, he said, "Huaner, let's leave now." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner retraced their steps and left the remnant of the realm of gods ahead of time. As soon as the Ning dragons saw the duo, their fierce eyes lit up immediately. They were clearly excited when they saw Huaner. Based on this, it was clear they were not without intelligence. Swoosh! However, the Ning dragons quickly turned wary when they saw Duan Ling Tian bring out the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then he brought the sword down on the chains, breaking them effortlessly. At the same time, Huaner cast an illusory technique to conceal the Ning dragons so they could enter her little world. However, to her surprise, the Ning dragons did not pay any attention to her and entered Duan Ling Tian's little world instead. She asked in confusion, "Brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Senior Water has convinced them to enter my little world instead." "Don't worry, they seem to be enjoying their time in my little world," Duan Ling Tian said after he took a look at his little world. The Ning dragons that finally regained their freedom flew around Duan Ling Tian's little world. When Duan Ling Tian looked at his little world, he could acutely sense the 2 Ning dragons' joy. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind again. "Little Tian, I'm going to ask them to acknowledge you as their masters. If they're willing, it'll benefit you greatly before you become a god. With your little world's environment, it's only a matter of time before they break through and possess strength comparable to a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Moreover, their comprehension of the laws would be faster as well." "How will you get them to acknowledge me as their master? Can I trust them?" Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically. The last thing he wanted was to have 2 ticking time bombs by his side. "Rest assured. If they're willing, I have my way of making sure they don't have thoughts of rebellion or betrayal," the world-cleansing divine water said. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I'll follow your arrangements then." Since there was almost a day left before God's secret treasure closed, Duan Ling Tian beckoned Huaner over and said, "Huaner, since we still have some time left, let's re-enter God's secret treasure. We'll just explore the area near the entrance." The duo re-entered God's secret treasure before they eventually left with the other prodigies. Although they could choose not to leave, they would not be able to leave again until the next time someone triggered the opening of God's secret treasure. Who knew how long that would take? In any case, nobody was willing to stay longer than the allocated time. What was the point of staying in there and obtaining more Devata artifacts if they were going to be stuck in God's secret realm for who knew how long? When Suli saw Duanling Tian, he asked with a smile, "Duanling Tian? How was it?" "Not bad." Duanling Tian nodded before he asked in return, "What about you?" "After spending more than a month in there, apart from the mediocre Devata artifact you obtained for me, I only found a primitive Devata sword. I found a few other things as well, but they can't compare to Devata artifacts at all." At this moment, the prodigies who had entered slightly earlier and did not see the Ning dragons killing everyone from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect asked, "Where are the members of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect? Are they planning to stay inside?" Someone replied, "All of the people from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect were killed by the Ning dragons." They were killed by the Ning dragons? But the entrance of God's secret treasures was open then, right? Why did the Ning dragons attack them? Many of them were shocked and confused. Did they try to attack the Ning dragons or something? Impossible. There were some prodigies who thought the people from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect had provoked the Ning dragons before entering God's secret treasure. However, the majority of the people did not think the people from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect were so foolish. At this moment, a profound Cat Clan's prodigy looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner meaningfully before he said, "They didn't provoke the Ning dragons. They tried to enter just like everyone else. However, the Ning dragons suddenly attacked them. I wonder if it's just bad luck or if someone managed to convince the Ning dragons to kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect." Convince the Ning dragons? You really have an overactive imagination. That's right. Who do you think is capable of communicating with the Ning dragon? Despite the people refuting his words, the member from the Profound Cat Clan did not back down. He said, "Think about it, in the past, have the Ning dragons ever allowed anyone to enter earlier than the set time? Did this not cross your minds? Since the Ning dragons allowed them to enter earlier, is it really impossible for them to ask the Ning dragons to kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect?" Upon hearing these words, many people turned to look at Duanling Tian, Su Li, Gong Sun Jing, and Huaner furtively. Duanling Tian looked at the member of the Profound Cat Clan who kept pointing fingers at him with a frosty gaze as he said, "What? You think we're the ones who instructed the Ning dragons to kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect?" The prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan fell silent. Duanling Tian continued to say with a sneer, "Do you think Duanling Tian, need the Ning dragons help to kill the scumbags from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect?" Subsequently, Duanling Tian raised his hand. A spatial tear appeared near the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan immediately. Swoosh! A sword ray shot out from the spatial tear and severed one of the prodigy's arms. At this moment, Huaner hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, I was the one who directed the Ning dragons to kill the members of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect." Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard Huaner's words. He felt slightly embarrassed and sorry for the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan. Nevertheless, he did not say anything. Meanwhile, the most outstanding young prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan stepped forward. He was a strange-looking young man who was dressed in blood-red robes. He glared at Duanling Tian and said grimly, "Duanling Tian, are you challenging the Profound Cat Clan?" "Wow, the Profound Cat Clan is really bold." Gongsun Jing sneered and stepped forward. "Shen Kong, why don't you have a duel with Duanling Tian if you're dissatisfied with him? Otherwise, ask your father to come to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Yellow the Arch progeny to look for my grandfather." The Profound Cat Clan's Shen Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Gongsun Jing's words. Duel with Duanling Tian? Was that not just seeking death? On the other hand, it was impossible for him to ask his father to meet the leader of the Yellow the Arch progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Not only his father, but even the old ancestors of the Profound Cat Clan would not be bold enough to challenge the leader of the Yellow the Arch progeny. At this moment, Suli sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Shen Kong is the eldest son of the clan leader of the Profound Cat Clan. His ability is only mediocre, and he has a short temper. What a clown, Duanling Tian said before he looked away. Xiankong was naturally furious when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Alas, he did dare to utter a word, let alone make a move, when he saw Gongsun Jing and Duanling Tian. In terms of strength, he knew he was no match for Duanling Tian. Background-wise, Duanling Tian had the support of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's Yellow the Arch progeny. Meanwhile, Yuxian Ting, who was standing at a corner, narrowed his eyes as he said, "This Su Li is smart." He finally knew why Su Li had chosen Gongsun Jing to enter God's secret realm earlier. He was obviously helping Duanling Tian to pave the way into the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Where are the Ning dragons? After everyone left God's secret treasure, they finally discovered the absence of the Ning dragons. They could only watch as the broken chains and the door to God's secret treasure slowly vanished. Soon enough, Xian Kong, the most outstanding prodigy from the profound cat clan, discovered 3 of his fellow disciples were missing. Where are junior brother Yu, junior brother Lang, and junior brother Wang? Everyone had already left God's secret treasure. However, the profound cat clan's 3 members were nowhere to be seen. There were only 2 possibilities for this. 1, they had decided to stay in there, and 2, they were killed in there. Xian Kong knew the former possibility was not possible, so he hastily brought out the 3 members' soul pearls. Sure enough, the 3 soul pearls were shattered. There are no dangers or traps in God's secret treasure that could kill them. This means someone here must have killed them. Xian Kong thought to himself as he swept his gaze across the people present on the scene with a grim expression on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, did anyone witness the deaths of 3 members from our profound cat clan? Xian Kong asked without beating around the bush. If there's a witness, please send me a voice transmission. The profound cat mansion will be grateful to you. With this, the others finally realized 3 members of the profound cat clan were missing. They began to discuss among themselves, spurred by their curiosity. The 3 members of the profound cat clan died inside the God's secret treasure? There's no danger in the God's secret treasure. Unless they chose to stay inside, it's likely someone had killed them. Who could have killed those 3 people? At this moment, Duanling Tian glanced at Xian Kong and said airily, "When I was in God's secret treasure, 3 rats hid and lurked in a corner before they attacked me. They naturally died in the end." Xian Kong's expression changed when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He glared at Duanling Tian and asked through gritted teeth, "It's you. Why did you kill our members?" "Ah, so they're from the profound cat clan?" Duanling Tian feigned a look of surprise. "Are you sure they're from the profound cat clan? They looked like dirty rats to me, waiting in the dark to ambush their targets." "Impossible," Xian Kong said in a low voice. "If they met you, they wouldn't have attacked you." In fact, he wanted to say that those 3 people would not dare to attack Duanling Tian. However, he changed his words since it was rather embarrassing to say such words. "Why would I kill them if they didn't attack me first?" Duanling smiled. "After all, I, Duanling Tian, have no grudge with the profound cat clan. Duanling Tian, I know you have a high innate talent and comprehension of the law. However, they're useless if you die before you can grow into your full potential." Xian Kong threatened as his eyes glinted coldly. "Xian Kong, don't worry," Gongsun Jing chimed in after he smiled. "Whether Duanling Tian will successfully grow into his full potential or not has nothing to do with the profound cat clan." Xian Long's expression turned even colder when Gongsun Jing intervened. He said to his fellow disciples, "Let's go." Xian Kong knew he was at a disadvantage. Strength-wise, he was no match for Duanling Tian. Background-wise, he was inferior to Gongsun Jing. If he continued to stay here, he would only be treated as a joke. Before Xian Kong left, he turned back and looked at the grassroots prodigies and said, "The grassroots prodigies who managed to rank in the Peak of Gravity ranking or the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking who wish to join the Profound Cat Clan, please leave with me." The grassroots prodigies who met the qualification Xian Kong stated were rather moved. Upon seeing this, the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle Sect began to extend invitations to the grassroots prodigies as well. As a result, most of the grassroots prodigies decided to join the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle Sect and did not leave with the Profound Cat clan. After all, it was rather embarrassing to leave with the profound cat clan since it was akin to fleeing away. After that, the most outstanding prodigies from the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the profound Sky Dao sect such as Feng Chi-Chi, Bailey Hongfei, and Yi Wu Dao began to extend invitations to the grassroots prodigies as well. However, in comparison to the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect, the requirements to join these three clans were much higher. At this moment, Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect finally said, "Those who are ranked in the top 20 in the Peak of Gravity ranking or the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking or top 10 in other rankings are eligible to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect." At this moment, Su Li said to Duan Ling Tian, "Duan Ling Tian, let's explore the surroundings. When it's time, I'll bring you to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect." Therefore, while Yu Tianxing was busy recruiting grassroots prodigies, Su Li, Duan Ling Tian, and Huaner left. Upon seeing this, Gong Sun Jing called out, "Hey, Su Li, Duan Ling Tian, wait for me." It seemed like he now regarded himself as part of Duan Ling Tian's group, and no longer followed Yu Tianxing around. Time passed by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it was time to leave the Genius Secret Realm. After exploring various places in the Genius Secret Realm, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, Su Li, and Gong Sun Jing managed to find treasures, but they were incomparable to things they gained in God's secret treasure. When it was time to leave, the quartet left and made their way to the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. The estate of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, one of the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, was located high above the clouds. The tens of thousands of floating islands in the sky looked grand and majestic. They looked like swords pointing at the sky. Among the numerous floating islands, there were 10 larger islands that belonged to the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect's 10 progenies respectively. These 10 islands are the base of the sect's 10 progenies. The other islands are laid with a sect-guarding formation, Gong Sun Jing explained to Duan Ling Tian as he pointed to the 10 islands that were different from the others. "There are tens of thousands of islands just for a sect-guarding formation?" Duan Ling Tian asked in shock. Even if multiple titled celestial emperors join forces, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the sect-guarding formations. Right? Duan Ling Tian, you're wrong. Gong Sun Jing smiled and said, "Although the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect is not as glorious as we used to be, our ancestors paid a huge price to create this sect-guarding formation, not to mention a few titled celestial emperors. Even dozens or 100 of them won't be able to breach our sect-guarding formation. Even dozens or 100 titled celestial emperors still won't be able to breach the formation?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. After all, he knew how powerful the combined strength of dozens of titled celestial emperors were, let alone 100 of titled celestial emperors. Even the formations that guard the heaven-grade sects or clans that are second only to a heavenly emperor's force aren't so powerful. Right? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian, our sect-guarding formation was created based on the sect-guarding formations of various heaven-grade forces. Our Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a heaven-grade sect after all. I wonder if our sect will be able to return to its glorious days. A hint of hope could be seen on Gong Sun Jing's face when he finished speaking. A Heaven Realm sect? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He had no idea the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a heaven-grade sect. After all, heaven-grade forces were only second to the force of a heavenly emperor. There were many titled celestial emperors in a heaven-grade force. The number of titled celestial emperors was almost comparable to that of a heavenly emperor's force. Yes. Gong Sun Jing nodded. Since you're joining the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, you can visit the library and learn about the history of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he looked at the 10 eye-catching floating islands. Then he asked, "The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect has 10 progenies. Su Li is from the Shadow Support progeny, you're from the Yellow the Arch progeny, and Yu Tianxing is from the Taya progeny. What are the names of the rest?" he asked. "The 10 progenies of our Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are the Yellow the Arch progeny, the Profound River progeny, the Crimson Sky progeny, the Taya progeny, the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss progeny," Gong Sun Jing said. However, before Gong Sun Jing could finish naming the progenies, Duan Ling Tian interjected. "The remaining are the Gan Jiang progeny, the Emosia progeny, the Pure Porcelain progeny, and the shadow support progeny, right? How do you know? Gongsun Jing was taken aback. This, Duanling Tian smiled wryly. How could he not know these names? These names were the names of the 10 most famous swords on Earth, his home planet, in his last life. He already had a suspicion this might be the case when he heard Yu Tianxing was from the Taya progeny, Su Li was from the Shadow Support progeny, and Gongsun Jing was from the Yellow the Arch progeny. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect seems to be related to the Yen Huang planet, Duanling Tian thought to himself. The Yen Huang planet was another name of Earth. Most of the progenitors in the Yen Huang realm were from the Yen Huang planet. After a moment, Duanling Tian asked Su Li and Gongsun Jing, where should we go next? Since he had been invited to join the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, an accommodation should have been prepared for him, right? I've already sent a message to the sect leader when we left the Genius Secret Realm. We're to meet the sect leader first, Gongsun Jin said with a smile. Duanling Tian, the sect leader is very curious about you. After all, you managed to break his records in both the Peak of Gravity ranking and the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. The sect leader has always cherished talented people, so he won't mistreat you after you join our sect. Look at Su Li for example. Although Su Li suddenly appeared, the sect leader has always taken good care of him. A hint of reverence could be seen on Gongsun Jing's face when he spoke about the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. In fact, Duanling Tian even noticed the reverence Su Li had for the sect leader. For these reasons, he was curious about what kind of person the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was. The Taya Peak, where the Taya progeny was located, was one of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's 10 main peaks. Duanling Tian could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy here was stronger than any of the places he had been in the Devata realms. Naturally, it was still no match for the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of the realm of gods that was now in his little world. Senior brother Gongsun Jing. A group of Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's patrolling disciples who were standing on their flying swords greeted Gongsun Jing as soon as he stepped foot on Taya Peak. However, it seemed like they were not familiar with Su Li. Look, didn't I tell you to make a public appearance every once in a while? Su Li? Look at these little bastards, they don't even recognize the most outstanding prodigy in the Shadow Support progeny who's even more outstanding than Yu Tianxing, the top prodigy in the Taya progeny. Gongsun Jing complained to Su Li after the patrolling disciples left. Su Li only smiled faintly in response to Gongsun Jin's words. He would not have come so far if he had cared about these trivial matters. Before he joined the Shadow Support progeny, he had inherited the legacy and memories of the progenitor of the Shadow Support, who had become a god in the Yen Huang realm. At that time, he went through a series of tests that were related to fame and greed. Only those who did not covet fame and were not greedy would be able to pass the tests and inherit the progenitor's legacy. Needless to say, many people had failed the tests. There were times when he thought that if it were not for his obsession with the sword and his lack of regard for worldly matters that he would inherit the progenitor's legacy. Duanling Tian. Huaner. This is the entrance to Taya Peak. There are formations here that prohibit us from flying, so we'll have to travel on foot. A sword-shaped tablet was erected before the entrance. Gongsun Jing led the rest and landed on the ground. Even titled celestial emperors won't be able to fly here. Duanling Tian could sense the heavy pressure when he drew close to the entrance. However, as soon as his feet landed on the ground, the pressure vanished immediately. Taya Peak. Duanling Tian glanced at the sword-shaped stone tablet that was carved with the words, Taya Peak. It was not difficult to see that the words had been carved with a sword. After entering the main hall in Taya Peak, Duanling Tian finally met the leader of the Taya Peak, who was also the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was none other than Yu Jianchen, the previous record holder for the Peak of Gravity ranking and Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking in the Genius Secret Realm for 20,000 years. Sect leader. Su Li and Gongsun Jing bowed slightly as they greeted Yu Jiancheng. Yu Jiancheng nodded in response before he shifted his eyes to Duanling Tian and Huaner. He asked with a smile, "You must be Duanling Tian and Huaner, right?" Sect leader Yu. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. On the other hand, Huaner only nodded in response. Although Huaner's response seemed rude, Yu Jiancheng did not seem to take offense. Swoosh. At this moment, A black and gray sword ray with a destructive aura suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Yu Jiancheng and shot toward Duanling Tian. Sect leader! Su Li and Gong Sun Jing cried out with a horrified expression on their faces. They did not expect Yu Jiancheng to attack Duanling Tian. However, faced with Yu Jiancheng's attack, Duanling Tian's eyes only glinted. He did not panic at all. He released his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity into the surroundings. Subsequently, 9 gray sword rays shot out of 9 spatial tiers behind Duanling Tian and flew toward Yu Jiancheng. The long gray and black sword ray seemed to halt for a brief moment before it continued sailing in the main hall. What a strong profundity of the law of space. The black and gray sword ray had halted because Duanling Tian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the magnetic storm profundity. Nevertheless, they could not completely stop the long black and gray sword ray. Although the long gray and black sword ray only contained the strength of a 5 elementals or 6 combos celestial lord, the profundities it contained were very powerful. Buzz! 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 When Duanling Tian's sword rays collided with the black and gray sword ray, they exhausted the gray and black sword ray's energy. In the end, all the sword rays disappeared into thin air. What an amazing technique! Yu Jiancheng's eyes lit up as he praised Duanling Tian. No wonder you're able to surpass 2 of my records in the Genius Secret Realm. Your current strength is far better than mine when I entered the Genius Secret Realm back then. Moreover, I was almost 1,000 years old at that time, and yet you're only 300 years old. He could not help but sigh when he finished speaking. Sect leader, you flatter me too much, Duanling Tian replied calmly and humbly. Since earlier he knew Yu Jiancheng had no intention of killing him and was just testing his strength. Then Yu Jiancheng smiled and asked, "Which 1,000 Tribulations sword sex progeny do you wish to join? I have to say that the Taya progeny welcomes you with open arms." Before Duanling Tian had a chance to reply, a cold scoff rang in the air. The noise echoed in the main hall for a while. Soon enough, a scrawny old man appeared in the main hall. He was dressed in a loose but luxurious robe. Despite his white hair, his face looked healthy and his eyes were bright. All in all, he looked young for his age. Grandfather Gongsun Jing bowed and greeted the newcomer. Progeny leader Gongsun Su Li bowed and greeted the newcomer as well. The leader of the Yellow the Arch progeny. Through Gongsun Jing and Su Li, he knew the leader of the Yellow the Arch progeny, Gongsun Kong, was one of the strongest powerhouses in the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect. Senior Uncle Gongsun, what brings you over? Yu Jiancheng asked with a wry smile on his face. Naturally, he knew Gongsun Kong was interested in the newcomer, Duanling Tian, as well. Previously, Yu Tiancheng had sent a message to his nephew, Yu Tianxing, urging him to get Duanling Tian to join the Taya progeny. Otherwise, he was afraid the leader of the Yellow the Arch progeny might act first. Moreover, Gongsun Kang's grandson, Gongsun Jin, seemed to be on friendly terms with Duanling Tian. He did now expect Gongsun Kong, who rarely left the Yellow the Arch peak, would make an appearance today just for a new disciple. If I didn't come, wouldn't your Taya progeny take all the talented candidates? The old man said before he snorted. Jiancheng, my boy, the Taya progeny already has Tianxing. However, my Yellow the Arch progeny only has Jinger, this incompetent child. Since such a talent has appeared, don't you think the Yellow the Arch progeny should be given priority? Gongsun Kong said to Yu Jiancheng. Senior Uncle Gongsun, Yu Jiancheng began to say. However, at this moment, another person interjected. Senior brother Gongsun, the Yu Chong progeny doesn't even have anyone as good as your grandson, Gongsun Jing. Why don't you let the Yu Chong progeny have the good candidate? An old lady suddenly appeared in the main hall. She stood upright like a lonely peak as she looked at Gongsun Kong. Meanwhile, Gongsun Jin sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, it seems like Yun Yi from the Yu Chong progeny has informed this old lady about you joining the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect. She's Shimin Wan, the Yu Chong progeny's leader and my grandfather's junior sister. Junior sister Wan, did you come to join the fun? Gongsun Kong smiled wryly. You haven't left the Yu Chong peak for almost 1,000 years now, right? Senior brother Gongsun, I'm not asking a lot. I want either Duanling Tian or Huani. Shimin Wan looked at Duanling Tian and Huana as she said, I won't insist on Duanling Tian joining us, but the Yuchang progeny wants Huana. Shimin Wan said in a tone that brooked no argument. That's not a problem. Gong Sun Kang's eyes lit up immediately. He was under the impression that his junior sister wanted Duanling Tian. He was, naturally, relieved when he heard her saying she wanted Huaner. It was enough as long as the Yellow Dharch progeny had Duanling Tian. At this moment, a muscular middle-aged man entered the main hall and said, Senior brother Gong Sun, senior sister Shimin. Both of you came here secretly to poach the new talents. Isn't it unfair that both of you didn't inform me about this? Gong Sun Jing sent another voice transmission to Duanling Tian at this moment. He's Chongjiu, the leader of the Profound River progeny. He Zhan must have informed him about you as well. Senior brother, senior sister, the Profound River progeny lacks a talent like Duanling Tian. Since senior sister is not interested in Duanling Tian, I hope senior brother won't compete with me over Duanling Tian. Chongjiu said as he looked at Gong Sun Kang. Gong Sun Kang scoffed. Junior brother Chongjiu, your timing is uncanny. You should learn to be content. The Profound River progeny has He Zhan who's stronger than my grandson, Gong Sun Jing. How dare you compete with me for Duanling Tian? He Zhan. Chongjiu shook his head. Senior brother Gong Sun, if you like He Zhan, I'll let him join your Yellow the Arch progeny in exchange for Duanling Tian. What do you think about that? You? Gong Sun Kang was rendered speechless for a moment. After so many years, you're still as shameless as ever. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, another two figures appeared out of thin air like ghosts. One of them was a handsome young man and the other person was a beautiful woman. Heavens! Even the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny are here. Gongsun Jing was dumbfounded. Brother Ling Tian. These two people look rather similar. Huaner's voice suddenly rang in Duanling Tian's ears. It was then he discovered the young man and woman had a 60% resemblance to each other. The leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny are fraternal twins, that's why they look somewhat similar, Gongsun Jing promptly explained upon hearing Huano's words. Individually, they're no match for my grandfather or the sect leader. However, if they join forces, they'll have the advantage if the fight drags on. Then, he lowered his voice before he continued to say, Rumor has it that in the past, a titled celestial emperor who tried to conquer the Nando territory was killed by them. When they join forces, not only in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, but they're also invincible in the entire Nando territory. As twins, not only do they think alike, but they've also comprehended the extremely powerful fusion method. Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing's words, Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he looked at the twins again. He did not expect the seemingly harmless-looking duo to be so formidable. They were even capable of killing a titled celestial emperor. Duanling Tian asked through voice transmission, Your grandfather's strength should be comparable to a titled celestial emperor, right? My grandfather has fought a few titled celestial emperors in the past. He told me one of them was weaker than him while the others were as strong as him, Gongsun Jin replied. With this, Duanling Tian confirmed that Gongsun Kang, the leader of the Yellow Dharch progeny, was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. What about sect leader Yu? Duanling Tian asked again. Sect leader Yu is not any weaker than a titled celestial emperor as well. If he wishes to, he could obtain a title in the title temple. He paused for a moment before he said, A few years ago, my grandfather and sect leader Yu had a duel, and the duel ended in a tie. However, I suspect the sect leader is now slightly stronger than my grandfather. Duanling Tian nodded. His emotions were slightly stirred. There were so many powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who were capable of killing titled celestial emperors and comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, the sect was just a grade 1 force? A supreme force mostly has 1 or 2 titled celestial emperors, right? Although the sect isn't what it once was, it should still be supreme force. Duanling Tian was aware of this since he had some knowledge about the forces in a Devata realm. After a moment, Duanling Tian dismissed his thoughts and observed the situation in the main hall of Taya Peak. It was silent after the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny arrived. In the end, Gongsun Kong was the first to break the silence. Both of you came for Duanling Tian and Huaner as well? A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes as he smiled wryly. Although he had higher seniority and the twins addressed him as senior uncle, if both of them joined forces, he was no match for them. Senior Uncle Gongsun, I want Huaner. The beautiful young woman, the leader of the Moxia progeny, said with a smile. The leader of the Moxia progeny only said, Duanling Tian. I didn't expect both of you would be interested in these two youngsters. In that case, this old woman won't compete with you for them. Shiman Wan, the leader of Yuchang progeny, said as she shook her head. Following that, she vanished into thin air. Since both of you are here, this old man won't compete with you as well. Chongzhou shook his head and left with a smile on his face. At this moment, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, smiled and greeted the twins. Senior brother Feng, senior sister Yun. The name of the leader of the Ganjiang progeny was Zhuge Feng, while the leader of the Moxia progeny was Zhuge Yun. Junior brother Jiancheng, are you going to compete with us? Zhuge Yun asked with a faint smile on his face. Since both seniors are here for them, how dare I compete with you for them? Yu Jiancheng smiled wryly. Upon hearing Yu Jiancheng's words, Zhuge Yun nodded, clearly delighted. Then, she looked at Gongsun Kong. Senior Uncle Gongsun, do you have the heart to compete with us two lonely people? Lonely people? Duanling Tian was confused. The two leaders are the only members of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny. They have no disciples under them, Gongsun Jing explained. It's really strange. How could they be so well informed about what happened in the genius secret realm when they don't have any disciples? At this moment, Suli said, I'm the one who told them about it. Ah, I forgot the Shadow Support progeny has a close relationship with the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny. Gongsun Jing smiled sheepishly. Suli, when we were in the genius secret realm, I assumed you wanted me to join the Yellow the Arch progeny. Isn't that why you suggested we bring Gongsun Jing with us into God's secret treasure? Do you want us to join the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny? Duanling Tian asked through voice transmission. Duanling Tian, I suggested you bring Gongsun Jing with us so Leader Gongsun would owe you a favor. Suli replied. However, the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny are more suitable for you and Huaner compared to the Yellow the Arch progeny. Joint strike method is the two leaders' strongest technique. You and Huaner can learn this from them. Moreover, the two leaders are very protective. If you become their disciple, no one in and outside of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect would dare to seek trouble with you or Huaner. Suli explained through voice transmission. Thank you, Suli. Duanling Tian expressed his gratitude. He was naturally touched by Suli's kind intentions. It's nothing, Suli said with a smile. They had been friends for so long, it was only natural that he wanted the best for his friend. Moreover, he was happy that he was able to reunite with Duanling Tian and be in the same sect as Duanling Tian. Since both of you are keen to take them as disciples, I won't interfere. It's about time for the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny to have disciples anyway. Gongsun Kong shook his head and left. After the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny arrived, the other leaders of the progenies left and did not contend with them. Zhuge Yun smiled and asked politely, Huaner, are you willing to join my Moxia progeny? Although the other leaders had given up, she still needed Huaner's consent after all. As usual, Huaner did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked at Duanling Tian for answers. Huaner, you should join the Moxia progeny, Duanling Tian said with a smile. Since Su Li had arranged everything for them, there was no reason to reject his good intentions. Upon obtaining Duanling Tian's approval, Huaner turned to Zhuge Yun and nodded. Young man, you're truly blessed. Zhuge Yun shook her head and sighed. Fortunately, I'm not a man. Otherwise, I would be jealous of you. Why do you think all men would be jealous of him? Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to Zhuge Yun, asked. Zhuge Yun glared at her twin brother. However, there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She had tried sending many beauties to seduce her brother, but he was not moved at all. He was only devoted to cultivation. In the end, she had given up on ever having a sister-in-law in this life. Duan Ling Tian, are you willing to join my Ganjiang progeny? Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and forced a smile on his face. It was such a rare sight that even Zhuge Yun, Yu Jiangcheng, Gongsun Jing, and Su Li were shocked. This cold and aloof person actually smiled? Senior. I'm willing to join the Ganjiang progeny. However, I already have a master. Before I obtain his approval, I'm afraid I can't acknowledge another master. Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. If Senior insists that I acknowledge you as my master, I'm afraid I won't be able to join the Ganjiang progeny. It's just a title. I don't care about it. Zhuge Feng shook his head. At the same time, his admiration for Duan Ling Tian grew. After all, not everyone would be so steadfast and loyal. Progeny leader. Duan Ling Tian bowed after hearing Zhuge Feng's words. A smile appeared on Zhuge Feng's face again. He was clearly satisfied with the first disciple of the Ganjiang progeny. Individually, he was not a match for Yu Jiancheng. Yu Jiancheng would constantly brag about his records in the genius secret realm to him. Most importantly, the records that Yu Jiancheng had broken were his records. Therefore, he was inwardly delighted that his disciple had broken Yu Jiancheng's records. Despite being expressionless, he could be rather petty in certain matters. Naturally, the biggest reason he was satisfied with Duan Ling Tian was due to Duan Ling Tian's high innate talent and comprehension skills. Although Duan Ling Tian was 300 years old, the same age as Su Li, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Su Li. He used to envy the leader of the Shadow Support progeny for having a disciple like Su Li. How could he not be pleased when his disciple was even more outstanding than Su Li? With that, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner joined the Ganjiang progeny and the Immersive progeny respectively in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. With Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Immersive progeny, there were now 4 people in the 2 progenies. After leaving the Taya Peak, Duan Ling Tian said to Zhuge Feng, Progeny Master, Huaner and I would like to return to the spirit overarching heaven for a short while. Duan Ling Tian felt it was time to return to the spirit overarching heaven to settle his grudge with the Blood Skull Gang and avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. When he had first left the spirit overarching heaven, he did not expect he would have the capability to do such things in just a few decades. What do you plan to do in the spirit overarching heaven? Zhuge Yun asked curiously. I have scores to settle, Duan Ling Tian said. Grudges. Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. She said, I like settling scores. Since Zhuge Feng and I have nothing better to do, we will follow you. Won't it disturb your cultivation, progeny masters? Duan Ling Tian asked. However, his eyes lit up when he heard those words. After all, if Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng went with them, their safety was absolutely guaranteed. The twins were even capable of killing titled celestial emperors when they joined forces. No, it won't, Zhuge Feng said. Okay, it's decided then. We'll accompany you and Huaner to the spirit overarching heaven. Zhuge Yun said excitedly. I haven't left the Jade Emperor heaven for many years. I think it has been 10,000 years at least. Zhuge Yun was like a child in a candy store at this moment. Her excitement was palpable, and she looked even more like a child compared to Huaner. As one of the top forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect naturally has its personal Devata realm transporting formations. The Devata realm transporting formation was not located in any of the 10 main peaks. It was located on a sword peak. Under Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner quickly arrived at the transporting formation. My respects, progeny masters. The elder from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect responsible for guarding the Devata realm transporting formation hurriedly greeted Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. 4 of us are going to the spirit overarching heaven, Zhuge Yun said calmly to the elder. Then she turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, which territory and which mansion do you want to go to? The Devata realm transportation formation could accurately teleport a person to a specific mansion of a territory in a Devata realm. Southern Heaven Territory's profound nether mansion, Duan Ling Tian replied. Did you hear that? Zhuge Yun asked the elder. Yes, yes. The elder nodded hastily before he furtively looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. After all, he had never seen the duo before. Most importantly, the duo was accompanied by the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Wuxia progeny. He committed Duanling Tian and Huaner's faces to his memory. He knew he could not afford to offend the duo. Whoosh! The Devata realm transporting formation flashed. With that, the quartet left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory and arrived at the profound Nether Mansion in the spirit overarching Heaven's southern Heaven territory. The quartet arrived in a small city under the profound Nether Mansion. They did not linger in the city. Duanling Tian instantly led them to the profound Nether Mansion's estate. When they entered the estate, although the people in the profound Nether Mansion were unable to react to their speed, the quartet still triggered the mansion guarding formation. The powerhouses led by the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion appeared as soon as the formation was triggered. They were all surprised when they saw Duanling Tian and Huaner. Duanling Tian? You're back. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion was slightly confused. In the past, he could not gauge Duanling Tian's cultivation base, and now Duanling Tian's cultivation base had become even more unfathomable. Most importantly, the man and woman standing next to Duanling Tian and Huaner were even more mysterious and formidable. Their auras alone were incredibly stifling. That's right, Duanling Tian smiled and said, "Mansion Master, I returned to see the Pavilion Master." Then he turned to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun and said, "They are my seniors in the Jade Emperor Heaven. They're the progeny masters of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory." Much to Duanling Tian's surprise, the mansion master's expression changed as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's introductions. Based on his reaction, it seemed like he had heard of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. The mansion master said respectfully, "My respects, progeny masters. I apologize for not receiving you in person earlier. I didn't expect your arrival, after all." Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead at this moment. At the same time, the mansion master sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, why didn't you inform me in advance of your visit?" "Mansion master, you know the Thousand Tribulations sword sect?" Duanling Tian asked curiously. "How could I not know of the sect? In the past, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was a famous heaven-grade force. One of the powerhouses from the sect even came close to defeating the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven." The mansion master replied through voice transmission. Even after the Thousand Tribulations sword sect retreated from the Jade Emperor territory and moved to the Nando territory, they still held massive power and influence. Due to the presence of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Nando territory, no titled celestial emperor could meddle in the Nando territory's affairs. Based on this, Duanling Tian discovered the mansion master was rather knowledgeable about the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. The mansion master continued to say through voice transmission, "All of the 10 progeny masters in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect are celestial emperors. Moreover, they aren't ordinary celestial emperors. How could you bring such celestial emperors here without informing me in advance? I'll be dead if they blame me for this." "Don't worry, mansion master. These seniors are not petty individuals. They won't mind this," Duanling Tian said with a smile as he shook his head. After that, he said, "Mansion master, I returned this time to visit the He clan of the 10 major clans. The clan leader of the He clan was the person who killed the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The former imperial tutor was also the father of the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion. Naturally, this was something Duanling Tian was unaware of. "I will inform the Grandmaster immediately," the mansion master said excitedly as he sent a message to the pavilion master of the imperial tutor palace. Upon receiving the message, the pavilion master of the imperial tutor palace rushed over, especially when he heard 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had also come to the profound Nether Mansion. As soon as he arrived, he greeted Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully. "My respects, Lord Celestial Emperors." After that, the pavilion master looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner. It was not difficult to see that the celestial emperors were here with Duanling Tian and Huaner. "We're just here to keep Duanling Tian and Huaner company. There's no need to be too courteous." Zhuge Yun smiled gently. Duanling Tian looked at the old man and solemnly said, "Senior, please lead us to the He clan's estate. Today will be the day that clan leader He dies." The old man was naturally excited when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He wasted no time and immediately led the quartet to the He clan's estate. During the journey, the old man could not help but ask curiously through voice transmission, "Duanling Tian, how did you meet these two celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect?" "Senior, after we went to the Jade Emperor Heaven, through a series of events we joined the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. The two progeny masters came to have fun." Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. "Duanling Tian, thank you," the old man said solemnly. "If you didn't bring these two celestial emperors to avenge my father, I don't know when I will be able to avenge them." He stumbled over his words slightly, too overcome by emotions. "Father!" Duanling Tian was stunned. "I didn't tell you about this previously. The former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is my father." Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes as he spoke. "This is why I created that rule when I became the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion." The old man continued to say, "I'm aware that my strength is limited. It's not enough to avenge my father. Therefore, I'd hope to find an Imperial tutor capable of that feat until you appeared. I didn't find anyone capable of avenging my father for 20,000 years." Duanling Tian finally realized why the old man was hell-bent on avenging the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. After a moment, Duanling Tian said, "Senior, you're mistaken. The two progeny masters are only here to watch the fun. I, Duanling Tian, will be the one to avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion." Although the clan leader of the He clan was strong, he was no match for Duanling Tian now. "You?" The old man looked at Duanling Tian skeptically. It was only natural he was doubtful. After all, Duanling Tian had only left several decades ago. It would be considered a miracle if Duanling Tian could become a one basic celestial lord during that time, but it still was not enough to kill the clan leader of the He clan. "Duanling Tian, this isn't funny." The old man shook his head. He was under the impression that Duanling Tian was joking with him. "Joke?" Duanling Tian said in a faint voice. However, he did not bother to explain himself. He would prove his words with actions in the He clan's estate. As one of the Southern Heaven Territory's top grade 5 clans, the He clan is located in a vast plain with densely distributed buildings. Based on the hustle and bustle, it was obvious that the clan was thriving. When Duanling Tian and the others arrived near the entrance of the He clan's estate, they were stopped by the clan's patrolling disciples. "Who are you?" Although the patrolling disciples stopped them, their attention was mostly on Huaner. It was only natural since she was a peerless beauty. The old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, "The pavilion master of the profound nether mansion's imperial tutor pavilion is here with the imperial tutor to kill your clan leader." With a wave of his hand, he killed all the patrolling disciples except for one. The lone survivor paled and stammered, "See, Celestial Lord." The lone survivor struggled to get up and quickly fled. Nevertheless, the old man did not kill him. "Let's wait here," the old man said to Duanling Tian. "All right." Duanling Tian nodded. He knew the clan leader would definitely show up after the old man made such a display. About 15 minutes later. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind howling accompanied the arrival of a group of people from the He clan. The person in the lead was a burly middle-aged man. Behind him, there were 6 old men and 4 middle-aged men. At this moment, all of them were fiercely glaring at Duanling Tian and the others. Although Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were just standing, their extraordinary aura caused the group of people from the He clan to be wary. They did not dare to act recklessly. The aura of a celestial emperor would unwittingly put pressure on celestial lords. The stronger the celestial lords, the easier it was for them to sense the pressure. On the other hand, those below celestial lords would not be able to sense the pressure from the aura. "Seniors, you aren't from the profound nether mansion, are you?" He Tianchun, the clan leader of the He clan, was an imposing middle-aged man. He was the person who killed the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. He looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun warily. After all, even the Southern Heaven Territory's titled Celestial Lord did not have such an intimidating and dangerous aura. At the same time, He Tianchun had secretly sent a message to the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the current Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The 10 major clans of the Southern Heaven Territory had connections with the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, after all. Now that 2 people who were possibly as strong as Celestial Emperors had appeared at the He clan, it was only natural that He Tianchun reached out to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord for advice. Don't mind us, Zhuge Yun looked at He Tianchun and coldly said, no matter the grievances between you and the profound Nether Mansion, we will not interfere. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, the expression of the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion changed drastically. Senior, both of you won't interfere? He Tianchun asked skeptically. Since the 2 celestial emperors were here, was it really possible they would just stand aside and watch? Nevertheless, when he saw the reaction of the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, his eyes brightened immediately. It seemed like it was true the 2 celestial emperors were only here to watch. Feeling much more at ease, He Tianchun finally shifted his attention to the old man. He asked in a deep voice, you're the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. That's right. The old man glared at He Tianchun with hatred and fury burning in his eyes. Not only am I the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, but I'm also Chongheng's son. Chongheng was the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Chongheng. He Tianchun was briefly taken aback when he heard the name. Then he nodded as realization dawned on him. I see. So you're Chongheng's son. The corners of He Tianchun's lips curved into a smirk as he continued to say, your mother was amazing. Back then, He Tianchun had violated the old man's mother. You're seeking death, the old man cried out furiously. His celestial origin energy erupted out of his body immediately. Bang! 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 The 2 enemies began to fight. Round after round they fought before He Tianchun quickly gained the upper hand and overpowered the old man. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, you're not as talented as your father, Chongheng. If Chongheng didn't die, he would, at the very least, be a titled celestial lord now. He Tianchun said indifferently. Meanwhile, the old man was seriously injured and blood was dripping from the corner of his lips. But he had no intention of giving up. At this point, Duanling Tian stepped forward, shielding the old man. He looked at He Tianchun expressionlessly as he said to the old man, Senior, allow me. Who are you? He Tianchun frowned slightly when he saw Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, the current imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duanling Tian replied. Duanling Tian? He Tianchun was briefly confused. After a while, he said, So you're the Duanling Tian who performed brilliantly in the Middle Realm and the Upper Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He Tianchun had heard about Duanling Tian, but he did not pay much attention to Duanling Tian since Duanling Tian was of the younger generation. Perhaps Duanling Tian might be stronger than him in thousands or 10,000 years, but at this moment he was certain Duanling Tian was no match for him. He's Duanling Tian? The elders standing behind He Tianchun looked at Duanling Tian curiously and began to whisper among themselves. After all, Duanling Tian was famous at that time. It's said that he has left the profound Nether Mansion, right? That's right. I heard the news from the Phantom Fox clan. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistled in the air before a skinny figure appeared before everyone. In fact, before the figure appeared, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun could be seen slightly raising one of their eyebrows. The figure belonged to a skinny middle-aged man who was dressed in a luxurious silver robe. He was rather handsome and had a majestic air about him. As soon as the skinny middle-aged man appeared, He Tianchun quickly bowed. Clan leader He Tianchun of the He clan pays respect to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Greetings, Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The elders from the He clan said in unison. Even the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion greeted the skinny middle-aged man. Greetings, Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Duanling Tian and Huana only looked at the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord silently. On the other hand, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun did not even deign to look at the southern heaven's celestial lord. Duanling Tian, now that the southern heaven's celestial lord is here, why aren't you greeting him? He Tian Chun rebuked Duanling Tian. Him. Duanling Tian glanced at the southern heaven's celestial lord and shook his head. He's not qualified. He Tian Chun and the elders expected the southern heaven's celestial lord would be angry and punish Duanling Tian. Instead, they saw him bowing at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully. Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors. I'm the Southern Heaven Territory's titled Celestial Lord, Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia saw the duo, he confirmed they were Celestial Emperors. Since he was much stronger than He Tian Chun, he was even more sensitive to the aura of a Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he had no doubts the duo was Celestial Emperors. Lord Celestial Emperor? He Tian Chun and the elders' expressions changed drastically as they watched the southern heaven's celestial lord bow to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun and address them as celestial emperors. They reacted quickly and greeted Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors. Why did two celestial emperors come with the people from the profound nether mansion? He Tian Chun began to feel uneasy. Since they came together, they must have had some connections to the celestial emperors. However, one of the celestial emperors said they would not interfere. Celestial emperors would not lie, would they? Meanwhile, Zhuge Feng did not even bother responding to Xianxia's greeting, while Zhuge Yun only looked at Xianxia expressionlessly and nodded slightly. What happened? Xianxia, the southern heaven celestial lord, asked He Tian Chun through voice transmission with a slight frown on his face. He Tian Chun recounted what had happened to Xianxia immediately. Since they've said they won't interfere, they definitely won't interfere, Xianxia nodded. Then he looked at the pavilion master of the profound nether mansion's imperial tutor pavilion and asked, "Did you come to settle scores with He Tian Chun?" The old man hesitated to answer the question. After all, if the celestial emperors did not intend to help him, there was no way he could defeat He Tian Chun. Before the old man could reply, Duanling Tian said, "That's right." He continued to say indifferently as he looked at Xianxia. "We came to kill clan leader He today. Those who are unrelated to this matter should step aside." "Impudent!" He Tian Chun exclaimed as he glared at Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, not only are you disrespectful to the southern heaven celestial lord, but you even dare to act this way. Are you looking down on the southern heaven celestial lord? You talk too much," Duanling Tian said coldly when He Tian Chun made a fuss. Celestial origin energy that was boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his body and swept out. Whoosh! Duanling Tian vanished into thin air before he reappeared behind He Tian Chun. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duanling Tian raised his arms as a terrifying energy swept out and shrouded He Tian Chun before He Tian Chun even had time to react. Thunderous noise rang in the air as energy, in the space He Tian Chun was caught in, shredded him into a million pieces. In the end, all that was left of him was a spatial ring and purely defensive celestial weapon. The He clan elders only regained their senses after He Tian Chun died. The strongest person in the He clan was so easily killed by Duanling Tian, the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? How? How's this possible? The He clan elders looked at Duanling Tian in shock, fear, and disbelief. They had heard about Duanling Tian when he rose to fame in the Southern Heaven Territory about 200 years ago. At that time, he was just a 10 directions celestial duke who was invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. How did he gain the strength in just 200 years to kill He Tian Chun so easily? Although He Tian Chun was not a titled celestial lord, he was almost as powerful as one. And yet, he was so easily killed by the purple-clad young man in front of them. How strong! Xianxia, the Southern Heaven celestial lord, looked at Duanling Tian warily. Initially, he had been dissatisfied with Duanling Tian's behavior due to He Tian Chun's words. However, at this time, he no longer dared to express his dissatisfaction. After all, it was clear Duanling Tian was at least as strong as he was. Most importantly, Duanling Tian was accompanied by 2 celestial emperors. Although the celestial emperors said they would not interfere, even if they went back on their words, who would know? They could easily kill him after all. After a while, Xianxia seemed to think Duanling Tian's name sounded familiar. Duanling Tian? His name sounds familiar. However, he could not remember when or where he had heard this name. Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The He clan elders called out before they asked Xianxia to avenge He Tianchun. Alas, Xianxia did not even spare them a glance before he left without looking back. The He clan elders' expressions turned grim immediately. It was obvious that even the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory did not dare to fight Duanling Tian. At this moment, all of them were frightened and worried that Duanling Tian would annihilate the entire He clan. "Senior, it's done. I have to leave soon," Duanling Tian said to the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, who was still in shock. Before he left with Zhuge Feng, Zhuge Yun, and Huaner, Duanling Tian said with a smile, "Senior, if I have time, I'll visit you in the profound Nether Mansion in the future." At this time, the old man finally regained his senses. Father has been avenged? He felt as though he was dreaming, and it took him a long time to accept this. When he finally regained his composure, he murmured, "It's truly surprising." In just a short time, he grew strong enough to kill He Tianchun. Although He Tianchun was reckless and unprepared when Duanling Tian struck, it's still obvious Duanling Tian's as strong as a titled celestial lord. The old man was not aware that that was not the extent of Duanling Tian's power, even though he had cast all the profundities from the law of space earlier. He still had many tricks up his sleeves. Put aside the 2 Ning dragons living in his little world. Just the boost from the 5 divine elements was enough to give him strength comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Currently, most titled celestial lords were a match for him at all. After all, the Devata realms were vast. In the 81 Devata realms, there would definitely be extraordinarily strong titled celestial lords with strength comparable to Duanling Tian due to fortuitous encounters. After leaving the He clan, Huaner asked, "Brother Ling Tian, where are we going next?" "Let's go to the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters," Duanling Tian said as his eyes gleamed coldly. "However, we'll have to find out where the headquarters is hidden." Back then, the Blood Skull Gang had brought Duanling Tian a lot of trouble. There were a few instances where he could have died. Although Duanling Tian searched wholeheartedly for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters, he could not find it. After all, the headquarters changed locations frequently. "I think we'll have to see the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord again." The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, Xianxia, did not expect that not long after he left the He clan and returned to his cultivation place, the people he had met at the He clan were already waiting for him in his cultivation place. "I want the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters," Duanling Tian said bluntly. Xianxia looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, who were next to Duanling Tian, before he mulled over Duanling Tian's strength. In the end, although he was rather unwilling, he revealed the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters to Duanling Tian. He could not say he did not know the location. He was the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, after all. After Duanling Tian and the others left, he thought to himself, "Does Duanling Tian have a grudge with the Blood Skull Gang as well?" In the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Boom! Thunderous noises rang in the air as Duanling Tian struck. All the buildings in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters were reduced to rubble by his space energy in just a blink of an eye. Blood flowed on the ground like a river. Many assassins and members of the Blood Skull Gang with lower cultivation bases had died immediately. Naturally, there were many who survived as well. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a long red robe led a group of people over. All of them looked miserable. He looked at the raging space energy with a frown and asked Duanling Tian, "Who are you? Why are you wreaking havoc in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters?" Despite the frowns on their faces, there was no anger in their eyes. There was only wariness when they looked at Duanling Tian. It was obvious to them the person before them was extremely powerful. Duanling Tian replied indifferently. "Duanling Tian?" Most of the people from the Blood Skull Gang were confused. Then, an old man standing behind the red-clad middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, "Many years ago, we received an assignment to kill Duanling Tian. You're Duanling Tian." The red-clad middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. Although he had heard of Duanling Tian's achievements in the past, He did not understand how Duan Tian could grow so strong in such a short time. He was certain that he was no match for Duan Tian now. Sir, we've already called off the assignment. Moreover, it wasn't personal. We were just accepting a job, the red-clad middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. Do you think I can't see you if you hide in the crowd? Duan Tian said, completely ignoring the red-clad middle-aged man. He was looking at an old man who was hiding among the crowd. It is none other than Blood Skull Gang's Lang Yi. Swoosh! Duan Tian vanished into thin air and reappeared next to Lang Yi. Following that, he caught Lang Yi by his neck like how an eagle would catch a chick. A predatory smile appeared on his face as he said, "The last time we met was at Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heavens, equal heaven territory. Right? At that time, Duan Tian would have died if it were not for Ling Juyun's celestial talisman." At this moment, Lang Yi was shocked. His face was ashen. He did not expect the young man whom he could easily kill back then had grown so strong. About 100 years ago, when Duan Tian rose to fame in the Southern Heaven territory with his achievements in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, he knew he would never be able to defeat Duan Tian in this lifetime. Therefore, he buried his hatred for Duan Tian deep in his heart. Nevertheless, he did not expect Duan Tian would be so strong. He was certain Duan Tian was even stronger than the leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Otherwise, the leader would have attacked Duan Tian by now. Duan Tian, I was just carrying out my mission, Lang Yi said bitterly. I have no grudge with you. If it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't attempt to kill you at all. Duan Tian only scoffed before he killed Lang Yi instantly with the raging space energy. The expressions of the members from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically when they saw Duan Tian directly killing Lang Yi. Chan Yuan Shan, the red-clad middle-aged man, the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, called out as he turned to look at one of the members standing behind him. Following that, he said in a deep voice, "Back then, it was your son who accepted the job to assassinate Duan Tian. If the Blood Skull Gang is destroyed today, the sin will fall on you. My lord, this isn't the time to be blaming each other," Chan Yuan Shan said with a bitter smile. "It's obvious Duan Tian doesn't intend to let the Blood Skull Gang go. Otherwise, why would he destroy our headquarters?" The expression of the red-clad middle-aged man changed as soon as he heard Qin Yuan Shan's words. Indeed, Qin Yuan Shan had a point. Without waiting for the red-clad middle-aged man to respond, Chan Yuan Shan continued to say, "My lord, let's attack all at once. Even if we do nothing, we'll still die anyway." With Chen Yuan Shan's instigation, the Blood Skull Gang high-ranking officials present on the scene made a move immediately. Dazzling energies in various colors shot toward Duan Tian in just a blink of an eye. "Perfect," Duan Tian said as his fighting spirit rose. Subsequently, he flew forward as he activated his space energy to deal with the attacks from the high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang. With the first move, Duan Tian killed Chan Yuan Shan. With his second move, he killed the leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Following that, he continued to kill the high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang one after another. In the end, after witnessing the deaths of their comrades, the surviving high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang lost all will to fight and began to flee in different directions. In one move, Chun Yuanshan was killed. Swoosh! 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 Nonetheless, Duan Tian cast his cross-dimensional profundity and sent 9 sword rays after them. Needless to say, all of them died. From the beginning to the end, Zhuge Yun only watched indifferently. When the battle ended, she could not help but ask Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to you, "Hey, at his age, you didn't manage to become a celestial lord, right?" Zhuge Feng responded indifferently, "Isn't it the same for you?" At Duan Tian's age, the Zhuge siblings were only celestial kings. Unlike Duan Tian, who was a celestial lord, it should be noted that the twins had joined the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect since they were young and enjoyed the vast resources the sect provided them. Even then, their achievement at Duan Tian's age was inferior to Duan Tian's achievement now. Therefore, they were slightly embarrassed when they witnessed Duan Tian's performance. After a brief moment, Zhuge Yun asked with a smile, Are we going to return to the Jade Emperor Heaven now? Senior. I'd like to go to the Heavenly Territories Phantom Fox clan. I'm worried the He clan will spread the word about my connection to the profound Nether Mansion. If that happens, the main Phantom Fox clan might cause trouble for the profound Nether Mansion. Then, he glanced at Huaner before he continued to say, moreover, as long as Huaner is still alive, they won't stop trying to capture her or kill her. They want to capture Huana? The smile on Zhuge Yun's face disappeared immediately and was replaced with a frosty expression. The Phantom Fox clan is really bold. Duan Lingtian explained, Huana is a rare thousand phantoms ice fox. Only one would appear every 1,000,000 years. She's from the Du clan, but the Phantom Fox clan here is mainly controlled by the Zhang clan and Yuan clan. Therefore, there's no way they would allow her to leave since she's a threat to their power. Since both of you are here, I'd like to ask you to give the Phantom Fox clan a warning, so they won't dare to target her anymore. A warning? I'm afraid that's not all they get. Zhuge Yun smiled icily. We should kill at least a few of their celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Zhuge Yun's words. Kill a few celestial emperors? She spoke about killing celestial emperors as though they were as easy to kill as ants. He thought to himself with a sigh, when will I be powerful enough to utter such words with confidence? Duan Lingtian was aware that despite his cultivation base, his strength was currently comparable to an ordinary one basic celestial emperor. However, to exert all his strength meant that he would have to expose many of his techniques that he would prefer to keep hidden. In fact, he even had no intention of revealing his true strength to the Zhuge siblings. Although the siblings seemed to harbor no ill intentions at this moment, would they be able to resist the temptation if they knew about the treasures in his little world? In the mundane realms, there was no shortage of usually affectionate siblings fighting for inheritance. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew he could not carelessly reveal his strength unless it was absolutely necessary. The people Duan Lingtian had met in the past were not very exposed and their knowledge was limited. Therefore, they did not know about the 5 divine elements. However, the people around him now were different. There was no doubt they knew what the 5 divine elements were. It was entirely possible that the Zhuge siblings knew about the 5 divine elements and were able to identify them. During their journey to a Devata realm transporting formation to head to the 7 upper provinces' heavenly territory in the spirit overarching realm, Duan Lingtian decided to test the water. He asked, Seniors, have you heard about the 5 divine elements? Of course, Zhuge Yun replied without any hesitation. All 5 divine elements are priceless. If you're able to evolve one to the highest form, it'd be able to increase your strength tremendously. I heard that if you possess one divine element at the 6th form, their potential to become a god is really high. A hint of longing could be seen in Zhuge Yun's eyes when she finished speaking. I see. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply inwardly upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words. This confirmed his earlier thoughts. He was even more determined not to expose the fact that he possesses all 5 divine elements. He was now even more certain he could not use any of the 5 divine elements' power because Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun would definitely be able to recognize them. Unlike the others he had encountered in the past, they would not mistake the 5 divine elements' energies as energies from the profundities of a law. Why did you ask? Zhuge Yun asked curiously. When I was in the Genius Secret Realm, I heard one of the grassroots prodigies talking about the Chaos Divine Flame. They said it could replace the pill fire. Duan Lingtian replied. It was then I learned that there's such an amazing thing in this world. The Chaos Divine Flame is just one of the 5 divine elements. Zhuge Yun shook her head and said with a smile. There are also the profound divine metal, the world-cleansing divine water, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth. Perhaps no one would be able to recognize them as divine elements if they were in their first form. In fact, most people would think they were useless. The 5 divine elements are indestructible. Even gods might not be able to destroy them. Most people would still think the divine elements are useless. This applied to the gods as well. After all, there were many things that don't have much use but are indestructible in the realms of gods. Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian recalled Xianxia, Kur's 3rd uncle in her past life, who had given him the first form profound divine metal. There was no doubt Xianxia knew about the 5 divine elements. However, at that time, the profound divine metal was still in its form, so Xianxia, a god from the realm of gods, did not recognize it. Earlier, when he heard Zhuge Yun's words, he was baffled. If she knew about the 5 divine elements, why did Xianxia, a god, not know about the 5 divine elements? However, he now realized it was not that Xianxia did not know about the 5 divine elements. It was because the profound divine metal was still in its first form, so Xianxia could not tell it was one of the 5 divine elements. Zhuge Yun continued to say, once the 5 divine elements reach their second form, we'll be able to identify them. Needless to say, if a second form divine element appears, people would fight to the death for it, and this includes celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian stiffened slightly upon hearing these words. Even titled celestial emperors would fight for a second form divine element? In his little world, Duan Ling Tian had all 5 of the divine elements. If word spread about this, would heavenly emperors from different Devata realms hunt him down to obtain the 5 divine elements in his little world? He inhaled deeply when he thought about this possibility. After listening to Zhuge Yun, Duan Ling Tian felt the 5 divine elements were like hot potatoes. However, those who possessed them might invite disaster if they were not kept a secret. Based on the way Zhuge Yun spoke about the divine elements, she might even be the first to try to snatch them away from him if she found out that he possessed the 5 divine elements. We are here. After a while, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at a Devata realm transporting formation. They did not waste time and stepped into the formation and were immediately transported to the heavenly territory. After arriving at the heavenly territory, it took them a few days before they found the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Naturally, they did not waste time and made their way there immediately. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, although the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory is a grade 1 force, their strength is only comparable to the Nando territory's profound Sky Dao sect, the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and the profound Cat clan. All these forces are not a match for the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect at all. He came to this conclusion because he knew the ruler of the heavenly territory was only a titled celestial lord. There were no titled celestial lords in the Phantom Fox clan. Even if there were other titled celestial lords, they were elusive and mostly kept to themselves. If a grade 1 force had a titled celestial lord, they would not allow an unknown titled celestial lord to rule the heavenly territory. This situation was somewhat similar to how the Nando territory's Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan did not allow a titled celestial emperor to rule the Nando territory since they were strong enough to govern the territory. After 2 days, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at the Phantom Fox clan's estate. The estate was divided into 2 areas, one belonging to the Zhang clan and the other belonged to the Yuan clan. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the Phantom Fox clan's estate from afar, he thought to himself, Zhang Jin from the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory who went to the southern heaven territory to capture Huana should be from the Zhang clan. Moreover, he's likely a direct descendant of the Zhang clan. The leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, the Zhang clan, and the Yuan clan, come out, Duan Ling Tian said as he stared at the estate in front of him. His voice contained his powerful celestial origin energy, so his voice was instantly transmitted throughout the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Needless to say, everyone in the Phantom Fox clan was stunned upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. It caused a commotion in the earlier peaceful estate. Who was the person out there? He even dared to summon the 2 clan leaders? Did some powerhouse come to visit our clan leaders? I don't think so. He doesn't sound like a guest. I wonder who it could be. Meanwhile, in a palace located on a stone platform halfway up a mountain that was part of the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan's territory, a middle-aged man who was sipping tea in a courtyard frowned upon hearing the commotion. He was none other than Zhang Han Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. He was also the strongest person in the Zhang clan at the moment. Although he was not comparable to a titled celestial emperor, he was still a celestial emperor. Zhang Han Tian, who was dressed in a light gray robe, continued drinking tea as he sent a message out expressionlessly. Grand Elder, go and have a look outside. See who is so bold to make a commotion in front of our Phantom Fox clan's estate. As one of the clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, a grade 1 force in the 7 upper provinces' heavenly territory in the spirit overarching heaven. How could Zhang Han Tian make an appearance just because he was told to do so? Understood. Clan leader. Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, was also the person who sent Zhang Jinyi to the Southern Heaven territory to verify if Huaner was truly 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. As the Grand Elder made his way out, he sent a few messages to a few other people as well. By the time he reached the entrance of the estate, 4 more men had joined him. As soon as Zhang Pingyi arrived, he heard someone calling out to him. Elder Pingyi. Zhang Pingyi looked up and saw another 4 men coming toward him from various directions in the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Elder Yuan Yu. Zhang Pingyi greeted the person leading the other 3 men. The person in the lead was the Yuan clan's Grand Elder, while the 3 people standing behind him were elders in the Yuan clan. Yuan Yu did not beat around the bush and asked, Elder Pingyi, who do you think dares to make a commotion in front of our estate? Moreover, he has the audacity to summon our 2 clan leaders. I don't know. Nonetheless, since he dares to act so boldly, he must be somewhat confident. Zhang Pingyi said. Usually, the Zhang clan and Yuan clan did not interfere with each other's affairs much. They only presented themselves as a united front in public. In other words, there was also internal strife in the Phantom Fox clan between the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan. Let's go. We'll see for ourselves, Yuan Yu said. Then, he led the others from the Yuan clan with him to the estate's entrance. Similarly, Zhang Pingyi led the other 4 from the Zhang clan with him as well to the entrance of the estate. When the people from the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan arrived at the entrance of the Phantom Fox clan's estate, they saw 4 people. 2 celestial emperors. As soon as Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu drew close to the 4 people, they could tell there were 2 celestial emperors among the 4 people. As for the remaining 2 people, they could not see through the cultivation base of one of them. Therefore, they were not certain if he was a celestial emperor or not, while they could only sense a peculiar vibe from the remaining person. This aura. The 9 elders from Phantom Fox clan, including Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, were instantly attracted to Huaner's aura. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu as he asked, Are you the clan leaders of the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan? Since the duo was clearly the leaders of the group, he addressed them first. Moreover, Zhuge Yun had sent Duanling Tian a voice transmission informing him that 2 people in the lead were celestial emperors while the others were only celestial lords. This voice, upon hearing Duanling Tian's voice, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu immediately confirmed he was the person who had demanded the clan leaders to show themselves. Zhang Pingyi took the initiative to speak first. He looked at Duanling Tian intently and said, I'm the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Pingyi. Why are you looking for the clan leader? Following that, Yuan Yu chimed in, I'm Yuan Yi, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan. Not everyone is worthy of meeting our clan leaders. Even if you want to meet our clan leaders, you'd at least have to announce your identity first. At that time, our clan leaders will decide if they want to meet you or not. Upon hearing their words, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. Do you think so highly of your clan leaders? At this moment, Zhuge Yun scoffed and stepped forward. She glowed dazzlingly for a brief moment before a sword ray appeared above her. It emitted a terrifying destructive aura as it shot out. No. The expressions of Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu changed drastically when they saw Zhuge Yun's attack. Meanwhile, the others could not react in time at all. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yi felt death breathing down their necks at this moment. They hurriedly mobilized their celestial origin energies and brought their purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons out. Apart from that, they brought out their offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons as well to deflect Zhuge Yun's sword ray with all their might. After that, both of them joined forces. Their energies merged into one before it collided with Zhuge Yun's sword ray. Zhang Pingyi's energy felt scorching out and was red. Clearly, it had been boosted with the law of fire. On the other hand, Yuan Yu's energy felt cold and was blue, indicating that his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of ice. Swoosh! The sword ray shot out with great momentum. It felt as though it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. It easily shattered Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's energies when they collided. After the collision, although the power of the sword ray had depleted somewhat, It suddenly split into two and shot toward Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu respectively. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions rang in the air. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons had managed to block the remaining power of the sword ray. Nonetheless, the price they had to pay was the destruction of their purely defensive celestial weapons. The duo was sent flying back, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The blood that spurted out their mouths drew an arc in the air, looking dazzling like red roses in full bloom. If your respective clan leaders don't show up in 10 breaths, both of you will die here today, Zhuge Yun said icily in her melodious voice. Zhang Pingyu and Yuan Yu were badly shaken by Zhuge Yun's show of strength. Although they were celestial emperors, the woman had easily shattered their defenses and severely injured them with just a wave of her hand even after they had joined forces. They were aware even their clan leaders were not as powerful as this woman. If they still could not tell the people before them were not simple people, they would have lived their lives in vain. My lady, I'll speak to the clan leader now, Yuan Yu said hurriedly. He knew the woman was capable of killing him in just a blink of an eye if he continued to be stubborn. Earlier, the woman had only struck casually without using any celestial weapon. If she had intended to kill them, they would not even be able to withstand one move from her. Similarly, Zhang Pingyi hurriedly sent a message to his clan leader as well. For a moment, it was as silent as a graveyard. After a while, Duanling Tian broke the silence and said to Huaner with a smile, Huaner, when the clan leaders arrive, show them the silhouette of your true form. Huaner's true form was that of 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Duanling Tian planned to show the clan leaders her true form when they arrived. He wanted to see if they would still dare to act against her. Swoosh! 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 Just about 5 breaths had passed when the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just an instant, a middle-aged man dressed in gray robes and an old man with white eyebrows who was dressed in green robes appeared. Greetings from the Phantom Fox Clan's Zhang clan in the Heavenly Territory. Greetings from the Phantom Fox Clan's Yuan clan in the Heavenly Territory. I'm Yuan Mingsun. The two clan leaders bowed and greeted Zhuge Yun as soon as they arrived. Since they had received the message from their respective grand elders, they knew the woman was incredibly powerful. In fact, she was probably not any weaker than a titled celestial emperor. Huaner, Duanling Tian called out, reminding her of his instructions earlier. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic silhouette of a white fox as tall as a mountain appeared behind Huaner. It possessed 9 sacred tails and emitted a cold aura. This is the... Upon seeing this, the clan leaders and the others who were present changed their expressions immediately. The T-1000 Phantom's Ice Fox? The 11 people from the Phantom Fox clan stared at the silhouette of the white fox behind Huaner with jealousy brimming in their eyes. The 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox was incredibly rare. Only one would appear every 1 million years in the Phantom Fox clan. They were given priority to become the leader of the Phantom Fox clan in whichever Devata realm they were in. This time, the 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox appeared in the Du clan that was the enemy of the Yuan clan. Therefore, the Yuan clan spared no effort in trying to kill Huaner, the 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox from the Du clan. In order to kill Huaner, the Yuan clan even made a deal with the Zhang clan. If the Zhang clan helped them to kill Huaner, the 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, the Yuan clan would pay whatever price that was demanded of them. Cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of Yuan Mingyun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan in the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory, when he saw the silhouette of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox behind Huaner. His celestial origin energy raged and surged instinctively. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Yuan Mingyun did not have any enemies in his life, but there was nothing more he wanted than to kill the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. The Yuan clan and the Du clan were sworn enemies after all. The appearance of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Du clan was a threat to the Yuan clan. Therefore, he needed to kill Huaner. He would not allow the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox to disrupt the power balance in the Phantom Fox clan. Are you planning to kill Huaner? Duanling Tian asked icily as he narrowed his eyes. Enemies of Huaner were also his enemies, after all. At this moment, upon sensing Yuan Mingyun's killing intent, Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan, reminded Yuan Mingyun through voice transmission. Yuan Mingyun, don't forget about the 2 celestial emperors with them. Do you think she'll reveal her identity as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox for no reason? Yuan Ming Yuan was so overwhelmed with discovering the identity of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that he had briefly lost his sound judgment and could not control the killing intent that rose from his body. Fortunately, Zhang Han Tian's prompt reminder pulled him back to his senses. So you're the one who wants to kill Huaner? Zhuge Yun asked as her eyes glinted and she took a step forward. Yuan Ming Yun felt a heavy pressure bearing down on him when Zhuge Yun stepped forward. He already knew how powerful she was through Zhang Pingye's message, and he knew he was no match for her. In the end, he looked at her and asked in a submissive tone, "May I know who you are?" Zhuge Yun, the leader of the Wuxia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Zhuge Yun replied indifferently. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's reply, Yuan Ming Yun and Zhang Han Tian's expressions changed dramatically. Although the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, their reputation had spread far and wide. After all, the sect used to be a heaven-grade force. Although it was now a grade 1 force in the Nando territory, the sect was still incredibly powerful. Although the Phantom Fox clan was also a grade 1 force like the sect, the Phantom Fox clan was not a match for the sect. Rumors had it that there were a few powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who were comparable to titled celestial emperors. Among them, there was a pair of powerhouses who were known to be able to kill titled celestial emperors when they joined forces. They had only heard of this pair of celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect and were not too familiar with the other powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. They knew the pair of powerhouses from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect were called Zhuge Feng from the Ganjiang progeny and Zhuge Yun from the Wuxia progeny. Individually, their strength was comparable to a celestial emperor. However, if they joined forces, they were more than capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Zhang Han Tian looked at Zhuge Yun in disbelief before he shifted his eyes to the cold and aloof person standing behind her. He asked, "You're Lord Zhuge Yun, then, are you Lord Zhuge Feng? What do you think?" Zhuge Yun retorted, "Greetings, my lords. I'm Zhang Han Tian, the clan leader of the Zheng clan leader in the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory. I apologize for our lack of hospitality. Please forgive us." Zhang Han Tian formally bowed again to pay respect to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. If he had known their identities earlier, he would have been even more respectful. When Zhang Han Tian bowed and Yuan Ming Yuan was about to follow suit, Zhuge Yun scoffed. Zhuge Yun raised her hand as a sword shot out toward Yuan Ming Yun. Those in the know would be able to tell that the sword was the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's legendary and precious sword, the Wuxia Celestial Sword. It was naturally not the famous Wuxia sword from Earth, a planet in the Yen Huang realm. It was an emperor-grade celestial weapon that the founders of the sect asked a weaponsmith to forge. In the past, the founders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had hired weaponsmiths to forge 10 emperor-grade celestial swords. They had traveled far and wide in various Devata realms to search for the necessary materials. Therefore, the 10 emperor-grade celestial swords in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were much more powerful than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. In fact, they were comparable to Devata artifacts. Moreover, a soulless Devata artifact was no match for them at all. Swoosh! The Wuxia celestial sword glowed red. It looked peculiar. There seemed to be blood vessels on it with blood constantly flowing through them. Meanwhile, after discovering the two celestial emperors were Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, Yuan Ming Yun knew he would have to face the consequences since he had offended them. As Yuan Ming Yun unleashed his celestial origin energy, without holding back to defend against Zhuge Yun's Wuxia celestial sword, he pleaded, "Lord Zhuge Yun, please have mercy." Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air as the energies from both sides collided. The Wuxia celestial sword continued on its path toward Yuan Ming Yun after breaching his defenses. At this moment, Yuan Ming Yun's eyes glinted as his celestial origin energy surged and seemed to intensify. Following that, he hurriedly brought out celestial talismans and quickly crushed them. Whoosh! A defensive barrier created from the numerous talismans was instantly erected in front of Yuan Ming Yun and deflected Zhuge Yun's Wuxia celestial sword. After deflecting the sword, the barrier trembled violently before it disappeared. As expected of a clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, I didn't expect to see so many high-grade defensive celestial talismans, Zhuge Yun said airily as she looked at Yuan Mingyun disdainfully. Meanwhile, the Mo-Xie celestial sword returned to Zhuge Yun's hand. Lord Zhuge Yun, how did I offend you? Why must you kill me? Although Yuan Mingyuan possessed many defensive celestial talismans, he still felt frightened and vulnerable when he saw the killing intent in Zhuge Yun's eyes that did not abate at all. Moreover, Zhuge Yun had Zhuge Feng by her side now. If both of them joined forces, all his defensive celestial talismans would be useless. The celestial talismans could only defend against ordinary celestial emperors at most. Moreover, the number of attacks the barrier could withstand was not infinite. You want to kill my Mo-Xie progeny's only disciple. How could I spare you? Zhuge Yun scoffed. Yuan Mingyuan was shocked upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words. His expression turned grave immediately. The 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox that he wanted to kill was the only disciple of the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sex Mo-Xie progeny? Since Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were rather famous, the progenies they belonged to were known to everyone as well. Apart from that, people also knew the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo-Xie progeny never had disciples at all. Now that Yuan Mingyun learned that the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had become the only disciple of the Mo-Xie progeny, he knew he could no longer kill the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox today. He would have to scheme and do it in secret. He also had to make sure not to leave any traces that would lead back to him. Otherwise, a disaster would fall on the Phantom Fox clan's Yuan clan. Zhuge Yun might not be capable of annihilating his clan alone, but with Zhuge Feng it would not be a difficult feat at all. Since Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng were twins, would Zhuge Feng do nothing to help his sister? Yuan Mingyun's expression was dark as he was lost in thoughts. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuge Feng disappeared into thin air and reappeared behind Yuan Mingyun. A sword cry rang in the air as Zhuge Feng raised his hand. A sword shot out toward Yuan Mingyun immediately. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingyuan did not even notice Zhuge Feng was behind him, since his attention was focused on Zhuge Yun. As expected, just like that, he was killed by Zhuge Feng. How fast! Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim when he saw Zhuge Feng move. Zhuge Feng's speed was not inferior to the speed of the teleportation profundity, so one could imagine just how terrifyingly fast Zhuge Feng's speed that was boosted by the law of wind was. He thought to himself, his speed is too fast. With his speed, it's not difficult for him to catch up to me even if I use the teleportation profundity. Yuan Mingyun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan leader of the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory, was killed in a blink of an eye before Zhanghan Tian and the other elders. All of them, apart from Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, did not dare to move a muscle at all when they witnessed Yuan Mingyun's death. Since the twins were capable of killing Yuan Mingyun, it would be no harder than flicking their fingers if the twins wanted to kill them. Zhanghan Tian gulped. He did not expect to watch his rival for so many years die before his eyes. Despite being rivals, they were in the same clan after all. He could not help but feel sympathetic over Yuan Mingyun's death. Nevertheless, he did not want to end up like his rival, so he said resolutely, "My lords, the Zhang clan will never harm Miss Huaner." Zhanghan Tian was relieved that he was not very insistent about killing the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Although the appearance of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Du clan might pose a threat to the Zhang clan, the relationship between both clans was not as tense compared to the Yuan clan. If he truly harbored hatred toward Huaner, he would not have been able to suppress his killing intent when he saw Huaner's true form. At this moment, Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, hurriedly said in earnest, "My lords, the Yuan clan will never ever attack the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox as well." He looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun fearfully as he spoke. Yuan Mingyun was one of the two strongest members of the main Phantom Fox clan's Yuan clan in the Heavenly Territory. His strength was almost comparable to that of a titled Celestial Emperor, and yet he had been so easily killed by Zhuge Feng. Although Zhuge Feng's attack was a sneak attack, the Phantom Fox clan members present on the scene knew if Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun joined forces, Yuan Mingyun would still not be a match for them. Let alone one Yuan Mingyun, even if they were 10 Yuan Mingyun, they still would not be a match for Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun if they joined forces. Since they were aware of this, even after Yuan Mingyun's death, Zhang Han Tian and the others could only submit to the twins out of fear of the twins venting their anger on them. From today onward, if I find out any of you dare to plot against Huaner, I'll annihilate your entire clan, Zhuge Yun said as her eyes glinted coldly while stared at Zhang Han Tian and the others. Rest assured, my lord. Even if our Zhang clan has 100 times the courage, we still won't dare to plot against Miss Huaner, Zhang Han Tian said with a bitter smile on his face. My lord, the same goes for the Yuan clan as well, Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, hurriedly added. It was as though he was afraid Zhuge Yun would attack him if he was slow to reply. I hope you'll keep your promises. Zhuge Yun stared at Zhang Han Tian and the rest sternly before she, Zhuge Feng, Duanling Tian, Huaner turned around and left. Only when the group of domineering people left that Zhang Han Tian and the others regained their senses. All of them could only smile bitterly. Clan leader, it seems the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox is the woman I sent Zhang Jinyi to investigate. I heard them calling them Huaner. Zhang Pingyi, the grand elder of the Zhang clan, said as realization dawned on him. There's no point in bringing this up now. I didn't expect this generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had joined the prestigious Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Zhang Hantian shook his head. If it was not absolutely necessary, he did not want to provoke or offend the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Moreover, Zhuge Yun could be considered as one of the most powerful people in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. All of them heaved a sigh of relief, having escaped death. Following that, Yuan Yu bade farewell to Zhang Han Tian and led his clan members back. Their clan was in a crisis now that their clan leader had been killed. The clan would definitely be in chaos for some time. After the people from the Yuan clan had left, Zhang Pingye's eyes gleamed as he said, Clan leader, the Yuan clan just lost their leader. It's going to be chaotic for them. Why don't we seize the opportunity and gain control of their celestial crystal veins? Although the Zhang clan and Yuan clan were members of the Phantom Fox clan and were usually united against outsiders, there were many small disputes between them. We, naturally, can't let go of such a good opportunity, Zhang Han Tian said as his eyes glinted. His expression turned solemn as he continued to say to Zhang Pingyi, Grand Elder, pass down my order. From today onward, all members of the Zhang clan are prohibited from hunting down the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. In fact, if anyone sees the members of the Yuan clan trying to the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, they must help her with all their might. If they're no match for the people from the Yuan clan, report it to me immediately. Zhang Han Tian looked in the direction where the Yuan clan was located meaningfully as he continued to say, I hope the members of the Yuan clan will not give up and plot against the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If we're able to help the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, we might be able to establish a relationship with the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. A hint of expectation could be seen gleaming in his eyes as he said, It seems like I should prepare a grand gift to the Du clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven to congratulate them. Meanwhile, after leaving the main Phantom Fox clan's estate in the heavenly territory, Zhuge Yun said, Duanling Tian, although there aren't titled celestial emperors in the Phantom Fox clan's estate, it doesn't mean there aren't any out there. The Phantom Fox clan has existed for so many years. They must have incredibly powerful elites in the spirit overarching territory. To be precise, they're likely at the center of the spirit overarching heaven. Therefore, it's unwise for us to completely annihilate the Phantom Fox clan for now unless they cross the line. Chills ran up Duanling Tian's spine when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. Her words indicated that it crossed her mind to annihilate the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory? No matter what, the Phantom Fox clan was still a grade 1 force. At this moment, he acutely felt his weakness even though his strength had improved tremendously. He was still a far cry from Zhuge Yun. After he calmed down, he replied, Senior, this is more than enough. I think the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act against Huaner anymore. Are there any other places you want to go next? Zhuge Yun asked Duanling Tian. No, Duanling Tian shook his head. We can return now. However, as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Huaner looked at him and said, Brother Ling Tian, I want to look for my mother. Upon hearing Huana's words, Duanling Tian felt distressed for her. He looked at Zhuge Yun and said, Senior, can we return to the Phantom Fox clan here to ask about Huana's mother's whereabouts? Zhuge Yun nodded in response. She was more than willing to help Huaner find her mother since Huaner was her Moxia progeny's disciple. Moreover, she was rather satisfied with her disciple. Needless to say, since Zhuge Yun had agreed to accompany Duanling Tian and Huaner, Zhuge Feng would definitely follow suit. He would not allow his twin sister to wander outside of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect alone. Zhang Han Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan, certainly did not expect Duanling Tian and the others would return so soon. He greeted them respectfully and led them into the Zhang clan's main hall. He looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun and asked respectfully, "My lords, is there anything I can do for you?" Upon seeing Zhuge Yun looking at Duanling Tian, Zhang Han Tian shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian as well. Duanling Tian bluntly asked, "Clan leader Zhang, do you know Du Xian from the Du clan?" Du Xian. Zhang Han Tian's expression changed upon hearing these words. "My lord, why would you ask about Du Xian? Do you know her?" Du Xian is Huaner's mother. Duanling Tian glanced at Huaner before shifted his gaze back to Zhang Han Tian. Based on clan leader Zhang's expression, it seems like you know Huaner's mother. She's really Du Xian's daughter. Zhang Han Tian's expression was complex. He said with a sigh, "This must be karma." Karma? Duanling Tian frowned. Huaner, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, could not help but ask Zhang Han Tian, "You know my mother?" "Of course. There's no one in the Phantom Fox clan who doesn't know your mother." Zhang Han Tian smiled wryly. "In fact, your mother and I were childhood friends. Before the Du clan migrated from the spirit overarching heaven to the Jade Emperor heaven, the Du clan's estate was located near the Zhang clan and Yuan clan's estates. She was a beauty." His eyes seemed to soften and were filled with nostalgia when he spoke. Du Xian was a fascinating beauty. At one point, even Zhang Han Tian had tried to court her. Alas, she had rejected him. However, it did not negatively affect their friendship. After Du Xian was expelled from the Du clan, she left the Jade Emperor heaven and returned to the spirit overarching heaven to ask him for help. However, he really did not expect Du Xian's daughter to be the Thousand Phantoms ice fox that would only appear once every 1,000,000 years. "Now that I had a closer look, I have to say you really resemble your mother. However, you resemble your father more. You're much more beautiful than your mother," Zhang Han Tian said. "Why, you know my father as well?" Huaner's eyes widened. She was overwhelmed with emotions when she heard these words. "Your mother went to look for your father." Zhang Han Tian sighed. "I don't know if they're still alive. After all, they had provoked a heaven-grade force, and there's no way that heaven-grade force would forgive them." "A heaven-grade force?" Duanling Tian frowned. He did not expect Huaner's mother to be involved with a heaven-grade force. When the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was in their prime, they were also a heaven-grade force. "Clan leader Zhang, can you explain further?" Duanling Tian asked solemnly. Zhang Han Tian's words so far did not explain much and left Duanling Tian confused. How did Huaner's mother and father get involved and provoke a heaven-grade force? Huaner's mother, Du Xian, was the most beautiful woman in our Phantom Fox clan. She had countless pursuers in the clan, and I was one of them as well, Zhang Han Tian said. However, the man who successfully captured her heart wasn't a member of the clan. He was a proud prodigy from a heaven-grade force. However, this isn't the main point. The point is this proud prodigy already had a pending arranged marriage to a female prodigy from another heaven-grade force. Since he annulled the arranged marriage, he had completely provoked the force he belonged to. Not only was he expelled, the force he belonged to even handed him over to the female prodigy's force. Du Xian came to look for me at that time to get information. All that I told you is the information I found for her. Afterward, all I know is that she went to that heaven-grade force to look for your father." He looked at Huaner and continued to say, "I didn't expect both of them to have a daughter, and their daughter turns out to be the Thousand Phantoms ice fox. Karma. This is really karma." He shook his head after he finished speaking. Zhang Han Tian remembered that not long after Du Xian left, the Du clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven instantly announced her expulsion from the clan because they feared retaliation from the heaven-grade force the female prodigy belonged to. If the Du clan finds out that the Thousand Phantoms ice fox they have been searching for is Du Xian's daughter, I wonder what their reactions would be like. Although the Phantom Fox clan knew that a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared, they only knew the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was from the Du clan. No one knew the identity of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Which heaven-grade force is it? Duanling Tian asked Zhang Han Tian when he saw Huaner's face turn pale after listening to Zhang Han Tian's words. Du Xian went to the heavenly pool palace of the boundless heaven. Miss Huaner's father was handed over to them by the force he belonged to, Zhang Han Tian said as he glanced at Huaner. The heavenly pool palace? Duanling Tian and Huaner did not react much upon hearing the name since they were not familiar with it. However, Zhuge Yun's expression changed drastically. Even Zhuge Feng's expression was grim at this moment. Duanling Tian had turned to look at the twins to ask about the heavenly pool palace when he saw the expressions on their faces. Based on their expressions, he knew the twins not only knew about the force, but the force had to be extraordinary as well. Nevertheless, he still asked, Seniors, based on your expressions, is it safe to assume that the heavenly pool palace is very strong? Duanling Tian. Zhuge Yun's expression eased before she smiled wryly and said, The heavenly pool palace is an upper-middle-class heaven-grade force. However, what's formidable about them isn't the strength of their titled celestial emperors, but the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the Devata realm, is their palace master's biological maternal grandfather. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven ranks in the top 10 among the 81 heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. This is the reason the heavenly pool palace is formidable. Before Duanling Tian could speak, Zhang Han Tian smiled wryly and added, Moreover, the woman who was arranged to be married to Miss Huana's father is the youngest daughter of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. It's said that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven favors this granddaughter of his very much. The heavenly emperor of the boundless was naturally furious when Miss Huana's father cancelled the marriage. This is the reason the force that Miss Huaner's father belonged to had to expel him and hand him over to the heavenly pool palace. It was clear that he knew quite a lot about Du Xian's matter. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven ranks in the top 10 among the 81 heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. It had been almost 200 years since Duanling Tian ascended to a Devata realm, therefore, he had some knowledge about Devata realms. He knew about the rankings for the heavenly emperors of the 81 Devata realms even though he had never seen the ranking before. There was no doubt that a heavenly emperor was the strongest in the Devata realm he or she ruled. One could only imagine how powerful a heavenly emperor who managed to rank in the top 10 was. Being able to rank in the top 10 means he's one of the 10 strongest heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors. Duanling Tian could not help but gasp inwardly when he thought about the strength of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Huana. Duanling Tian could sense Huana's turbulent emotions, so he held her hands. Zhang Han Tian said to Zhuge Yun, Du Xian's man was from the heavenly sword mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. My lord, you should know that it's a sword celestial sect. Zhuge Yun nodded. The former heavenly emperors of the solitary destructive heaven were mostly sword celestials. For these reasons, many sword celestials prosper in the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly sword mountain is one of the 2 strongest sword celestial forces in the solitary destructive heaven. The solitary destructive heaven? Duanling Tian felt his heart sink slightly when the solitary destructive heaven was mentioned. He was reminded of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Because of him, Feng Qingyang had gotten into trouble. Although he had never met Feng Qingyang, he sincerely treated Feng Qingyang as his master. When he was in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy, the Sovereign Heartsword. When he told Zhuge Feng he could not accept Zhuge Feng as his master, it was all because of Feng Qingyang. Cold killing intent flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes as he thought to himself, I hope that Senior Feng Qingyang survives the Azura Hell. Otherwise, not only will I kill Yun Qingyan, but I'll annihilate the entire Yun clan as well. Anyway, this is all I know. Zhang Han Tian smiled wryly. Then, he looked at Huaner and advised her, Girl, with your strength now, there's nothing you can do to help your parents. However, I can tell you for sure your mother is still alive. After he finished speaking, he took a soul pearl out and handed it to Huaner. This soul pearl belongs to your mother. Mother. Tears began to well up in Juana's eyes as she held onto the soul pearl tightly. Girl, I suggest that you don't act recklessly before you become a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Han Tian could tell that Juaner could not wait to rush to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven to look for Du Xian, so he decided to remind her. Thank you, clan leader Zhang. After Duanling Tian expressed his gratitude, he held Juaner's hand and left with Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. A heavy atmosphere lingered around the quartet even after they left the Phantom Fox clan. Brother Ling Tian, I want to go to the boundless heaven, Juaner said to Duanling Tian. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded. He understood Juaner's feelings, so he did not object to it, especially when she was probably only going there to obtain information. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhuge Yun said vehemently, No. With your current strength, you're only seeking death if you go to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven now. Senior. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. He wanted to persuade Zhuge Yun to let them go. However, Zhuge Yun interjected, I understand Juaner's feelings, but you can't go. Why don't we return to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect first? Both of you stay in the sect while my brother and I will go to the boundless heaven to obtain information. Upon hearing her words, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. It was great that the duo was willing to go to the boundless heaven to help Juaner. Since they could kill a titled celestial emperor if they joined forces, it should not be difficult for them to gather information about the heavenly pool palace. Thank you, seniors. Duanling Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude. After all, Zhuge Yun was not obligated to help them, but she did so anyway. He felt indebted to her. Zhuge Yun turned to Juaner and said, Juaner, Zhuge Feng and I will go to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven to investigate your parents' whereabouts. If your mother isn't imprisoned by them, I'll bring her back to you. Thank you, progeny leader. Juaner thanked Zhuge Yun sincerely. As they traveled to the Devata realm transporting formation to bring them back to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Nando territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duanling Tian could not help but ask, Senior, have you heard about Azura Hell? One of the 7 deadliest places in all Devata realms. Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun's expression changed upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Even Zhuge Feng's expression had a slight change. Duanling Tian, why are you asking about the Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun asked. An elder of mine was forced to escape into the Azura Hell, Duanling Tian replied with a bitter smile on his face. The Azura Hell is known as one of the most treacherous places among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. It's said that only heavenly emperors who rank in the top 3 are capable of surviving in the Azura Hell, and that's under the condition that they don't venture too deep into the Azura Hell, Zhuge Yun said gravely, unless that elder of yours has become a god. It's unlikely that he can survive the Azura Hell. After a beat, Zhuge Yun suddenly said, Wait, I heard recently there's someone who managed to come out from the Azura Hell, even though he hasn't become a god. In fact, he even ventured deep into the Azura Hell. Who is it? Duanling Tian asked curiously with a hopeful expression on his face. Since someone who was not a god managed to escape from the Azura Hell, there was a chance that Feng Qingyang could survive as well. It's Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Zhuge Yun said. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duanling Tian froze. He did not expect the person who survived the Azura Hell would be Feng Qingyang. He seemed to be in a daze as he asked, Senior, are you sure Senior Feng Qingyang came out from the Azura Hell? Yes. Zhuge Yun nodded. A hint of reverence could be seen in her eyes as she said, Not only did he survive the Azura Hell, but he even returned to the solitary destructive heaven to kill the heavenly emperor who usurped his position. Duanling Tian could not conceal his joy and relief when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. All this time he had been feeling guilty because it was his fault that Feng Qingyang had gotten into trouble. After finding out that Feng Qingyang had left the Azura Hell alive, he felt as though a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. At this time, the quartet finally arrived at the Devata realm transporting formation. It did not take long before they returned to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. Meanwhile, during the entire journey, Duanling Tian kept thinking if he should visit Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, he could possibly ask for Feng Qingyang to help with Juaner's matter. However, he eventually dismissed that idea. Senior Feng Qingyang is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, I'm sure he has left many of his legacies behind, and he has many inheritors of his legacies. I'm probably one of many. Moreover, the legacy I inherited is from the mundane realm, so it's probably not that important. Apart from that, just because I ask for a favor, it doesn't mean he'd agreed to it. He's a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm after all. After returning to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun immediately left for the boundless heaven while Duan Lingtian and Huana stayed in the sect. Huaner, don't worry, your mother will be fine. After Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left, Duan Lingtian brought Huaner to the Ganjiang Peak. He consoled her as they climbed up the peak. Brother Lingtian, what about my father? Do you think he's fine as well? In the past, all she knew was her mother. She did not know anything about her father. Now that she learned more about her father, it was only natural that she began to think and worry about him as well. I'm sure he'll be fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, after all he did was cancel the marriage arrangement. They can't just take his life because of that, right? It's likely that they only imprisoned him in the heavenly pool palace to make him reflect on his mistake. Despite his words, he was, in fact, not that optimistic. The heavenly pool palace was not an ordinary heaven-grade force since they had the support of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Otherwise, the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly sword mountain would not have handed Huaner's father to the heavenly palace pool. Duan Lingtian continued to console Huaner. Huaner, what you can do now is to cultivate while we wait for the return of the two progeny leaders. If your father is truly imprisoned, it'd be quite impossible for your mother to rescue him on her own. You need to improve your strength in order to help her. Naturally, I'll help you as well. Huana grew calmer after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Her eyes shone with determination as she said, Brother Lingtian, I must become stronger. Since the beginning, Huaner did not place much importance on growing stronger. When Duan Lingtian was weaker, she was only motivated to grow stronger so she could help him. However, after Duan Lingtian had surpassed her, she had begun to neglect her cultivation. Needless to say, now that she found out the predicament her parents were in, she was determined to grow stronger. I'll accompany you. Let's cultivate together, Duan Lingtian replied. Before Zhuge Feng left, he had told Duan Lingtian that he could cultivate anywhere in Ganjiang Peak. Since Zhuge Feng was not around, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huaner, it was empty. Moreover, since it was just the duo cultivating, the heaven and spirit earth energy was better than that at the Taya Peak. After exploring for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered a damaged stone platform midway up Ganjiang Peak. Further in the damaged stone platform was a cave. Inside the cave, there was a dusty chamber. Clearly, this place used to be a place for cultivation. Since it was secluded, he decided to cultivate here. Swoosh! 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 A gust of wind stirred up in the chamber with a wave of Duan Lingtian's hand, clearing the dust away. Then he said, Huaner, let's cultivate here. Duan Lingtian sat crossed-legged on a stone bed in the chamber with Huaner next to him and began to cultivate. When he cultivated, he released the heaven and earth spirit energy just enough to surround him and Huaner. Since he could not constantly maintain the output of the heaven and earth spirit energy while he was cultivating, he had asked the world-cleansing divine water for help. In his little word, the divine tree of life had grown even bigger. At this moment, the two Ning dragons were lying under the divine tree of life, looking as though they were asleep. However, the fact was they were cultivating. Meanwhile, 5 energies of different colors that belonged to the 5 divine elements revolved around it. All the 5 divine elements in his body had already evolved to their 6th form. However, it would be difficult for them to further evolve to their 7th form through the heaven and earth spirit energy, which he obtained from the remnant of a realm of gods, in his little world. The only way for them to evolve now was to devour another divine element. Naturally, the divine elements could only devour divine elements similar to them. For example, the profound divine metal could only devour other profound divine metals to evolve. Devouring other divine elements would be useless. It was also for this reason Duan Lingtian did not have to worry there would be internal fighting between the 5 divine elements in his body. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little Tian, I've spoken to the Ning dragons. They're willing to acknowledge you as their master only if you promise to return their freedom to them after you've become a god. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as soon as he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, after you become a god, they won't be able to help you anyway, so I think you should agree to their condition. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to agree to the two Ning dragons' conditions. While Huaner was immersed in her cultivation, Duan Ling Tian and the Ning dragons in his little world made a pact under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water. With the pact, both parties would not be able to go back on their words. After it was done, the two Ning dragons roared to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as their master. Alas, Duan Ling Tian could not understand them at all. However, it was not important. It did not matter if they could not understand each other as long as the Ning dragons understood when or who he wanted them to attack. After dealing with the Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and began to cultivate. After a year, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun finally returned. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the twins, he looked at Zhuge Yun and asked without beating around the bush, "Senior, did you find out anything?" Zhuge Yun glanced at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, before she said, "Huaner's father is still alive." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words. Zhuge Yun continued to say, "There's good news and bad news." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner stiffened immediately. Zhuge Yun bluntly said, "Huaner's mother is also imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's expressions drastically changed. This was indeed bad news. In other words, both of Huaner's parents were imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. "Senior, do you know their exact location in the Heavenly Pool Palace?" Duan Ling Tian asked Zhuge Yun. He knew the Heavenly Pool Palace's treatment of Huaner's parents would not be good. They were not guests but prisoners. "I have no idea." Zhuge Yun shook her head. "We've tried using the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's name to visit the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace to find out more. I tried probing him with words, but he clearly avoided talking about the matter. Huaner's parents are probably not treated very well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, as you may have guessed." Huaner's beautiful limpid eyes were filled with anxiety when she heard Zhuge Yun's words. Even Duan Ling Tian's expression was grim at this moment. Although Huaner's parents were alive, there was no doubt they were suffering. Although he had already guessed her parents would not be treated well, he did not know the extent of her parents' mistreatment by the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this moment, Huaner looked at Duan Ling Tian and said resolutely, "Brother Ling Tian, I want to go to the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Huaner will definitely go to the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, we have to have a plan in place. We can't act recklessly. It would only be counterproductive if we act rashly. Even the progeny leaders couldn't find out much. It's useless if we were to go there right now," Duan Ling Tian said, trying to dissuade Huaner from going to the Heavenly Palace pool now. Huaner fell silent upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. She knew he was right. At this moment, Zhuge Yun said, "If you really want to go to the Heavenly Pool Palace, it's not completely impossible. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Pool Palace would recruit disciples from outside. What I want to say is that they'll be recruiting disciples after 20 years. Those who are under the age of 1,000 and are capable of passing their tests would be accepted as disciples. The tests are based on one's cultivation base and age. With your strength and young age, both of you shouldn't have a problem joining the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Join the Heavenly Pool Palace?" Huaner's eyes lit up again. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. Although it was a rather good solution, he did not feel it was the right thing to do since he had just joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Zhuge Feng, who seemed to be able to see through Duan Ling Tian's dilemma, looked at Duan Ling Tian appreciatively. Zhuge Yun said with a smile, "Duan Ling Tian, your main reason for joining the Heavenly Pool Palace is only for Huaner's parents, nothing more. You will still remain a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and the Ganjiang progeny. We will always welcome you back to the sect." "Thank you, Senior." Duan Ling Tian was truly appreciative of Zhuge Yun's words and accepted her good intentions. Thank you, progeny leader, Huana said solemnly as she looked at Zhuge Yun. I, Huana, will forever be a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Moxia progeny. This will never change no matter what. The same goes for me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although their time in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was short, the sect felt like home to them due to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's kindness. The sect felt like a home they could always return to no matter where they went. Now go on. Zhuge Yun casually threw a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian before she waved her hand and said, During our return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, we have already foreseen you leaving to the boundless heaven. The things in this spatial ring will be able to help during critical moments. After Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he discovered there were dozens of celestial talismans in the ring. There was no doubt the celestial talismans given to him by Zhuge Yun were extraordinary. His expression turned solemn again. Before Duan Ling Tian and Huana left, Zhuge Yun reminded them the Heavenly Pool Palace is located in the boundless territory of the boundless heaven. You can get to the Heavenly Pool Palace through the Devata Realm transporting formation. The Heavenly Pool Palace covers a vast area. All you need to do is ask around to get to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The Boundless Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. The Boundless Territory is the largest territory in the Boundless Heaven. It was also a place where most powerhouses were gathered. Celestial emperors and celestial lords were a dime in a dozen in the Boundless Territory. The east region of the Boundless Territory was ruled by the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven. However, it was not comparable to the other heaven-grade forces. Its strength was mediocre at best. However, it was famous among its peers in the Boundless Heaven due to its connection to the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was the grandson of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Since it had the backing of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, naturally even stronger heaven-grade forces would avoid offending the Heavenly Pool Palace as long as it did not cross the line. There were 12 years left before the commencement of the selection of disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace that took place every 1,000 years. Therefore, many people had already arrived at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. There were men and women from various backgrounds. Some came with their elders and some came alone. The only commonality they shared was they were all under the age of 1,000. This was the only requirement to join the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As long as one was under the age of 1,000, one would be able to participate regardless of one's cultivation base. After all, each participant's test was set according to their cultivation bases and ages. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were standing a distance away from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. He looked at her and said reassuringly, "We have another 12 years to go. Let's find a place to settle down and cultivate for 12 years, before we participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple selection." Huaner nodded slightly in response as her gaze remained fixated on the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. However, since the estate was shrouded by a cloud of mist, only a vague silhouette of the estate could be seen. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian held Huaner's hand and pulled her away. He knew if he did not bring her away, she would stand here all day long staring at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate where her parents were imprisoned. The duo traveled for a while before they arrived at a mountain range. Duan Ling Tian set off to work immediately by carving out a cave at the side of a cliff, preparing to go into closed-door cultivation for the next 12 years. When Duan Ling Tian was about to start cultivating, he could see Huaner's body trembling from her overwhelming and raging emotions. He quickly said to her, "Huaner, calm down. How are you going to cultivate in such a state?" "Brother Ling Tian, I have a strong gut feeling that my parents are in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. I can acutely feel the restlessness of the blood in my veins." Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he tried to console her. "Even so, we have to wait for 12 years before we can enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huaner, listen to me and try to calm down so you can cultivate. If our performances are outstanding during the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it'd be easier for us to catch the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The higher their ranks and authority, the more matters they'd be privy to." After listening to Duan Ling Tian's persuasion, Huana forced herself to calm down. It did not take long before she was immersed in her cultivation. Upon seeing this, Duan Tian was naturally relieved. Following that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate as well. Since they were in a foreign and open place, Duan Tian had asked the world divine cleansing water to set up a formation that would block the fluctuating energies from their cultivation. This was to avoid others from discovering the secrets of his little world. It doesn't matter if no one would be able to claim my little world or snatch away the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world. I'd still die if someone discovers the secrets of my little world. Duan Tian was very certain of this. He continued thinking to himself, my current cultivation base is too low. I must break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord after 12 years. He had only broken through and become a 3-talent celestial lord when he was in the genius secret realm's god's secret treasure. Duan Tian was aware that the majority of his current strength was mostly from the law of space and the powers of the 5 divine elements. For inhabitants of Devata realms, 12 years passed by in just a blink of an eye. Now that 12 years had passed, the crowd outside the heavenly pool palace had grown even bigger. There were men, women, young men, middle-aged men, and even the elderly. There was an eye-catching group that was led by a skinny old lady who was dressed in a loose gray robe. Although her skinny frame made her look fragile, the keenness in her eyes made one felt as though she could see through one's thoughts. At this moment, she swept her eyes across the crowd gathered outside of the heavenly pool palace's estate and introduced herself. I'm Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the heavenly pool palace's sword trial pavilion. Upon hearing these words, the crowd furtively whispered among themselves. She's the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion? The heavenly pool palace's sword trial pavilion is responsible for the selection of disciples and inner disciples. However, the pavilion master rarely oversees the selection of disciples in the past. I wonder why she's making an appearance this time. Lei Ying? She's known as the merciless celestial emperor, right? That's right. She's one of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. The title she was given was merciless. Not only is she pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion, but she's also the vice palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Rumor has it that she's really strong and that she has killed 5 titled celestial emperors. I heard that the merciless celestial emperor is one of the 5 strongest powerhouses in the heavenly pool palace. There were many people who wore a bitter smile on their faces when they saw Lei Ying would be personally overseeing the selection of disciples. Heavens! Her title is rather apartment. I heard she's notoriously ruthless. It seems like this time she'll be personally overseeing the selection of disciples. There's no doubt the tests would be much more stringent compared to the past. She oversaw the selection of disciples once 10,000 years ago. Apparently, the disciples that were accepted were not even 20% of the usual number. Why are we so unfortunate? Meanwhile, Duan Tian, who was standing among the crowd, narrowed his eyes when he heard Lei Ying's introductions. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion? 12 years ago, when Duan Tian had just arrived in the boundless heaven, he had gathered and studied information about the heavenly pool palace. Therefore, he was rather familiar with all the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. Lei Ying was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the heaven pool palace. In regard to strength, her strength was ranked in the top 5 among the 9 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. Following that, Duan Tian said to Huaner, who was standing next to him, Huaner, we're in luck. The pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion rarely oversees the selection of disciples. If we perform brilliantly, we'll definitely catch her attention. If she accepts us as her disciples, with her status, it won't be difficult for us to find more information about your parents. Today, Huaner did not wear a bamboo hat. However, she still wore a veil to conceal her face to avoid unwanted attention and trouble. Alas, due to her overwhelming beauty, the veil did very little to conceal her beauty. At this time, Lei Ying said again, I'll be setting up an age detection formation that covers a 3-mile radius soon. At that time, those who are above 1,000 years old who have yet to leave would be instantly killed. A terrifying killing intent flashed in her eyes when she finished speaking. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, those elders who had accompanied their juniors here hastily left the range of the formation. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000-strong crowd was reduced to only 6,000 people. 6,000 participants were considered little. After all, those who were not confident would not waste their time participating in the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Usually, out of 6,000 people, only 600 people would be selected. However, since Lei Ying was personally overseeing the selection this time, it would be considered good if 100 people managed to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, Lei Ying brought a formation compass out. In just an instant, energy shrouded the 6,000 people within a 3-mile radius. As the formation scanned the ages of the people within its range, it did not sound any alarm at all. Therefore, she did not waste any more time and put the formation compass away. Subsequently, she looked at the 6,000 participants and said, "Now, you'll be divided according to your age. Those who are under the age of 100, head to that side. Those between the ages of 100 to 200, that side. 300 to 400 years old, move to that side." In the end, Lei Ying divided the 6,000 people into 10 groups. Swoosh! 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 The 6,000 participants moved swiftly to the groups they belonged to. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Huane moved to the 200 to 300 years old age group. The number of people in each group varies. The largest group was those under the age of 100, while the smallest group was those between the ages of 900 and 1,000. It seems like there are many young people who want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duanling Tian was not surprised. After all, the younger one joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, the longer one would be able to enjoy the cultivation resources of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Those who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace before the age of 100 would undoubtedly have better achievements compared to those who joined when they were almost 1,000 years old. I'll repeat one more time. Those who are under the age of 100, move here. Those who are between the ages of 100 to 200, here. Lei Ying looked at the 10 groups of people. The tests for each group are different, so it's important that you're in the right age group. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, 6 people began to move to the group of those below the age of 100. Swoosh! Are they trying to cheat? Duanling Tian shook his head. He had a feeling those people would be in trouble soon. He did not think those people were under the age of 100. Otherwise, why would they only move to that age group after hearing that the tests would be based on one's age and cultivation base? After a dozen breaths, Lei Ying brought out a formation compass that was different from the one before. The formation compass hovered in the air as a ring of light appeared above each of the 10 groups. Soon enough, Duanling Tian noticed a ring of light appearing above at least a dozen of people's heads in the group of people under the age of 100. On the other hand, the rest of the groups did not have any abnormalities. A young man standing near Duanling Tian looked at the dozen people with a ring of light above their heads with a sympathetic expression as he said, "Fools! Did they not study the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace? They're seeking death." As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lei Ying's gaze fell on the dozen people. She said in a deceptively nonchalant tone, 13 of you have failed." The 13 people wore varying expressions of gloominess on their faces as soon as they heard Lei Ying's words. As they moved to leave, a middle-aged man standing behind Lei Ying suddenly stepped forward in the air. The middle-aged raised his hand, and in just an instant 13 waves of energy swept out toward the 13 people. The 13 people tried to deflect the attacks with all their might, but they were all killed by the middle-aged man's attacks in just a blink of an eye. "A celestial emperor!" Duanling Tian exclaimed inwardly. He could tell the middle-aged man was a celestial emperor. On the other hand, the strongest among the 13 participants was only a 2-talent celestial lord. How could it be possible for them to withstand the attacks from a celestial emperor? Although the middle-aged man had only attacked casually, there were many people who were shocked and frightened. Those who planned to cheat and moved to the under 100 years old group earlier felt their backs drenched in cold sweat. If they had acted on their thoughts, they would have died. "Go," Lei Ying said curtly. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Duanling Tian and the other participants saw 10 figures stepping out from behind her. The middle-aged man who had attacked earlier was among these 10 people as well. Unlike the others, the middle-aged man made his way to the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1,000. The expressions of the participants in the 900 to 1000 age group changed drastically when they saw the middle-aged man approaching them with a fierce expression on his face. Each of the 10 people had made their way to a group. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air as the 10 people attacked the respective age groups. Colorful energies sailed in the air as these 10 people attacked the participants. 7 celestial lords and 3 celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian sensed the 10 people's cultivation bases. The 3 celestial emperors were attacking the 3 groups of people above the age of 700, while the 7 celestial lords were attacking the 7 groups of people under the age of 700. The higher the age group, the stronger the celestial emperors or the celestial lords. For example, the group Duan Ling Tian and Huaner belonged to was being attacked by a 6 combos celestial lord. Although the 6 combos celestial lord was rather strong and his comprehension of the law was good, he was no match for Huaner, let alone Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner through voice transmission, "Huaner, destroy his attacks." A 6 combos celestial lord was nothing to the duo. "Yes, brother Ling Tian." Huaner quickly attacked as instructed by Duan Ling Tian. The power from the law of space surged in the air in just an instant. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as Huaner easily destroyed the celestial lord's attacks. The 6 combos celestial lord was a young man. When his attacks were destroyed by Huaner, his expression changed drastically. After all, a person who was not even 300 years old managed to destroy his attacks. Although he did not attack with all his might, he had used about 80% of his strength after all. Since there were quite a lot of people in the group, the test would be too easy if he held back too much of his strength. Again, the young man narrowed his eyes as he attacked again. This time, he did not hold back his strength at all and specifically directed some of his attacks toward Huaner. Naturally, Huaner's performance did not escape Lei Ying's eyes. A surprised expression could be seen on her face as she looked at Huaner. Boom! Lei Ying continued to watch as Huaner attacked again. The powers from the law of space surged again and destroyed the young man's attacks like a bolt of lightning. The young man grunted from the impact of Huaner's attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unlike the other groups of people who were busy dealing with the attacks from the Heavenly Palace pool powerhouses, the people from Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's group looked at Huaner in a daze. How was this white-clad lady wearing a veil so powerful when she was not even 300 years old? Even the prodigies under 300 years old in the Heavenly Pool Palace were not as powerful as her, right? Excellent. Lei Ying was not angered at all that Huaner injured the young man. Instead, she seemed to be subconsciously cheering for Huaner as she looked at Huaner with bright eyes. She did not waste time and immediately said as she looked at Huaner, "You pass." Following that, Lei Ying directed Huaner to stand at the side, away from the people in her group. After all, with Huaner in the group, it would only hinder the Celestial Lord from testing the others since she could easily destroy his attacks. After the young man consumed a celestial pill to mend his injuries, he looked at Huaner with a slight hint of fear. Then, as he shifted his gaze back to Duan Ling Tian and the others, his eyes glinted coldly. His anger at this moment was palpable. It was obvious he was going to vent his anger on the remaining people in the group. Swoosh! The young man attacked again. He released his 6 combos Celestial Lord's energy that was boosted with the law he comprehended. No! He's venting his anger on us because he was injured by that white-clad woman. Why is he taking his anger out on us when it wasn't us who injured him? Then, do you think he's capable of seeking revenge from that white-clad woman to assuage his anger? He can only vent his anger on those weaker than him. Who's that woman? She's not even 300 years old. But she's clearly stronger than him. Not even the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace were as capable as her at her age, right? The people in Duan Ling Tian's group were under immense pressure as they tried to deflect and avoid the young man's attacks. Alas, they could only grit their teeth and continue to defend themselves. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally raised his hand nonchalantly. Boom! 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 Once again, the powers from the law of space surged in the air again. Soon after, a gray energy could be seen shooting toward the young man, destroying his attacks again. The young man who was injured once again cried out in pain before spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, compared to earlier, Lei Ying was even more shocked. Another talented monster appeared after one had just appeared not too long ago? Similar to before, the people in Duanling Tian's group were dumbfounded. Was the duo really not even 300 years old? Duanling Tian pointed at the place where Huaner was standing and took the initiative to ask Lei Ying, who was still in shock. "Senior, can I move to the side?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Lei Ying nodded blankly. She could easily tell the purple-clad young man was even stronger than the white-clad woman. When she saw Huaner holding on to Duanling Tian's arm, she realized the duo was acquainted. Who are they? Two monstrous talents who were no weaker than the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigies appeared together. How could Lei Ying not feel suspicious and wary? Meanwhile, a group of Heavenly Pool Palace disciples who were standing behind Lei Ying was also shocked by Duanling Tian's display of strength. So powerful! Are they really under the age of 300? Meanwhile, the poor young man, the 6 combos Celestial Lord, had taken another celestial pill to mend his injuries. Unfortunately, the recovery rate of the pill could not keep up with the injuries he had sustained. Lei Ying looked at the young man and said lightly, "Return and rest." "Yes, Pavilion Master." With this, a disciple stepped forward and substituted the young man. The disciple's expression was grim as he looked at the remaining participants warily. He was worried there would be another talented monster among this group of people. However, once he began to attack, he realized he had been worried for nothing. At this moment, Lei Ying looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner and asked in a lowered voice, "Who are both of you?" Duanling Tian feigned an expression of confusion on his face, as though he did not understand Lei Ying's words, and said, "Senior, what do you mean? We're sectless cultivators, so we came here today in hopes of joining the Heavenly Pool Palace." "What are your names?" Lei Ying asked. Duanling Tian replied before he replied on Huana's behalf as well. Then he asked, "Senior, is there a problem? Is the Heavenly Pool Palace rejecting us? In that case, we'll have to try our luck at another heaven-grade force." Then, he did not wait for Lei Ying's reply before he pulled Huana with him and flew away. Duanling Tian and Huana had only flown a couple of miles out when a voice rang in the air. "Come back." Upon seeing Duanling Tian and Huaner did not even look back when they left, clearly showing no signs of hesitance. The frown on Lei Ying's face eased. Then, she asked rhetorically, "Who said the Heavenly Pool Palace is rejecting you?" The purple-clad young man and white-clad woman in front of Lei Ying were even stronger than a 6 combos Celestial Lord, and yet they were not even 300 years old. Moreover, the 6 combos Celestial Lord they defeated was a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he was not a prodigy, he was still stronger than most ordinary 6 combos Celestial Lords. Even then, he was no match for the duo. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were less than 20 people with such capabilities under the age of 300. Therefore, she was suspicious of the duo. After all, with their strength, they should be highly coveted by other heaven-grade forces. It would be easy for the duo to join a heaven-grade force of their choosing. After Lei Ying stopped them from leaving, Duanling Tian said solemnly, "Senior, we choose the Heavenly Pool Palace because we're aware of the connection between the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Otherwise, we would have gone to another heaven-grade force." In the end, Lei Ying said, "As long as you perform well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll introduce you to the Heavenly Emperor when he visits our Heavenly Pool Palace." Although Lei Ying had suspected the duo's identities earlier, after further thoughts, she felt she had no reason to reject them regardless of their identities, since they did not break any rules when they participated in the test. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Huaner returned to their original spots at the side and watched the various groups defend against and withstand the attacks from the Celestial Emperors and Celestial Lords of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Eventually, some participants could no longer withstand the onslaught of attacks and vomited blood, causing them to be eliminated. After some time had passed, only 1,000 people remained out of 6,000 people. At the same time, the Celestial Emperors and Celestial Lords of the Heavenly Pool Palace also stopped their onslaught of attacks and retreated back to Lei Ying's side. Lei Ying glanced at the remaining participants as she said, "All of you have passed the first test. The second test will take place here as well, and everyone will still be divided into 10 groups. While Lei Ying was talking, Duanling Tian and Huaner returned to stand with the others from their group. Their group members enthusiastically greeted them when they returned. After all, even fools would be able to tell the duo would definitely be accepted into the Heavenly Pool Palace. They've achieved so much at such a young age. The Heavenly Pool Palace will definitely place great importance on them once they join the palace. How envious! What's there to be envious about when we're nowhere near as capable as they are? In any case, I'm convinced by their abilities. They're not even 300 years old. And yet, they're so strong. Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only a few people under the age of 300 who are as talented as them. All of you are missing a point. Both of them came to participate in the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace. This means they were sectless cultivators with no amazing resources like those in heaven-grade forces are provided with. They must have come across some fortuitous encounters. Even if that's the case, their innate talents and comprehension skills are monstrously high. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian nodded slightly in response to the greetings he received. As for Huaner, she did not even deign to look at those people. After a while, the second test started. The second test was to break out of an attack formation. The first 500 people to break out of the formation would qualify for the third test. Many of the participants' expressions turned gloomy when they heard Lei Ying announce the second test. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated but stayed back to watch felt relieved at this moment. They're going to eliminate half of the participants during the second test? Out of 1,000 people, only 500 people will advance to the next round. Even if I manage to pass the first few rounds, I doubt I'll be able to make it all the way to the end. The merciless Celestial Emperor really lives up to her title and reputation. It seems like less than 100 people would be chosen this time to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. In any case, compared to the first test, the second test is more direct. The stronger ones will definitely finish the test faster. Lei Ying arranged and divided 40 of her people into groups of 4. A group of examiners would surround each group of participants from all 4 corners. It was obvious the examiners were going to join forces to cast the attack formation. "Let's begin," Lei Ying said indifferently. The examiners in charge of their respective groups of participants began to cast the attack formations. Different energies surged and raged like the sea before they merged and swept toward the 1,000 participants who had been divided according to their ages. "You may begin." As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, 998 people out of 1,000 people charged out immediately, attempting to break out of the formation. However, as time passed, no one had succeeded yet. Up until now, Duanling Tian and Huana had not made their moves. Lei Ying was still confused by Duanling Tian and Huana's inaction when she suddenly saw Duanling Tian and Huana disappearing into thin air. When the duo reappeared, they were standing not far away from her. The teleportation profundity? Lei Ying narrowed her eyes. Although the 4 people in charge of casting the formation for Duanling Tian's group were only celestial lords, the laws they comprehended were strong. Unless one of them had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, it was impossible to teleport out of the formation cast by the celestial lords. In other words, she had no doubt one of them had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. After a while, Lei Ying looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner nonchalantly and said, "Both of you have violated the rules. You must break out of the formation on your own. You can't help another person. Which one of you used the teleportation profundity?" "I'll have to send the other person who didn't use the teleportation profundity back into the formation to retake the test." In fact, with Duanling Tian and Huaner's performances so far, they should have directly been accepted into the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, Lei Ying wanted to see their performance, so the duo had to continue with the tests. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Duanling Tian and Huaner exchanged a look. Then, without saying a word, Huaner teleported back into the formation before she teleported out again. Following that, before Lei Ying could even react, Duanling Tian also teleported back into the formation and teleported out again. Both of them comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Lei Ying was in shock. Not even in her wildest dreams did she expect such an outcome. Similarly, The group of the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples was also in shock and disbelief when they saw Duanling Tian and Huaner's performances. I really didn't expect we'll be able to see not one but two monstrous talents during this selection. When I was their age, I didn't even possess 10% of their capabilities. Me too. Needless to say, Duanling Tian and Huaner were both the first to pass the second test. Although Liang and the other members of the Heavenly Pool Palace were not surprised the duo had passed the test, they were shocked by the way the duo had left the formation. After 15 minutes had passed, one participant finally broke out of the formation. During this time, Duanling Tian observed the 10 attack formations and discovered each formation had different levels of intensity. Naturally, the formation for those under the age of 100 was the weakest, while the formation for those between 900 to 1000 years old was the strongest. Soon after, Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the participants in the 900 to 1000 age group. He muttered under his breath, 5 elemental celestial lords, 6 combos celestial lords. There are even 7 stars celestial lords. The strongest people from the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1000 were 7 stars celestial lords. However, the third person who broke out of the formation after Duanling Tian and Huaner, among this group of people was a 6 combos celestial lord. This 6 combos celestial lord was a young man dressed in green robes. His appearance and bearing were extraordinary. However, the faint smile on his face froze immediately as soon as he saw Duanling Tian and Huaner. They broke out of the formation so quickly? The green-clad young man thought to himself with a shocked expression on his face. However, when he recalled the duo's performances during the first test, he was no longer shocked. He thought to himself, clearly trying to console himself, based on their performances during the first test, it's only natural that the second test is easy for them as well. Moreover, the level of intensity of their group's formation isn't even 1/3 as intense as the formation for my group. However, the green-clad young man seemed to have conveniently forgotten the fact that Duanling Tian and Huaner were not even 300 years old while he was more than 900 years old. Liang looked at the young man and said lightly, "You performed well." Then she asked, "What's your name?" "Pavilion Master Lei. My name is Junhao Xian," the green-clad young man replied with a smile. Then, Liang only nodded in response before she shifted her attention back to the other participants. After another 15 minutes, the fourth person came out. Following that, more and more people began to come out from the formations. After about an hour, there were more than 200 participants who had successfully broken out of the attack formations. After another moment, the 500th and final person finally broke out of the attack formation. With these, the 40 examiners who cast the formations retreated to their positions. Meanwhile, those who failed to break out of the formations wore a gloomy expression on their faces. I failed. I was almost there. I was so close to leaving the formation. I was only a breath away from leaving the formation before that person did. Although many of the participants felt unwilling about being eliminated, there was nothing they could do about it. Those who failed the 2 tests outside of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not even enter the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Subsequently, an announcement rang in the air. The 500 participants who passed the second test may follow me into the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Led by Liang, Duanling Tian, Huaner, and the other participants made their way to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. On the other hand, the members of the Heavenly Pool Palace remained outside to evacuate those who might linger around. Meanwhile, after passing through the clouds, Duanling Tian finally had a good look at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The estate consisted of quite a few floating islands above a vast lake that was covered in a layer of thin mist. The lush greeneries on the islands looked like a utopia from afar. Soon enough, Duanling Tian and the other participants followed Liang and landed on one of the 16 floating islands. The third and final test will take place in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Liang led Duanling Tian and the other participants into one of the courtyards on the floating island in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. They were then brought into a pavilion. At this moment, there were many people surrounding the pavilions, watching with curiosity. Naturally, these people were members of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, how could they be here? Duanling Tian saw a plaque with the words, "The Sword Trial Pavilion," hung on the main entrance of the pavilion. The characters were neatly aligned as though they were printed. The sword trial pavilion was vast. Perhaps this place was the location to select and test disciples. It was rather empty. Pavilion Master. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the pavilion, 10 middle-aged and old men stood in a row waiting for Lei Ying and greeted her when she arrived with the participants in tow. Lei Ying nodded slightly before she said to the 10 men, "Bring them into the pavilion." Although Duan Lingtian and the other participants did not know why Lei Ying was not entering together with them, they obediently followed the 10 men into the sword trial pavilion. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, a tall young man dressed in blue robes flew over from the distance and landed next to Lei Ying. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he had an aura about him that made him seem amiable and warm. He asked without beating around the bush, "Lei Ying, I heard there are 2 highly talented participants this time? Su Lang, you're really well informed?" Lei Ying stared at the young man intently as she said, "The sword trial pavilion wants both of them, so don't even think about poaching them." Su Lang, the blue-clad young man, was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was given the title Verdant Prairie, and as a titled celestial emperor as well, he was naturally not inferior to Lei Ying. Earlier, Su Lang had received news about 2 monstrously talented participants who were not even 300 years but have strength comparable to a titled celestial lord. "Lei Ying, you're being too greedy." Su Lang shook his head. "You must let me have one of them. Don't forget the favor you owe me 1,000 years ago." Lei Ying scoffed. "You shouldn't have brought this matter up. Hearing it again makes my blood boil. That brat you threw to me was a good-for-nothing troublemaker. He even ended up offending the Heavenly Emperor. If I didn't let him die a miserable death, the Heavenly Emperor would have been displeased with me." 1,000 years ago, during the disciple selection for the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying did not oversee the selection of the disciples. Instead, the task was passed on to the Vice Palace Master. There were a few participants with potential but none as talented as the current ones. Since she did not oversee the selection, when the talented participants were finally accepted into the Heavenly Pool Palace, all the talented participants had been snatched away by others, including Su Lang. As a titled Celestial Emperor, Su Lang even managed to get 2 of the talented participants to follow him. When Lei Ying came to him to ask for one of the talented participants, he let one of the talented participants follow her. However, that participant was arrogant and unruly and ended up offending the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven when the Heavenly Emperor visited. When she saw how furious the Heavenly Emperor was, she personally killed the participant to save herself from trouble. "Lei Ying, that was an accident. When I let him follow you, I didn't know his personality and didn't know he would cause such a huge trouble," Su Lang said slightly sheepishly. "Be honest. Did I hesitate when you asked me for one of the participants?" This time, Lei Ying did not let Su Lang finish his sentence. She interjected, "Both of them will watch them participate in the 3rd test. If either one of them is willing to be your disciple, then I won't say anything about it." "Don't worry." Su Lang smiled confidently. "As long as you're willing, I have my means." The reason Lei Ying did not enter the pavilion with the others was due to Su Lang's message that asked her to wait for him. Now that both of them had reached an agreement, they entered the pavilion together. When Duan Lingtian and the other participants entered the pavilion, they saw a vast and empty platform in the middle of the pavilion. However, when they turned around, they discovered the entrance had disappeared. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other candidates, and the 10 old men who led them onto the platform, there was no one else. Is this a little world?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Soon after, he saw 2 figures in the distance. One of them was Lei Ying, and the other person was a young man whom Duan Lingtian had never seen before since his arrival at the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Sword Trial Pavilion. Therefore, he had no idea who the young man was. However, for the young man to be able to stand side by side with Lei Ying, it was not difficult to guess that the young man's status in the Heavenly Pool Palace was on par with Lei Ying's status. While Duan Lingtian was still mulling over the young man's identity, he heard someone say, "In the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only 2 young men who are Lei Yin's peers. Based on this person's appearance, he must be Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor." The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian remembered seeing him in the group of people between the ages of 900 and 1,000. During the 2nd test, the middle-aged man broke out of the attack formation right after the 3rd person, Jun Haoxian, came out. Jun Haosun was placed behind Duan Lingtian and Huaner during the second test. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, many of the participants whispered among themselves and looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner furtively. Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor? Why did he come? There has to be a reason why he's here. Would a titled Celestial Emperor come over here just to watch a show? He must have heard about those two people. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, another titled Celestial Emperor? 2 out of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace are here. Following that, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. Huaner, if Su Lang came for either of us, I'll choose to follow Su Lang at the end of the test. Meanwhile, if Lei Ying wants to accept you as her disciple, agree to it. Upon hearing these words, Huaner hurriedly replied through voice transmission, Brother Lingtian, I don't want to be separated from you. Silly girl, we're not truly separated. We need as many advantages as we can get, and we need to use every advantage we have to investigate your parents' whereabouts, Duan Lingtian replied. Huaner brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, and she no longer protested. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion in the Heavenly Palace pool, began to announce the third test. The third test is similar to the first 2 tests. The participants would be divided into 10 groups again. Regardless of the number of people in each group, the last 10 men standing would pass the test. Survival of the fittest? Upon hearing Lei Ying's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally realized for the third test they would have to battle their peers until only 10 people remained. The battle will take place one group after another. Those who are eliminated will be given a last chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace through a resurrection match. Lei Ying continued to say, the group with the most participants was still the group of people under the age of 100. There were 116 participants in that group. This group would also be the first group to battle each other. All of them were determined to fight without holding back, hoping to be one of the remaining 10 so they could be disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Meanwhile, the other participants from the other groups watched the 100 over people on the platform, who were as quiet as a mouse, from the side and spoke among themselves in hushed voices. The competition in this group is intense. Only 10 are allowed to pass out of 116 people. This means 106 people will be eliminated. After getting the green light from Lei Ying, the 116 participants from the group of people below the age of 100 began to attack each other immediately with all their might. There was a lot hanging on the line after all. Therefore, it did not take long before a few had already died. Upon seeing this, those who knew they did not stand a chance of winning hurriedly surrendered. After half an hour, there were only 32 participants left on the platform. All of them were scattered around the vast platform, looking at each other warily and fiercely. As Duan Lingtian looked at the 32 participants, he asked Huaner, who do you think will definitely pass the test? I think it should be him, Huaner said as she looked at one of the participants who had performed brilliantly among the 32 remaining participants. Naturally, as outstanding as that person was, he was only slightly stronger than his peers. He could not compare to Duan Lingtian and Huaner at all. I disagree. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had taken notice of the participant that Huaner had pointed out earlier. Although that person was the strongest among the 32 participants, he was too ostentatious and reckless. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. Apart from that person, among the 31 participants, more than 20 people joined forces to kill that person Huaner mentioned as a potential winner. Huaner was slightly taken aback by the accuracy of Duan Lingtian's prediction. Upon seeing the surprise on Huaner's face, Duan Lingtian patiently explained to her, Huaner, one must learn to keep a low profile unless one has absolute strength. If he had known to hide his strength and kept a low profile, there was no doubt he would have passed the test. After the strongest person from the group of people under 100 years old died, the other 31 participants began to fight each other again. In just a blink of an eye, many of them died. After another 15 minutes, only 10 participants were left. At this moment, Lei Ying turned to briefly look at a middle-aged man standing behind her and said indifferently, "Bring them away, and arrange for them to join the palace." "Understood, Pavilion Master," the middle-aged man responded before he brought the 10 remaining participants from the first group away. After the 10 remaining participants from the under 100-year-old age group had been determined, they were led out of the Sword Trial Pavilion to complete their registration to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this time, those in the group between the age of 100 to 200 had begun to prepare for the test. The number of people in this group was fewer than the previous group, but there were still roughly 100 of them. Begin. As soon as Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor and the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion finished speaking, everyone began to attack. Naturally, the participants were only allowed to use their celestial weapons. Celestial talismans were strictly prohibited. Those who broke the rule would be instantly killed. As time passed, the participants began to fall one after another. There were also some who surrendered. About half an hour later, only 20 people were left standing. It was also at this time that the battle intensified. Perhaps they had learned from the mistake of the strongest person from the previous group. Everyone seemed to be holding back their strength and exhibiting roughly the same strength. However, as time passed, they gradually grew stronger and stronger. After a while, when a few participants exhibited more power, the others would join forces to take them down. In the end, 10 participants remained. At this moment, Lei Ying said, for those from the under the age of 100 group who were eliminated, you can choose to challenge any of these 10 people. If you win, you'll be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace without taking any more tests. Those who were previously eliminated were naturally excited and eager when they heard these words. It did not take long before 2 participants under the age of 100 stepped forward to issue a challenge. However, both of them failed again. It was not surprising since the remaining 10 participants from the group between ages 100 to 200 were incredibly strong. It was a tall order for those below the age of 100 to succeed in this challenge. Following that, there were several more people who stepped forward. Similar to the first 2 participants, all of them failed. Finally, Lei Ying looked at those who were eliminated but were still alive and said indifferently, "Wait at the side. Someone will send you out once the 3rd test ends." Then, Lei Ying looked at one of the 9 elders from the Sword Trial Pavilion and said, "Lead the 10 of them out to complete the registration." Finally, it was time for those between the ages of 200 to 300 to fight. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner both belonged to this age group. When everyone stepped onto the vast platform, the other participants were all looking at Duan Ling Tian warily with a hint of helplessness. It was only natural since they had witnessed the duo's outstanding performances during the first and second test. They were aware that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat the duo. Moreover, the duo was clearly together, so they would definitely help each other out. Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, said to Lei Ying through voice transmission, "I don't think anyone will dare to attack them. It's pointless putting them through the 3rd test." Indeed, Su Lang was right. As soon as Lei Ying gave the green light for the participants to start, everyone began to attack, but they were also consciously giving Duan Ling Tian and Huana a wide berth. No one dared to attack the duo at all. They fought each other valiantly while the duo stood at the side peacefully. The sounds of thunderous attacks continued to ring in the air, but the attacks did not come close to Duan Ling Tian or Huaner at all. With this, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, naturally, became the focus of everyone's attention. No one dares to attack them. Earlier, I heard that both of them injured an examiner who's a 6 combos celestial lord during the first test. With such strength, the others definitely won't stand a chance of defeating the duo even if they join forces. Who are they? Is it possible for a sectless cultivator to be this strong? To think they're so strong when they're not even 300 years old. There aren't many like them in the boundless heavens heaven-grade forces. They'll definitely be part of the young prodigies once they join the Heavenly Pool Palace. I agree. Many participants from the other groups who did not pay attention to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner earlier learned about their terrifying strength at this moment. Finally, after about an hour had passed, only 10 people were left. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were part of the 10 participants. It was as though the other 8 people had tacitly agreed to leave 2 places for the duo. Lei Ying looked at those who were between the ages of 100 to 200 as she said loudly. Similar to earlier, those who are previously eliminated may challenge any of 10 people here. If you succeed, you'll be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. The eliminated participants were reinvigorated. Although they knew their opponents were strong, they still wanted to try to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Naturally, none of them planned to challenge Duanling Tian or Huaner. They were not stupid and were aware of the duo's strength. Meanwhile, the other 8 participants were challenged one after another. However, at this moment a young man dressed in a luxurious robe sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian, trying to make a deal with him. Duanling Tian, what if I challenge you and you let me win? I'll give you an Emperor-grade celestial weapon in return. What do you think? With your strength and talent, the Heavenly Pool Palace will definitely make an exception and accept you even if you lose. Emperor-grade celestial weapons? Duanling Tian thought to himself disdainfully. He only glanced at the young man briefly before ignoring him. Upon seeing that, the young man sent a similar voice transmission to Huana, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. Alas, she was even colder than Duanling Tian. She did not even deign to look at him. Similar to before, nobody succeeded in their challenge. At this moment, Laying said as she looked at an old man, Duanling Tian and Huaner, stay back. The rest of you follow Elder Qian to complete your registrations. Follow me. The old man, Elder Qian, led the others away. Meanwhile, the third test was temporarily delayed by Laying. She looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner and smiled amicably as she said, Duanling Tian? Huaner, would you like to follow me or Su Lang? You don't have to acknowledge us as masters if you're unwilling. We can be your teachers. Based on her words, it was obvious Laying had considered the fact that the duo might already have a master and did plan to force the issue with them. Since she did not deliberately lower her voice, those who were present heard her words as well. In just a moment, burning gazes filled with envy and jealousy turned to Duanling Tian and Huaner. They whispered among themselves and waited for the duo's answers. Who would have expected this? Duanling Tian and Huaner received invitations from 2 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace before they even left the Sword Trial Pavilion. There's only a handful of titled celestial emperors in the entire Heavenly Pool Palace. With their talents, it's not a surprise at all. Both of them are prodigies. I'm sure any one of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors would be happy to accept them as disciples or students, right? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was communicating with Huana through voice transmission. Huaner, you should follow Laying, the merciless celestial emperor, and I'll follow Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. This way we will have 2 means to look for your parents. Moreover, this also means we have the support of 2 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had planned this since earlier. Naturally, Huaner agreed to Duanling Tian's suggestion obediently. Duanling Tian. Since the duo was communicating via voice transmission to Su Lang and Laying, it looked like they were hesitating. With that, both titled celestial emperors sent voice transmission to Duanling Tian, promising him many things, in hopes that he would follow them. Naturally, if they had to pick between Duanling Tian or Huaner, they would definitely pick Duanling Tian. Moreover, it was obvious Huana listened to Duanling Tian. There was a high chance she would follow Duanling Tian's decision. Senior Su Lang, I'll join you, Duanling Tian said as he looked at Su Lang. Su Lang's eyes brightened immediately while Lei Ying's smile froze. Then, Duanling Tian turned to Lei Ying and said, Pavilion Master Lei Ying, Huaner will join you. Lei Ying's expression eased when she heard Duanling Tian's words. After all, she was certain Huaner would follow Duanling Tian. All right, Su Lang, you got the longer end of the stick, Lei Ying complained through voice transmission. Then, she turned to Huaner and said amicably, Huaner, you can follow Su Lang and Duanling Tian to complete the registration. I'll look for you once the test ends. After saying that, Lei Ying turned to Su Lang and said, Su Lang, you should be fine with this arrangement, right? Yes, yes. Su Lang laughed. Then he motioned Duanling Tian and Huaner to follow him. After they left, the test began once again. Duanling Tian asked after leaving the Sword Trial Pavilion, Senior Su Lang, the place we were at wasn't formed from a formation but a little world, right? Su Lang nodded. That's right. It's a little world created by Pavilion Master Lei Ying. The registration process to join the Heavenly Pool Palace was simple. Moreover, with Su Lang, a titled celestial emperor, accompanying them, everything went smoothly. This is the cultivation place of those under my care. Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, said as he led Duanling Tian and Huaner to another floating island. Then, he brought them to a vast mountain range where several courtyards could be seen. There were also a few cultivators flying in the sky. I have 6 prodigious disciples. These people you see are their families and friends, Su Lang said as he looked at the mountain range. There are 10 peaks here. The tallest peak in the middle is my cultivation place. 6 of the other 9 peaks are already occupied by my prodigious disciples. You can pick any of the 3 remaining peaks as your cultivation place. After a moment, Su Lang continued to say, you can rest for a day or 2 before going to the Sword Trial Pavilion to register for the assessment of prodigious disciples. Being a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace comes with a lot of benefits. Prodigious disciple? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. Previously, he had heard people talking about the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, he was unaware that one would have to go through an assessment to become a prodigious disciple. How do I pass the assessment? Duanling Tian asked curiously. By challenging other prodigious disciples of your age. It's similar to the disciple selections test. Those between 200 and 300 years old are considered a group. In each group, there will be 10 prodigious disciples. If you and Huana want to become a prodigious disciple, both of you would have to challenge those 2 at the final place. You can check the ranking at the Sword Trial Pavilion when you go there for your assessment, Su Lang explained. We'll go to my cultivation place for now. I'll summon my prodigious disciples and introduce you to them. The seniority of my disciples is based on when they joined me, unlike other celestial emperors who based seniority on strength. By the time Su Lang finished talking, they had already arrived at his cultivation place. There is a wide platform and a palace at the highest peak of the mountain range. Su Lang led the duo into the palace's main hall before he sent out a few messages. Soon after, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. A few figures appeared in the hall in just a blink of an eye. Someone chuckled, "Teacher, where did you find our 7th junior brother?" Following that, a fat man dressed in a red robe appeared. His features seemed like they were squished together due to the fats on his face. He looked around the main hall with his tiny eyes before he finally saw Duanling Tian. Your 7th junior brother just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace today, Su Lang said. At the same time, another 2 people walked into the hall. An elegant woman dressed in a blue robe with a gentle gaze looked at Duanling Tian. She was fairly beautiful. She greeted Duanling Tian immediately. Hello, 7th junior brother, I'm your 4th senior sister. The other person was a young man dressed in black who carried a sheathed sword on his back. His expression was hard and cold when he turned to look at Duanling Tian. However, his eyes seemed kind. He nodded as he said, Hello, 7th junior brother. 7th junior brother. This is our 2nd senior brother. He's the strongest among us. Although he's not even 1,000 years old, he's already a powerful celestial emperor. The red-clad fat man said happily, introducing the black-clad young man to Duanling Tian. After that, he began to introduce himself. As for me, I'm your 6th senior brother. After a beat, the red-clad fat man said with a grin, If you can defeat me, you can call me by my name. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, another 2 people appeared in the main hall. They were a beautiful woman with an alluring body who was dressed in a red robe and a young man who was dressed like a scholar. Are you our 7th junior brother? The red-clad woman with an alluring figure approached Duanling Tian immediately. Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock as the red-clad woman reached out and boldly tipped his chin up. Not bad, you're quite handsome. 7th junior brother. Are you interested in embarking on an epic romance with your 3rd senior sister? The red-clad woman's actions annoyed Huana, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. She scoffed before she tried to slap the woman's hand away. The red-clad woman was fast and moved her hand before Huana could reach her. Yo? Is this our sister-in-law? Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. However, why are you wearing a veil? As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out and removed Huana's veil. With this, Huana's peerless beauty was revealed to everyone in the hall. The main hall was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. The red-clad woman was the first to regain her senses. She exclaimed, I didn't expect to meet someone as beautiful as our eldest senior sister. No, I should say I didn't expect to meet someone more beautiful than our eldest senior sister. As soon as the red-clad woman finishes speaking, the black-clad young man scoffed, causing the red-clad woman to smile sheepishly. Then, she said apologetically, "Second senior brother, I was just joking. It's a joke." At this moment, the young man who was dressed like a scholar smiled and said to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, "Seventh junior brother, sister-in-law, third senior sister bears no ill intention. Anyway, I'm your fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chi-Fei." Subsequently, Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, took over and began to formally introduce his prodigious disciples to Duan Ling Tian. He pointed at the black-clad young man and said, "Duan Ling Tian, this is your second senior brother, Lu Ji." Lu Ji nodded at Duan Ling Tian with a stiff smile on his face. "This is your third senior sister, Hu Mei," Su Lang said as he looked at the red-clad woman. Hu Mei winked at Duan Ling Tian in response, and only stopped joking around when she saw Huaner glaring at her. "This is your fourth senior sister, Wen Huaner," Su Lang said as he turned to look at the blue-clad woman. Wen Huaner nodded and smiled gently at Duan Ling Tian. Her smile reminded one of the gentle spring breeze caressing one's face. Su Lang looked at the young man who was dressed like a scholar and said, "This is your fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chi-Fei. He has introduced himself earlier. He's also the most normal among your seniors." As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, the red-clad fat man feigned an exaggerated sad expression and said, "Teacher, how can you simply make things up? You're my teacher, after all. Tell me, how am I, Hong Fei, abnormal? If you don't explain yourself, I won't let go of your thigh." As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled toward Su Lang like a ball and really hugged Su Lang's thigh. Get lost. As titled Celestial Emperor, it was naturally easy for Su Lang to get rid of Hong Fei. A powerful energy surged out of his body and carried Hong Fei away, sending Hong Fei crashing against one of the pillars in the hall. Boom! A thunderous noise rang in the air, and it felt like the ground even trembled a little. Nevertheless, Hong Fei was fine. A dark yellow energy had shielded him. He continued with his act. "Teacher, how can you treat me like this?" The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched as he watched the scene in front of him. It seemed like Su Lang's prodigious disciples did not treat him like a master or a teacher. It seemed more like they were a group of friends. "Little junior brother, are you curious why we act so casually?" Hu Mei, the red-clad woman and Duan Ling Tian's third senior sister, asked with a smile. "Actually, all of us respect him a lot. However, he's really down to earth and treats us like friends. We can't reject the only thing he asked of us. If you treat him like an elder, he would be unhappy. So just treat him like how you would a friend." Hu Mei, you're the one who corrupted Fatty. And now you want to corrupt Duan Ling Tian as well? Su Lang said sternly. Even then, Duan Ling Tian could tell Su Lang was also playing along with them. It was obvious Su Lang was not angry at all. At this moment, when Huaner, Duan Ling Tian's fourth senior sister, said with a gentle smile on her face, "Little junior brother, you get used to this once you stay with us long enough. Although teacher is a titled celestial emperor, he's very friendly." "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, warmth inexplicably suffused his heart. For a moment, it felt like he was home. Perhaps it was due to this group of people's interaction that was similar to how one would interact with one's family. During their journey here, Su Lang had been rather serious. However, Duan Ling Tian thought perhaps this was the only place Su Lang could be himself. Hong Fei, Duan Ling Tian's sixth senior brother, sighed before he lamented, "Now that we have a seventh junior brother, I'm no longer the baby of the group. I'm just the extra that no one loves." "Fatty, you're wrong. It's not like anyone loves you even before seventh junior brother's arrival," Hu Mei said. Then she sized Hong Fei up before she added, "If you're as cute as your seventh junior brother, perhaps I would have loved you. Alas, with your appearance I just can't do it." Initially, Duan Ling Tian only joined Su Lang to help Huaner discover her parents' whereabouts. However, he was now enjoying his time with Su Lang and his prodigious disciples. After Hu Mei mocked Hong Fei, she moved closer to Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes darted between Duan Ling Tian and Huaner as she asked with a meaningful smile, "Little junior brother, tell me, how did you get such a beautiful woman? Third senior sister, are you always so straightforward? Although Duan Ling Tian knew Hu Mei bore no ill intentions and he knew she was just frank and direct based on the earlier spectacle, he was still embarrassed. Little junior brother, this is how she is. She bears no ill will. You'll get used to it, Ouyang Qifei said with a laugh. His gentlemanly behavior made him seem like a young teacher. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew Ouyang Qifei's words were true. Little junior brother, I'll take my leave so I can return to cultivate. Let me know if you need anything, Lu Ji said with a rare smile on his face before he left like a bolt of lightning. In fact, there were faint flashes of lightning bolts around him when he moved. Based on this, it was obvious he had comprehended the law of thunder. Hong Fei's eyes looked even smaller as he laughed and said, Little junior brother, what second senior brother means is you can look for him if anyone dares to bully you. Second senior brother is one of the 5 most powerful prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. They call him the Thunder Sword Celestial. Following that, Su Lang spoke to Duan Ling Tian briefly before he returned to cultivate. After Su Lang left, Duan Ling Tian continued chatting with his 2 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters who had yet to leave. With this, he slowly gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The prodigious disciples in Heavenly Pool Palace were outstanding disciples below the age of 1,000. After they passed the age of 1,000, they would no longer bear the title of a prodigious disciple. For that reason, Lu Ji was also one of the 5 strongest people among all the disciples below the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Little junior brother, since you have just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, you haven't had time to register as a prodigious disciple, right? When Wanner asked with a faint smile on her face. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I plan to go have a look at the sword trial pavilion tomorrow. I heard from teacher that he wanted your lover to join us as well, but you asked her to join Pavilion Master Lei Ying. Is that true? Ouyang Fei Qi asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little junior brother, we've been chatting for so long, and yet, I still don't know how I should address your lover. Hu Mei said as she smiled at Huaner. Third senior sister, her name is Huaner, Duan Ling Tian replied. Huana. Hu Mei studied Huano again. She's really beautiful that it's almost unreal. If I didn't see her, I would have thought eldest senior sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. Eldest senior sister? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, is she not in the Heavenly Pool Palace? That's right. Hu Mei nodded. If she was here in the Heavenly Pool Palace, she would have come to greet you if she knew we have a new little junior brother. She left to deal with some things. Hong Fei smirked and chimed in. Little junior brother, eldest senior sister is no longer a prodigious disciple because she has passed the age of 1,000. However, she's incredibly powerful. Before the age of 1,000, she was the strongest prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The strongest prodigious disciple in Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Ling Tian was slightly startled by this revelation. This meant his eldest senior sister was once the most powerful person below the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. With this, his curiosity was piqued. He asked about his senior sister whom he had yet to meet. Is our eldest senior sister truly so powerful? Hong Fei chuckled and said, when eldest senior sister returns, don't stare at her for too long. Otherwise, second senior brother will beat you up. Then he said energetically, let me tell you a secret. Second senior brother likes our eldest senior sister, but she doesn't feel the same way. It is unrequited love. This is not a secret, all right. Hu Mei said as she rolled her eyes, there's no secret among us. You're just being gossipy. Then she added with a laugh, nevertheless, you have to listen to eldest senior sister. It's okay for us to joke around with teacher or disobey him. However, you must always listen to eldest senior sister. This is because even teacher has to listen to eldest senior sister. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Duan Ling Tian grew even more curious and confused. Su Lang, a titled celestial emperor, had to listen to his eldest senior sister? Upon seeing the confusion on Duan Ling Tian's face, Ouyang Qifei promptly explained, little junior brother, eldest senior sister is teacher's daughter. However, the matter isn't so simple. In fact, eldest senior sister doesn't really care about teacher, but he still tries to please her to make up for the past. We don't know what caused their strained relationship, though. We suspect it had something to do with teacher's wife who passed away. After getting to know these people a little better, Duan Ling Tian finally could not help but ask, Seniors, how many mastery stage profundities did the current strongest prodigious disciple comprehend? Duanling Tian felt troubled by this matter. Only those below the age of 1,000 could be a prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace. He wanted to know how many profundities at the mastery stage did the strongest disciple below the age of 1,000 comprehend. Little junior brother, apart from the thunder elemental profundity that can't be improved on, second senior brother has comprehended all 8 profundities of the law of thunder to the mastery stage. So what do you think? Hongfei said with a smile. Duanling Tian was stunned by the reply. At the same time, it dawned on him how terrifying the prodigies from a heaven grade could be. Lu Ji was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a celestial emperor who had comprehended all of the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. After a while, Duanling Tian asked again, "Sixth senior brother, you said that second senior brother is among the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. Based on what you said earlier, does this mean the other 4 have also comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage?" "That's right." Hongfei nodded. "They aren't the only ones. There are a few more prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace who have comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage." "Little junior brother, why do you ask? Could it be? Did you also comprehend all your profundities to the mastery stage?" Hongfei asked as his eyes widened in shock. "I heard from teacher that little junior brother injured a 6-combo celestial lord during the first test for the disciple selection." Ouyang Chi-Fei stared at Duanling Tian intently as he said, "Moreover, little junior brother's cultivation base is only that of a 4-phenomenon celestial lord. That 6-combos celestial lord had comprehended 4 of the law of fire's profundities to the mastery stage. So little junior brother is extraordinarily strong. Fifth senior brother, how did you obtain this information from teacher?" Hongfei looked at Ouyang Chi-Fei in surprise. Ouyang Chi-Fei seemed a little embarrassed as he said, "I was just curious about our little junior brother." "I think you're just curious about how teacher found little junior brother, right?" Humei said as she rolled her eyes. With this, Ouyang Chi-Fei grew even more embarrassed since his thoughts had been exposed. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, "It's not just that. I heard Huaner injured the 6-combos celestial lord as well." Huaner. Upon hearing Ouyang Chi-Fei's words, Hongfei, Humei, and when Huaner looked at Huaner in shock. They did not expect Huaner to be so powerful. Ouyang Chi-Fei continued to say, "Don't underestimate her. Although she's not even 300 years old like our little junior brother, her cultivation base is higher than his. She's already a 6-combos celestial lord. So that's why teacher wanted her to join us as well. As it turns out, Huaner is as talented as little junior brother," Humei said. "Wait a minute." Hongfei looked at Duanling Tian and Huaner in shock. "Little junior brother, you and Miss Huaner aren't even 300 years old?" With Hongfei's words, Humei and Wen Huaner, who had missed this point, finally reacted. Recalled this point which Ouyang Chi-Fei but they had missed as well. Their little junior brother and his lover were not even 300 years old, and yet they were already a 4-phenomenon celestial lord and a 6-combos celestial lord respectively. Moreover, they had defeated a 6-combos celestial lord who had 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. "It seems like teacher really got himself a monstrous talent," Humei said as she looked at Duanling Tian with bright eyes. She turned to Huaner and said, "Huaner, do you mind if your brother Ling Tian has one more woman?" Huaner immediately looked at Humei warily when she heard those words. Upon seeing Huaner's reaction, Humei laughed. She shook her head as she said, "I'm kidding. Just kidding. Look at how anxious you were." She felt as though Huaner was going to fight if she continued joking. Duanling Tian was filled with a sense of helplessness when faced with Humei. He was afraid she would anger Huaner, so he quickly said before he left, "Seniors, I think we should return to our cultivation." However, inwardly, Duanling Tian was still in shock. "I thought it's extremely rare that I managed to comprehend all of the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Who knew that there are almost 10 people below the age of 1,000 in the heavenly pool palace who achieved the same feat as well?" After leaving Su Lang's cultivation place, Duanling Tian brought Huaner to one of the vacant peaks. The peak he chose was roughly similar to Su Lang's cultivation palace, but everything here was covered in a thick layer of dust. However, he was not bothered by it. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind stirred up and blew the dust away, leaving the place dust-free. Although Huaner did not participate in the conversation earlier, she had been listening attentively the entire time. She asked, "Brother Ling Tian, who knew the prodigious disciples of the heavenly pool palace are so talented? There's a celestial emperor who's not even 1,000 years old, and there are almost 10 people who have comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage even though they're not even 1,000 years old. Huaner, the heavenly pool palace is a heaven-grade force. In Devata realms, there aren't that many heaven-grade forces," Duan Ling Tian said. During his journey here, he had been thinking about this matter. Although a heavenly emperor's force is above heaven-grade forces, it's only due to the existence of the heavenly emperor. What this means is that the disciples from heaven-grade forces aren't inferior to the disciples from a heavenly emperor's force. This also means that the disciples of heaven-grade forces can be considered as outstanding individuals in their own rights. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Moreover, think about it, the heavenly pool palace has 100 prodigious disciples. There are 10 prodigious in each of the 10 age groups. Therefore, it's not strange that there are individuals who became celestial emperor before turning 1,000 years old or comprehend all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage." After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Huana fell deep into her thoughts. She found herself agreeing with Duan Ling Tian's words. "Huana, although you've joined Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, you still can cultivate at my place. I don't think she'll have an opinion about it," Duan Ling Tian said. He was aware Lei Ying only wanted to recruit Huaner due to her talent and the high chance of Huaner becoming a prodigious disciple. Therefore, it would not matter if Huaner cultivated at Su Lang's place or her place. After all, if Huaner wanted to betray Lei Ying, she would not have joined Lei Ying in the first place. Huaner had already shown her respect by agreeing to join Lei Ying. Someone with Lei Ying's status would not care about controlling their disciples. Instead, they cared more about their reputation. Therefore, he was sure it did not matter where Huaner cultivated. As long as Huaner performed brilliantly, Lei Ying would be happy. Moreover, as a titled celestial emperor, Lei Ying did not need any help or support from Huaner at all. Early the next morning, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the sword trial pavilion with Huaner. Yesterday, Su Lang had already helped him and Huaner complete their registration. Therefore, the duo was now officially disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. They had also already received their identity tokens that were now hanging by their waists. Apart from some forbidden areas, they were free to wander the Heavenly Pool Palace. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Huaner arrived at the sword trial pavilion, Duan Ling Tian approached a pavilion elder. Coincidentally, it was one of the 10 elders whom he had met yesterday. Duan Ling Tian said, "We're here to challenge a prodigious disciple." The sword trial pavilion elder greeted Huaner first. "Miss Huaner." Only then did he continue to say, "There are 10 prodigious disciples in all the age groups. Since both of you aren't prodigious disciples yet, you can only challenge the person who's ranked 10th. If they don't respond to the challenge within 3 months, you will automatically replace them. Once you're ranked at 10th place, you can begin to challenge those who are ranked ahead of you." In fact, the sword trial pavilion elder explained the entire process to them patiently. It was clear he was afraid to offend Huaner, the newest disciple of the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Duan Ling Tian asked, "What if I miss a challenge while I was away? Will I be replaced as well if I didn't manage to respond in time because I was away?" "Yes." The sword trial pavilion elder nodded. "If you're away for a long time and you're no longer a prodigious disciple, you'll have to start all over again by challenging the person who's ranked 10th. Duan Ling Tian gained an understanding of how it worked with the elder's explanation. He did not waste time and bluntly said, "I want to challenge the person in 10th place from the group of disciples between the ages of 200 and 300. Give me your identity token and leave your soul pearl with me. I'll contact the prodigious disciple you want to challenge. Once he accepts the challenge, I'll inform you of the time and place," the sword trial pavilion elder said. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and explained to him, "Since you've issued a challenge, you're not allowed to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace or enter closed-door cultivation for 3 months. Do you agree?" Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Very well. I'll inform you once I have news, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Then, when he turned to look at Huana who was standing next to Duanling Tian, a smile appeared on his face as he asked, Miss Huana, do you want to challenge a prodigious disciple as well? Yes. Huana nodded. If there are two people from the same group issuing a challenge at the same time, the people who are ranked 9th and 10th would receive the challenge, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Similar to before, he asked for Huana's identity token and soul pearl. Miss Huana, I'll contact your opponent immediately and get back to you when there's news, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said to Huana before he returned Huana and Duanling Tian's identity order to them. Following that, he returned to work. Huana, you have much more influence than I do in the Sword Trial Pavilion, Duanling Tian said with a smile. It seems like my decision is right, sending you to the Sword Trial Pavilion. Based on what just happened, it seems like we won't have much trouble in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Duanling Tian and Huana were just about to leave the Sword Trial Pavilion when Lei Ying returned. Senior Duanling Tian greeted Lei Ying and Huana followed suit. During the tests, Lei Ying could tell Huana was taciturn and rather aloof. Therefore, she did not take offense to Huana's behavior. Finally, she said, Huana, let me show you the cultivation places of my disciples. Lei Ying led Duanling Tian and Huana to her disciples' cultivation places. It was located in a huge valley. There were many buildings in the valley and people could be seen flying in the sky. Apart from my prodigious disciples, the others are mostly their families and friends. I have 5 disciples, including you, Lei Ying said to Huana. Under Lei Ying's lead, they arrived at a vast stone platform located halfway up a mountain. A majestic palace could be seen in the place. My disciple's seniority is ranked by strength. Hunar, since you just joined me, you're the junior. You'll have to address the others as your senior brothers or senior sisters. However, as long as you're strong enough, you can be the eldest senior strength if you want, Lei Ying continued to explain to Huana. After a moment, Lei Ying sent a few messages out. Soon enough, 4 people arrived at Lei Ying's cultivation palace. Among the 4 disciples, there are 3 males and 1 female. Teacher. As soon as Lei Ying's 4 disciples arrived, they bowed at her respectfully. The atmosphere was solemn, the complete opposite of what it was like at Su Lang's place. Huana, this is your eldest senior brother, Shimin Lin Jie, Lei Ying said as she looked at a tall and muscular young man with strong features dressed in a maroon robe. When Shimin Lin Jie saw Huana, his eyes lit up immediately. Although Huana was wearing a veil, it could not conceal her beauty. At this moment, Lei Ying looked at an honest-looking gray-clad young man who resembled Lei Ying. This is your second senior brother, Lei Jun. He's also my only son. Hello, little junior sister. Lei Jun smiled at Huana warmly. Then, Lei Ying turned to the previously only female disciple of hers. This is your third senior sister, Ling Hu Yuan. The woman was dressed in a green robe and had an average appearance. When she looked at Huana, there was a hint of jealousy flashing in the depths of her eyes. Nonetheless, she concealed it rather well. Unfortunately, it did not escape Duanling Tian's notice. He thought to himself, women's jealousy is a really terrifying thing. Finally, Lei Ying turned to look at a short man who could possibly be a dwarf and said, This is your 4th senior brother, Hewen. Hewen nodded at Huana in response before he shifted his attention to Ling Hu Yuan. His eyes were filled with adoration and admiration when he looked at her. Ling Hu Yuan, who sensed Hewen's gaze, seemed slightly disgusted. At this moment, Lei Ying finally introduced Huana to her 4 disciples. This is your 5th junior sister, Huana. Don't underestimate her. Although she's not even 300 years old, she's capable of defeating a 6 combos celestial lord who had comprehended 4 of the Law of Fire's profundities to the mastery stage. She's also a 6 combos celestial lord. In fact, she's not necessarily any weaker than Ling Hu Yuan and Hewen. As she said these words, she shot a look at both Ling Hu Yuan and Hewen. A 6 combos celestial lord who hasn't even reached 300 years old? Lei Ying's words shocked her 4 disciples. After a few moments, Ling Hu Yuan stepped forward and smiled at Huana as she said, Little junior sister, you're rather strong. Would you like to spar with me? If you win, you can be the 3rd senior sister. Junior sister Ling Hu, you're over 700 years old, and you're an 8 trigrams celestial lord. Isn't it unfair for you to have a duel with little junior sister? Lei Jun frowned slightly when he heard Linghu Yuan challenging Huaner to a duel. Second senior brother, didn't you hear master's words? Little junior sister isn't any weaker than He Wen and me. Don't you think you're worrying too much? Linghu Yuan said with a smile. Meanwhile, Lei Ying's response was different from Lei Jun. She turned to Huaner and asked with a faint smile, Huaner, your third senior sister wants to have a duel with you. What do you think? Lei Ying was not entirely certain of Huaner's strength. Since she wanted to see the extent of Huaner's strength, she was naturally not displeased by Linghu Yuan's request for a duel with Huaner. All right, Huaner nodded. In that case, you may have a duel. Lei Ying's eyes lit up when she heard Huaner agreeing to the duel. Then, she led the others out of the pavilion and flew up into the sky above the valley. Duanling Tian and the others naturally followed suit. An 8 trigrams celestial lord? As he was flying, Duanling Tian glanced at Linghu Yuan discreetly. Earlier, Lei Jun had said Linghu Yuan was over 700 years old and was an 8 trigrams celestial lord. Based on this, he did not think it was likely that she had comprehended all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage. At most, she might have comprehended 7 profundities to the mastery stage. Even then, considering her relatively young age, the chances were not very high. It was more likely that she had comprehended 6 profundities to the mastery stage. Huaner, since she initiated the duel, there's no need for you to hold back. Do what you want, just don't kill her. Duanling Tian said to Huaner through voice transmission. He was aware of Huaner's true strength. She was definitely stronger than what she had shown so far. Her advantage was not her cultivation base or the profundities from the law of space that she had comprehended. Her advantage was the inherent techniques she was born with as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. In a fight, Huaner was not a match for Duanling Tian if she did not use her inherent techniques as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. However, if she used her inherent techniques, he thought it was likely that he would be defeated by her unless he asked for help from the 5 divine elements. With that, he would be able to see through her illusions. Okay, Huaner replied. Brother Ling Tian, I won't hold back because I don't really like her. A hint of glee flashed in the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes when he heard Huaner's reply. He knew someone was about to get unlucky. Huaner rarely got angry. However, when she was angry, it was not something anyone could bear. Duanling Tian was well aware of this. Meanwhile, Linghu Yuan looked at Lei Jun and asked through voice transmission, Second senior brother, do you have a crush on our little junior sister? What are you talking about? Lei Jun frowned. Then why did you take her side earlier? Regardless, I advise you to give up. Look at her. It's obvious she's wholeheartedly devoted to the man next to her. Linghu Yuan continued to say through voice transmission. A hint of laughter could be heard in her voice. Soon after, Lei Ying came to a stop on an empty ground. Then, Huaner and Linghu Yuan got into their positions and faced each other from a distance. Little junior sister, let me see how powerful you are, Linghu Yuan said with an insincere smile on her face. As soon as Linghu Yuan finished speaking, Huaner had already disappeared from where she had stood. Then she reappeared behind Linghu Yuan. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 spatial tears appeared in just a blink of an eye. Then, a gray saber ray shot out from each of the 9 spatial tears toward Linghu Yuan. Upon seeing this, Linghu Yuan instinctively moved to dodge the attacks. At the same time, Huaner used her powerful spiritual energy to interfere with Linghu Yuan. No! Linghu Yuan cried out in a shrill voice as she flew away like a gust of wind. Nonetheless, blood could be seen on the ground where she was standing earlier. It was clear that a few of the gray saber rays had landed on her. Was that a soul attack? Everything happened in a split second. Even Lei Ying was stunned. She was not very certain since soul attacks were not her strongest suit. Nevertheless, she could still sense the fluctuations in Huaner's spiritual energy with her divine consciousness. Earlier, when the gray saber rays from the cross-dimensional profundity were about to land on Linghu Yuan, Lei Ying had already mobilized her celestial origin energy, preparing to rescue Linghu Yuan. However, this was not because she favored Linghu Yuan. It did not matter if it was Huaner or Ling Hu Yuan. She would save them if they were in danger. After all, she only had a handful of prodigious disciples. It was only natural that she did not want any harm to come to them. By now, Ling Hu Yuan should have stopped underestimating Huaner. Duan Ling Tian stood aside and watched indifferently. He could see that Ling Hu Yuan had gotten injured because she had underestimated Huaner. Lei Jun was slightly surprised. Little junior sister is so powerful? That soul attack seems strange, Shimin Linjia said as he narrowed his eyes. However, his expression remained dignified. Little junior sister, I've underestimated you. I won't hold back anymore. Ling Hu Yuan, who had retreated quite a distance away, said coldly. At this time, the smirk on her face had completely disappeared. It was obvious from the look in her eyes that she was about to get serious. No one asked you to hold back, Huaner replied indifferently. Huaner's indifference and words felt like a slap to the prideful Ling Hu Yuan. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ling Hu Yuan swept out like a gust of wind toward Huaner. However, her attack missed. By the time she arrived in front of Huaner had already disappeared from where she was standing. The two women kept going back and forth, one chasing as the other teleported away. It seemed like they were in a stalemate. Little junior sister, do you only know how to run away? Ling Hu Yuan said impatiently. She was clearly annoyed by Huaner's continuous use of the teleportation profundity. For those who comprehend the law of wind, those who comprehend the law of space were their undefeatable rivals. Although Ling Hu Yuan felt she could catch up with Huaner's speed, it would require more effort and time. She did not wish to waste any more time. I worry you won't last long if I stop teleporting, Huaner replied indifferently again. A slightly unnatural expression appeared on the others' faces, including Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian felt the corners of his lips twitch. He wondered when Huaner learned to talk like that. Moreover, her tone and words seemed rather familiar. It seemed like he had said something similar before. Show me. Ling Hu Yuan was infuriated by Huaner's words. The sharp sound of wind whistling in the air rang in everyone's ears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Huaner no longer used the teleportation profundity. Her eyes began to glow faintly as a huge silhouette of a fox appeared behind her. It was as huge as a mountain and emitted an icy aura. Then, without any warning, the eyes of the white fox silhouetted began to glow as well. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, watched as Ling Hu Yuan abruptly came to a stop when she was near Huaner. Then, Ling Hu Yuan began attacking the air. All her raging attacks missed again and again. An illusion? At this time, everyone could tell Huaner had cast some illusory techniques and Ling Hu Yuan was now caught in the illusion. Lei Jun and the others were still in shock while Lei Ying looked at the gradually disappearing silhouette behind Huaner. Is that 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? As a titled Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying naturally knew about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes. Although the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox seemed to be just a legend due to their rarity, she knew about their characteristics. With this knowledge, even if Su Lang wanted to trade Duan Ling Tian for Huaner, Lei Ying definitely would not agree to it. In a fight, Huaner might not be as powerful as Duan Ling Tian, but if Huaner used her skills as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, Duan Ling Tian might not be able to defeat Huaner. Most importantly, most of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes that had appeared had successfully transitioned into a god. More than 90% heavenly emperors can't even attain godhood. If Huaner really becomes a god, doesn't this mean that Lei Ying, would have a connection with a god? With this thought in her mind, Lei Ying felt Huaner becoming more and more pleasing to the eyes. When the silhouette of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox disappeared, Ling Hu Yuan finally came out of the illusion that Huaner had weaved. When she saw the unharmed Huaner, she said in disbelief, You're not injured. How could Ling Hu Yuan not be surprised? She had seen Huaner retreating in a fluster under her raging attacks. She did not understand why Huaner was completely unharmed at this moment. After a while, she took a deep breath to calm down and prepared to attack again. At this moment, Lei Ying interjected, Enough. Then she continued to say, 3, you've lost. If Huani intended to kill you, you would have been dead by now. Impossible. Ling Hu Yuan looked at Lei Ying incredulously. She did not believe Lei Ying at all and suspected that Lei Ying was taking Huaner's side. Junior sister Ling Hu, Lei Jun said with a sigh. You were caught in little junior sister's illusory technique for about 3 breaths. During that time, she could have easily killed you. You'd be dead right now if this was a life-or-death battle. Not only did Ling Hu Yuan doubt Lei Ying's words, but she doubted Lei Jun's words as well. However, when she saw Shimin Lin Jie and Hewen nodding in unison, she realized Lei Ying was telling the truth. What kind of technique was that? Ling Hu Yuan's expression was grim when she looked at Huaner. It was not the first time she had encountered an illusion. However, earlier she did not detect any sign of being caught in an illusion at all. It was so real and detailed. In fact, Huana's illusion mirrored reality so much that the only difference was Huana, who looked like she was being attacked, was actually standing at the side and watching indifferently. It's only natural you can't see through Huaner's illusion, Lei Ying said before Huaner could reply. She glanced at Ling Hu Yuan as she continued to say, Huaner is a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox that only appears once in 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan. In Devata realms, Thousand Phantoms ice foxes are considered divine beasts. A divine beast? Ling Hu Yuan, Lei Jun, and the others were stunned by Lei Ying's words. They had heard about the Phantom Fox clan. Although the Phantom Fox clan was not weak among celestial beasts, they were only a grade 1 force. However, none of them doubted the talent of an existence that only appeared once in 1,000,000 years, even if it was from a grade 1 force. They were actually more shocked by the fact that Lei Ying said a Thousand Phantoms ice fox was considered a divine beast in Devata realms. The divine beasts reigned supreme over all celestial beasts. If it lived to its full potential, it would even surpass 10 Directions celestial emperors, easily becoming an apex powerhouse in a Devata realm. How could Lei Ying's disciples not be shocked by this revelation? On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner remained calm. After all, it was not like they were unaware of this matter. In the past, he had asked her about the difference between a Thousand Phantoms ice fox and other celestial beasts, and she had told him that Thousand Phantoms ice foxes were not celestial beasts but divine beasts. Apart from that, even the world-cleansing water had said Huana was a divine beast when he first obtained it. At this moment, Lei Ying looked at Huaner and declared, Since Huaner defeated my 3rd disciple, Huaner will be 3rd on the hierarchy instead. As for Ling Hu Yuan, she paused and looked at Ling Hu Yuan before she continued to say, You'll be my 4th disciples now, and Hewen my 5th disciple. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Shimin Lin Jie and Lei Jun instantly called out 3rd junior sister. Needless to say, Ling Hu Yuan was reluctant and begrudgingly called out 3rd senior sister. The jealousy in her eyes had grown even more intense when she looked at Huaner. This Ling Hu Yuan, Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw the jealousy flashing in Ling Hu Yuan's eyes. He hoped Ling Hu Yuan would not do anything foolish such as causing trouble for Huaner. Otherwise, he would never let her get away with it. At this time, Lei Ying said to Huaner with a smile, Huaner, from today onward, you can cultivate here. Ling Hu Yuan became even more jealous upon hearing this. Prior to this, only her 1st and 2nd senior brothers were allowed to cultivate at Lei Ying's cultivation place, where the heaven and earth spirit energy was richer than anywhere else in the valley. That's unnecessary. Huana shook her head. I will cultivate together with brother Ling Tian. Huaner did not want to be separated from Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, her cultivation speed would be faster if she stayed by his side. Although Lei Ying's cultivation place was good, it could not compare to the heaven and spirit energy in Duan Ling Tian's little world that originated from the remnant of a realm of gods. The realms of gods were divine places. It was only natural that their heaven and earth spirit energies were superior to those in Devata realms. All right, do as you wish. Lei Ying would have been quite displeased by Huaner's refusal if she was not aware that Huaner was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. Moreover, even if she was displeased, there was nothing she could do about it. Currently, she was satisfied as long as Huana acknowledged her as a teacher. She could use this relationship to build a better relationship with Huaner. After all, it would be beneficial to her in many ways if she could build a good relationship with a divine beast. Apart from that, if Juana managed to become a god, there was a possibility she would receive enlightenment from Juana and become a god herself. In Devata realms, it was the dream of all celestial emperors to become a god. Unfortunately, the chances were so slim that even among titled celestial emperors, the chances of becoming a god was only 0.1%. Following that, Lei Ying passed her soul pearl to Juana and said, "Juana, remember that from now on, you're my student. In the future, if there's anything I can help you with, feel free to look for me. Let's exchange soul pearls." After Juana and Lei Ying exchanged soul pearls, a celestial fruit that emitted a refreshing fragrance and had purple lightning bolts flashing around it suddenly appeared in Lei Ying's hand. Then she said as she handed the celestial fruit to Juana, "Juana, this is a gift from me. This celestial fruit is called the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit. I came across it 1,000 years ago. The Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit." Upon seeing this, not only did Linghu Yuan grow even more jealous, but even the other disciples, including Lei Jun, looked at the celestial fruit enviously. The Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit was a Grade 1 celestial fruit. It would boost the cultivation base of a celestial lord immensely. After a brief moment, Lei Jun and Shimin Lin Jie no longer paid attention to the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit. After all, it was useless to them since they were both celestial emperors. "Thank you, teacher." Juana's eyes lit up as she thanked Lei Ying. She knew the benefits of a Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit after all. "Juana, from today onward, remember that you're my student. No matter what happens, you will have the support of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor," Lei Ying said seriously. Juana nodded in response. Lei Jun said with a smile, "Junior sister Juana, if any of the prodigious disciples bully you, you can tell your second senior brother. First senior brother is over 1,000 years old, so he's no longer considered a prodigious disciple. But I'm under 900 years old, so I'm still a prodigious disciple." "Thank you, second senior brother." Juana nodded again. Apart from Linghu Yuan and He Wen, Lei Jun and Shimin Linjie took the initiative to exchange soul pearls with Juana before they bade farewell to each other. From the beginning up until now, Duan Tian was aware that Lei Jun, Lei Ying's son, had been ignoring him. When he and Juana left, he saw the jealousy that briefly flitted across Lei Jun's face. "Juana is too attractive." Duan Tian shook his head helplessly. As a man, he naturally could guess Lei Jun's thoughts as soon as Lei Jun stood up for Juana against Linghu Yuan. Apart from that, before the duo left, Duan Tian could also see the cold and sinister light glinting in Linghu Yuan's eyes. "Linghu Yuan better steer clear of us. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of her for good." Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force, Duan Tian and Juana could kill a celestial lord like Linghu Yuan without leaving any evidence behind if they so wished. Juana's illusory technique was impeccable as 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Coupled with Duan Tian's camouflage technique, he was confident he could even kill an ordinary celestial emperor without leaving any traces behind, let alone someone like Linghu Yuan. After returning to Su Lang's cultivation place, Juana brought the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit out and handed it to Duan Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, take this celestial fruit." "Juana, I understand your good intentions. However, this was given to you by your teacher, so it's better if you consume it," Duan Tian said with a smile. "Brother Ling Tian, my cultivation speed is already faster than yours. Moreover, the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit won't boost my cultivation base as much as it would boost yours," Juana said stubbornly. "If you don't want it, I'll destroy it then." Seeing how resolute Juana was, Duan Tian was rather helpless. Since when did Juana learn to act in this manner? In the past, this was how he had gotten her to share celestial fruits with him, since she usually refused to take his celestial fruits. It seemed like she had learned and mastered this trick from him. Duan Tian, who had no choice but to accept the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit, solemnly said, "Juana, let's make a deal. Whether it's you or I who obtain a celestial fruit in the future, let's just take turns to consume the celestial fruits. All right? Okay. Brother Ling Tian, hurry. Consume the fruit and start cultivating. With the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit and the Heaven and Earth Spirit energy in your little world, you'll definitely break through and become a 5-element celestial lord soon," Juana said with a smile. "It's easier said than done." Duan Tian shook his head. He had just broken through and became a 4-phenomenon celestial lord before joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he knew it would take a while before he would have another breakthrough and become a 5-elements celestial lord even with the Purple Thunder celestial fruit. Just when the duo was about to cultivate, Huaner suddenly looked at Duan Tian and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I just received a message from a Sword Trial Pavilion elder." "Me too." As soon as Huaner's voice fell, Duan Tian also received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder had informed Duan Tian that the prodigious disciple between the 200 to 300-year-old age group, who was ranked last, had agreed to battle him in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Prodigy Arena after 3 days. Since Duan Tian was the challenger, he did not have the right to choose the time. If he failed to show up during the fight, it would be ruled as him forfeiting the fight. "My fight with that prodigy is in 3 days. What about you?" Duan Tian asked Huaner curiously. "Mine is in 10 days, Huaner replied. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Just as Duan Tian and Huaner were about to leave Su Lang's place, a voice rang in the distance. "Hey, little junior brother. Wait for me." Duan Tian stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw a fat man dressed in a long green robe flying toward him at this moment. For someone his size, the fat man was rather quick. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. While Duan Tian and Huane were preparing to leave Su Lang's cultivation ground, suddenly a voice rang from the distance. "Hey, little junior brother. Wait for me. 6th senior brother. How may I help you?" The fat man was none other than Hong Fei, Su Lang's 6th disciple. "Little junior brother, I heard you have a battle in the Prodigy Arena today. How can I be absent from your fight? I'm not like your other seniors. They're all friendly to you, but during critical times, they're nowhere to be seen," Hong Fei said righteously with a straight face before he laughed. "Senior brother Hong Fei, how did you know I'm going to battle a prodigious disciple today?" Duan Tian was surprised. After all, he had just received word about this from the Sword Trial Pavilion elder 3 days ago. "Little junior brother, whenever anyone challenges a prodigious disciple, regardless if it was to become a prodigious disciple or to improve their ranking, the battle would be announced once it's confirmed. The information would be on public display in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Coincidentally, I saw the announcement for your battle when I went to the Sword Trial Pavilion 2 days ago," Hong Fei explained. Coincidentally, Duan Tian looked at Hong Fei and smiled knowingly. "I guess it's really a coincidence that senior brother Hong Fei found out I have a battle against a prodigious disciple today." "All right, I admit it." Hong Fei knew he had been seen through by Duan Tian, so he said seriously, "Little junior brother, I was just testing your reaction earlier. Frankly speaking, since you joined us, I've been going to the Sword Trial Pavilion to look at the announcements for battles between prodigious disciples. That's how I know you have an upcoming battle today with Huang Lunan, the person who's ranked last among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 and 300. Duan Tian only shook his head helplessly. He had seen how shameless Hong Fei could be, so he did not believe Hong Fei's words. "Little junior brother, since you are new to the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'm sure you don't know the way to the Prodigy Arena, right?" Hong Fei asked when he saw Duan Tian had no intention of continuing that topic. Duan Tian nodded. "I'm planning to ask for directions." "That's unnecessary. As your senior brother, I'll lead you there," Hong Fei said with a smile. "The Prodigy Arena isn't located on the islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It's located in the sky about 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are 3 rings in the Prodigy Arena that are shared by the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigious disciples. Your battle with Huang Lunan is the only battle today. Anyway, although you're unknown because you've just joined the palace and Huang Lunan's not particularly popular since he's ranked last among his peers, there would still be many disciples coming to watch the battle. However, usually it's the ordinary disciples who would come to watch. Prodigious disciples rarely show up. They continued to chat until they finally arrived at the place that was 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace. On the way over, just as Hong Fei had said, they saw many disciples who were also making their way to the Prodigy Arena to watch the battle. At this moment, a slightly displeased expression appeared on Hong Fei's face as he said, "I, Hong Fei, can be considered rather well known in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect these disciples not to recognize me. He was rather unhappy that none of the disciples had greeted him. Swoosh! 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 The trio finally stopped moving once they entered the Heavenly Pool Palace's Prodigy Arena. The Prodigy Arena was suspended in the air and had 3 battle rings on 3 respective levels. A stone tablet with the words Prodigy Arena could be seen in the middle of the arena. At this moment, there were at least 100 people who had already gathered in the arena. Moreover, it seemed like the number was still increasing. While Duanling Tian studied the Prodigy Arena, a disciple greeted Hong Fei enthusiastically, "Senior brother Hong Fei." Hong Fei nodded. He was delighted that someone finally recognized him. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared in just an instant, unlike how shamelessly he behaved when he was with Duanling Tian and Huaner. His expression was solemn when he responded to the disciple. Meanwhile, a few disciples standing nearby shifted their eyes to Hong Fei when they heard the disciple greeting him. "He's Hong Fei. He's the weakest among all the prodigious disciples under Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, right? If I'm not mistaken, Hong Fei is ranked last in the 600 to 700-year-old age group. He has been kicked out of the prodigy ranking a few times, and it'd take a while before he made his way into the ranking again. Nevertheless, since he's capable of making his way back into a ranking, it means he qualifies as a prodigious disciple." Although the disciples discussed in whispered voices, their conversation clearly entered Duanling Tian and Huaner's ears. Both of them exchanged a look immediately as a small smile appeared on their faces. On the other hand, Hong Fei's expression darkened immediately when he heard the disciples whispering behind his back. He said angrily, "You foul-mouthed bastards. If you have the guts, why don't you fight me in the Prodigy Arena? I'll take on a few of you at a time. If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I'll take it as a loss." The disciples froze, feeling embarrassed and at a loss over what to do when they realized Hong Fei had overheard their discussion. "Hong Fei, aren't you ashamed to be making a fuss over the ordinary disciples?" A loud and high-pitched laughter rang from the distance at this moment, helping the disciples to extricate themselves from the embarrassing situation. Soon enough, a skinny young man, the extreme opposite of Hong Fei's large and fleshy body, appeared in front of them. "Lu Jian, why are you here?" Hong Fei cocked an eyebrow when he saw the skinny young man. He did not expect to meet this person here. At the same time, Hong Fei sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. "Little junior brother, this is Lu Jian. We're in the same age group. I'm ranked 10th while he's ranked 9th. However, if it wasn't because I was unlucky previously, I would have defeated him and ranked 9th instead." Duanling Tian did not take Hong Fei's words seriously. After all, he knew Hong Fei liked to boast and joke around. Naturally, he knew Hong Fei meant no harm with his jokes. In the end, he did not expose Hong Fei and just nodded imperceptibly in response. "I accompanied my junior brother here. After all, my junior brother, Huang Lu Nan, will be battling your junior brother," Lu Jian said. After a brief pause, he continued to say, "I just found out that the new disciple, Duanling Tian, who challenged my junior brother, is now a student of your teacher, Lord Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. So, this must be Duanling Tian, right?" After he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian as he smiled disdainfully. "Are you looking down on my little junior brother?" Hong Fei asked in a lowered voice as a frown appeared on his face immediately when he saw the disdainful smile on Lu Jian's face. "I'm not looking down on him. However, he's a newbie. Even if he's talented, he should measure his strength before challenging a prodigious disciple," Lu Jian said airily. "A battle with a prodigious disciple isn't easy, after all. If he loses, he might be so traumatized that he doesn't dare to challenge another prodigious disciple again. Lord Su Lang has 7 disciples now. Out of the 7, 5 of them are outstanding. Initially, there's only you, Hong Fei, the loser," Lu Jian said. Then, he glanced at Duanling Tian, and the disdainful smile on his face grew bigger as he said, "However, now, there's one more loser. Preposterous." Hong Fei was furious. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed for a second before he looked at Lu Jian with a faint smile on his face as he said, "It would have been better for you to keep these words to yourself until your junior brother, Huang Lunan, defeats me. Now that you've said these words, it'd be embarrassing for you if the outcome is different from what you expected. That's right. Hong Fei chimed in indignantly. Embarrassing. Lu Jian was briefly taken aback by Duanling Tian's words. When he recovered his senses, he laughed. Boy, you seem pretty confident. However, there has never been a lack of new Heavenly Pool Palace disciples who are overconfident. However, in the end, they were always beaten to a pulp. His eyes glinted coldly when he reached the end of his words. Oh? Is that so? Duanling Tian smiled faintly upon hearing Lu Jian's words. Senior brother. At this moment, a tall young man who was dressed in blue robes with a determined expression on his face arrived next to Lu Jian. He asked, Were you looking for me? Junior brother, this is your opponent today. He's Lord Su Lang's newest and youngest disciple, Duanling Tian. Lu Jian glanced at Duanling Tian as he said to the young man. Based on Lu Jian's words, it was obvious the young man was none other than the prodigious disciple Duanling Tian would be facing in the prodigy arena today, Huang Lunan. Huang Lunan was ranked last among the 10 prodigious disciples in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. If Duanling Tian managed to defeat him, he would be kicked off of the prodigy ranking and become a prodigious disciple. Prodigious disciples were all given a special identity token that would grant them access to many places in the Heavenly Pool Palace that ordinary disciples did not have access to. Moreover, the prodigious disciples' treatment was naturally better and would make most ordinary disciples go green with envy. It was not easy to become a prodigious disciple since there could only be 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. Oh! Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Huang Lunan shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and asked nonchalantly, I heard you managed to injure a senior of ours, a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage, during the disciple selections test. His gaze hardened at the end of his words. You're quite well informed, Duanling Tian replied indifferently. I hope you're as strong as the rumor says. Otherwise, I'd be greatly disappointed, Huang Lunan said as he shook his head and smiled. It was clear he was not intimidated at all even if Duanling Tian were as strong as rumored. It seems like you're quite confident of your strength, Duanling Tian said. I guess. I should be slightly stronger than you, Huang Lunan replied with a smile. Is that so? Duanling Tian smiled noncommittally and did not say much in response. While Huang Lunan and Lu Jian continued to provoke Duanling Tian, Huaner, and Hong Fei, the voices of a few disciples could be heard. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder is here. It's him again. This Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was the same elder who had helped him and Huaner to challenge the prodigious disciples previously. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder hovered above the stone tablet in the prodigy arena with his hands resting on his back as he calmly asked Huang Lunan and Duanling Tian, Are both of you present? Although his voice was not loud, it contained a mysterious energy that allowed everyone to hear him clearly. Junior brother, go on. I'd really like to see why Lord Su Lang took a liking to this boy, Lu Jian said to Huang Lunan. Although Lu Jian and Huang Lunan were disciples of one of the celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, their teacher was weaker compared to Su Lang. Lu Jian had wanted to join Su Lang in the past and even took the initiative to speak to Su Lang about it, but was rejected in the end. Therefore, he hated Su Lang's disciples who were weaker than him. Why would Su Lang reject him but accept someone weaker than him? Senior brother, today I'll teach him a lesson today and show him what it means to be a prodigious disciple, Huang Lunan said with a smirk. Then, he turned into a ball of flame as he shot toward the battle ring. Elder. Huang Lunan greeted the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder and handed his identity token to the Elder as soon as he landed in the battle ring. His identity token was the unique identity token of a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There was no name engraved on the token since the token acknowledged its owner through blood. Although there was no name on the identity token, it was engraved with the owner's age group and ranking. His identity token naturally had the words 200 to 300-year-old age group and 10th place engraved on it. The prodigious disciples in different age groups and different rankings had different identity tokens. Therefore, if someone who was lower in ranking defeated someone with a higher ranking in the same age group, they would have to switch their identity tokens. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported into the battle ring. Juana followed suit and teleported as close as she could to the battle ring. Her eyes were fixed on Duanling Tian, who was standing across from Huang Lunan. Sister-in-law, Huang Lunan's strength is pretty good. In your opinion, what are the chances of little junior brother winning? Hong Fei asked with a smile after he arrived next to Huaner. It's impossible for brother Ling Tian to lose, Huaner said bluntly. Hong Fei felt that Huana's unswerving confidence was due to her blind trust in Duanling Tian. However, he soon recalled Su Lang's words. Teacher did say that it shouldn't be a problem for little junior brother to become a prodigious disciple. However, his opponent is Huang Lunan. Hong Fei might have doubted Huaner's words, but he did not doubt Su Lang's words. Nonetheless, he was still confused. However, Huang Lunan is also capable of doing what little junior brother did during the first test. There's no point thinking about this. I'll just wait and see. If little junior brother manages to defeat Huang Lunan, I want to see Lu Jian's humiliated and disappointed expression. A cold smile could be seen on his face at this moment. Lu Jian, who was also standing nearby, saw the smile on Hong Fei's face and asked contemptuously, Hong Fei, do you really think your junior brother is a match for my junior brother? Lu Jian, I just hope you'll be able to smile at the end of this. At this moment, Hong Fei could only believe in Duanling Tian. He refused to show his doubts in front of Lu Jian. Meanwhile, the crowd of disciples who had come to watch the battle was still growing. Suddenly, the elder who came to supervise the battle in the prodigy arena looked up into the distance. This naturally caught the other disciples' attention, and they instinctively turned to look as well. It's Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun ranks in the top 3 in the 800 to 900-year-old age group. Not only is he a one basic celestial emperor, but he's also comprehended 7 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Most importantly, he's the only son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor from our heavenly pool palace. Even among the 100 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace, Lei Jun was like a brilliant star. Not only was he strong, but his family background was good as well. That aside, many of the disciples could not help but wonder why Lei Jun would come here. Normally, battles like the one between Duanling Tian and Huang Lunan were not even good enough to attract his attention. Young master, the elder greeted and bowed at Lei Jun when Lei Jun arrived. He did not dare to be negligent since Lei Jun's mother was the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Elder Qin, don't mind me. Carry on. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jun appeared next to Huaner. Then Lei Jun said with a smile, third junior sister. Second senior brother. Since Lei Jun had stood for Huaner when Lingyu Huan deliberately looked for trouble with her, she had a good impression of him. Therefore, she had responded to his greeting. Third junior sister, I heard that you've also challenged a prodigious disciple. When is your battle? Lei Jun asked with a bright smile on his face. In 7 days, Huana replied curtly. She did not even look at Lei Jun when she replied to him. Her eyes were only fixed on the purple-clad young man standing in the prodigy arena. It was obvious the purple-clad young man was the only one in her eyes. Lei Jun's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes when he looked at the purple-clad figure standing in the prodigy arena. As soon as he saw Huaner for the first time, he was attracted to her. Although she was wearing a veil, it did not conceal her beauty at all. Just the sight of her at that time caused his heart to thump wildly in his chest. Alas, she was with Duanling Tian. He could not help but feel jealous. Although he was aware that she was in love with Duanling Tian, he did not care at all. This was because he could tell she was still a virgin. Since she had not been intimate with Duanling Tian, he hoped to attract her interest. Killing intent surged in Lei Jun's heart again when he turned back to look at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, there's no enmity between us. You can only blame the fact that Huaner likes you. Meanwhile, some of the disciples who were looking at Lei Jun could tell Lei Jun was interested in Huaner. Hey! It seems like senior brother Lei Jun isn't here for the battle but for that woman. This is the first time I've seen senior brother Lei Jun showing interest in a woman. At this moment, the elder's voice rang in the air, causing the disciples to shift their attention away from Lei Jun to Duanling Tian and Huang Lu Nan. Let the battle begin. Huang Lu Nan sneered as he said, Duanling Tian, right? I'll make you regret challenging me. You should attack now, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly without a change in his expression. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack anymore if you don't attack now. Nonsense. Huang Lu Nan was enraged by Duanling Tian's words. Flames surged out of his body immediately. He was a 6 combos celestial lord who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Therefore, he knew he was capable of doing what Duanling Tian did during the first disciple selection test. Duanling Tian, today I'll teach you a lesson so you won't dare to challenge another prodigious disciple again, Huang Lu Nan said after scoffing. Then charged toward Duanling Tian. The disciples from the heavenly pool palace nearby could feel the scorching heat of Huang Lu Nan's flames. Many of them began to discuss among themselves when he started attacking. Although Huang Lu Nan ranks last among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300, he's only slightly weaker than those who ranked ahead of him. That's right. He doesn't always rank last. He is ranked 6th in the past. That's his highest rank so far. Huang Lu Nan is rather strong. It won't be easy to defeat him and become a prodigious disciple. Soon enough, the disciples saw a shocking scene unfold. Swoosh! Just as Huang Lu Nan was about to reach Duanling Tian, he felt as though he had run into an invisible wall. He was forced to come to a stop. No matter how hard he tried, he could not advance at all. He tried leaving in another direction, but it was futile. After a moment, Huang Lu Nan scoffed. Do you think your restraining profundity is capable of restraining me? It was obvious he knew Duanling Tian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity on him. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as the flames on Huang Lu Nan's body surged and raged. It collided with the invisible barrier from the restraining profundity unceasingly. Soon enough, the flames on his body rose and raged until they filled the space he was imprisoned in. With this, the barrier began to tremble violently as though it was going to shatter at any moment. The disciples began to discuss among themselves again. Duanling Tian's restraining profundity is capable of withstanding Huang Lu Nan's attacks for such a long time? No wonder he has the courage to challenge a prodigious disciple. It seems like he's quite talented and strong. However, based on the current situation, it's only a matter of time before Huang Lu Nan breaks out from the restraining profundity. Just as the disciples had speculated, Huang Lu Nan soon broke free of the restraints with a smirk on his face. However, it did not take long before the expression on his face froze. Then it changed drastically as he watched Duanling Tian disappear into thin air. Flames erupted from his body again and rose into the air like raging fire dragons. Is this all you got? Duanling Tian had reappeared behind Huang Lu Nan. In just a blink of an eye, a powerful spatial energy surged as he pushed his palm out and easily extinguished Huang Lu Nan's raging fire dragons. Bang! After the fire dragons were extinguished, a loud explosion rang in the air. Soon enough, everyone saw Duanling Tian send Huang Lu Nan flying back in the air when Duanling Tian's palm landed on Huang Lu Nan's body. Huang Lu Nan tried with all his might to regain and stabilize his footing when Duanling Tian teleported next to him. Bang! Duanling Tian kicked Huang Lu Nan and sent him flying once again. Swoosh! The third time, Duanling Tian teleported above Huang Lu Nan. His hand slammed down on Huang Lu Nan, dispersing the celestial origin energy that Huang Lu Nan was gathering. Boom! 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 Huang Lu Nan struggled to retaliate. Whenever he tried to mobilize the celestial origin energy in his body, Duanling Tian would teleport near him and attack him. He was helpless since he could keep up with Duanling Tian's speed when mobilizing celestial origin energy. How's this possible? Huang Lu Nan was shocked and confused. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to guess that Duanling Tian possessed 99 heavenly veins. In regard to the speed of mobilizing celestial origin energy, only those who possessed 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms were a match for him. Meanwhile, The disciples who were watching the battle were similarly shocked and confused. They were unaware of the predicament Huang Lunan was in. In their eyes, it seemed as though he was deliberately letting Duanling Tian win. What's going on? Huang Lunan is completely subdued by Duanling Tian? Impossible. He can't retaliate at all? How's this possible? Is he deliberately letting Duanling Tian win? Is this a staged fight? This doesn't make any sense. Should he already be defeated by now if he's deliberately letting Duanling Tian win? That's right. Even if he's acting, is it necessary to suffer so much beating? Chills ran up the disciples' spines as they watched Huang Lunan being beaten to a pulp. If they were in Huang Lunan's shoes, they would have long surrendered instead of enduring such a beating. At this moment, Hong Fei began to laugh. Then, he narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Jian, who was standing nearby, and said mockingly, Lu Jian, it seems like your junior brother is quite strong. He's already being beaten to such an extent by my junior brother, but he's still enduring it. In my opinion, he should change his name and call himself Mr. Strong or something. What do you think? He was clearly in high spirits. On the other hand, Lu Jian's expression was rather unsightly as he watched Huang Lunan being beaten by Duanling Tian. His expression turned even more unsightly when he heard Hong Fei's words. He snapped back, "That's enough." Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Huang Lunan were unaware of the conversations in their surroundings. Huang Lunan refused to surrender, so Duanling Tian could only continue. In fact, it was not his intention to beat Huang Lunan to such an extent. However, this was the first time he was able to freely use all the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. At this moment, he was like a child who was just learning to speak and could not stop talking at all. How exhilarating! Duanling Tian felt adrenaline coursing through his veins. He was not in a hurry to end the battle at all. Therefore, he only inflicted shallow injuries on Huang Lunan to prevent him from retaliating. On the contrary, Huang Lunan was in a bad state. He would have surrendered if he had suffered serious injuries. However, he could not surrender because he discovered, despite the excruciating pain, the injuries Duanling Tian inflicted on him were not life-threatening at all. He was enduring so he could find an opening and strike Duanling Tian once before he surrendered. However, as time passed, he fell into despair. He was completely suppressed with no hope of retaliating. On top of all this, Lu Jian kept sending voice transmissions repeatedly asking to surrender. For all these reasons, he eventually gave in. "I surrender. You're giving up so soon?" Duanling Tian frowned, clearly discontented. Soon after, the Sword Trial Pavilion announced loudly, "Duanling Tian, from today onward, you're a prodigious disciple. You're now ranked 10th in the 200 to 300-year-old age group." After the elder finished speaking, he handed the identity token that Huang Lunan had handed over to him before the battle started to Duanling Tian. Then, he reminded Duanling Tian to claim ownership of the identity token by dripping his blood on the token. "All right." Duanling Tian nodded and wasted no time in claiming ownership of the identity token. Meanwhile, the crowd of disciples watching the battle was no longer shocked by the outcome of the battle after watching Duanling Tian beating up Huang Lunan without giving Huang Lunan a chance to retaliate at all. Before the Sword Trial Pavilion elder left, he bade farewell to Lei Jun and Huaner, since the pair was the only son and a student of Lei Ying, his pavilion master, respectively. Duanling Tian suddenly called out, just when the elder was about to leave, "Elder!" The elder knew Duanling Tian and Huaner had a close relationship, so he was courteous toward Duanling Tian. "What's the matter, Duanling Tian?" "Elder, since I've replaced Huang Lunan as a prodigious disciple and ranked 10 in my age group, can I challenge any of the 9 prodigious disciples regardless of rank? Or do I have to follow the order?" Duanling Tian asked. "You're free to challenge whoever you want in your age group except for those in the top 3. You can only challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in ascending order. For example, someone who's ranked 5th can't challenge the person who's ranked 3rd. In order to do so, the person who's ranked 5th has to defeat the person who's ranked 4th first. Is there any other way around this?" Duanling Tian frowned slightly. He did not want to go through the trouble of fighting so many people. He just wanted to rise up the rank as quickly as possible to raise his status so he could help Huaner find her parents. When Lu Jian overheard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the elder, he sneered. What? Don't tell me you want to directly challenge those in the top 3? He scoffed before he continued to say, it's not entirely impossible if that's what you want. If you're able to defeat me, not only will you be able to challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in your age group, but you can also directly challenge the top prodigious disciple in your age group. At the end of his words, his lips curved up into a contemptuous smile. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Lu Jian's words. Then he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder for confirmation. The elder's eyes widened slightly in surprise upon hearing Lu Jian's words. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, replied, Indeed, it's as he said. Except for the prodigious disciples between the ages of 900 to 1000, all prodigious disciples can directly challenge the top 3 disciples in their age group if they're able to defeat a prodigious disciple in a higher age group. If you win, you can even directly challenge the top prodigy in your age group. Moreover, he or she won't be able to refuse you. After the elder finished saying this, he shifted his glance to Lu Jian before he continued to speak. The prodigy who loses to the younger prodigy not only have to hand in their identity token, but they wouldn't be able to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years because they're prohibited to challenge a prodigious disciple during that time. A huge grin appeared on Lu Jian's face as he asked, What do you think? Do you want to fight me, Duan Lingtian? Junior brother. Don't fall for his provocations. Hong Fei hurriedly sent a voice transmission when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Lu Jian, as though considering Lu Jian's words. His expression changed drastically, worried that Duan Lingtian would truly challenge Lu Jian. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Lingtian and patiently explained, Duan Lingtian, since this battle would rob the older prodigious disciple's chance of becoming a prodigious disciple for 100 years. It's a life or death battle. If the loser surrenders, then the other party won't be allowed to deal the killing blow. However, if one's unable to surrender for some reason, like being unable to speak, the end result is only death. This is also a rule of the Sword Trial Pavilion. A life or death battle? Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow as he looked at Lu Jian intently. What? Do you want to kill me, Lu Jian? Lu Jian said with a chuckle. It doesn't matter. What matters is if you have the guts to fight me. A provocative smile appeared on his face when he finished speaking. Junior brother, since you've obtained the identity token of a prodigious disciple, let's leave, Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian. He was worried his junior brother would really challenge Lu Jian out of anger. It was quite obvious his junior brother had quite the temper. Otherwise, his junior brother would not have beaten Huang Lu Nan to that extent. What's Duan Lingtian going to do? Lei Jun, who was standing near Huaner, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would challenge Lu Jian so Lu Jian would be able to kill him. However, he knew he was expecting too much. There was no way Duan Lingtian would really challenge Lu Jian since it was no different from seeking death. Lu Jian was somewhere between 600 to 700 years old. Moreover, he was an 8 trigrams celestial lord who has comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. He was much stronger than his junior brother, Huang Lu Nan. Lei Jun turned to look at Huaner and said with a smile, Third junior sister. I think your brother Lingtian probably won't dare to challenge Lu Jian. Lu Jian's strength isn't that bad even though he's the weakest among his peers. He had deliberately used Lu Jian to put Duan Lingtian down. He was aware that if he had directly insulted Duan Lingtian, it would only make Huaner disgusted with him. At that time, the distance between him and Huaner would only increase. Huaner did not bother responding to Lei Jun. She was no longer as naive as before. After experiencing so many things, she had also understood many things. How could she not know Lei Jun was trying to undermine Duan Lingtian by using Lu Jian? For this reason, whatever little good impression she had of him had vanished without a trace. She no longer wanted to pay any attention to him, even if he was Lei Ying's son. At this time, Duan Lingtian asked the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, Elder, if I decide to challenge Lu Jian, can I do it without having to go through registration? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was the group of Heavenly Pool Palace disciples nearby shocked, but even the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was shocked. Did Duan Ling Tian's question not mean he was planning to challenge Lu Jian? Was Duan Ling Tian tired of living? The Heavenly Pool Palace disciples nearby discussed among themselves and shook their heads as they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a fool. Can't Duan Ling Tian see that Lu Jian is intentionally provoking him? Is he really going to fight Lu Jian? Is he stupid? Lu Jian is a prodigious disciple in the 600 to 700-year-old age group. He's an 8 trigrams celestial lord who has already comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. How can Duan Ling Tian possibly be a match for him? Well, Lu Jian's tactic to rile Duan Ling Tian up is clearly successful. Look, Duan Ling Tian's so angry that he's really going to recklessly challenge Lu Jian. On the other hand, Lu Jian's eyes brightened as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He really did not expect his provocation to work. After all, his intention was rather obvious. How could Duan Ling Tian not see through it? Junior brother? Hong Fei's expression was indescribable at this moment. He really did not expect his junior brother would fall for Lu Jian's provocation and challenge Lu Jian. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to dissuade his junior brother. Sixth senior brother, don't worry. Duan Ling Tian only reassured Hong Fei. It was obvious he was not going to back down. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder glanced at Lu Jian and said, "If the person you challenge agrees to it, then there's no need for registration of any sort." Lu Jian hurriedly agreed, afraid that Duan Ling Tian would change his mind. Then, his eyes brimmed with disdain and ridicule as he said, clearly trying to further provoke Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, the only thing that matters now is if you have the guts to challenge me." "Elder, I want to challenge him," Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly to the elder. The elder's expression was grave as he warned Duan Ling Tian, "Think about this carefully. Once he removes his ownership on his identity token and passes it to me, you won't be able to back out of this." If it had been an ordinary person, the elder would not have bothered giving such a warning. However, Duan Ling Tian clearly had a close relationship with Huaner, who was the student of Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. It was only for this reason he had warned Duan Ling Tian. "I've thought it through." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jian wasted no time in bringing his identity token out and removing his ownership of them. Then, he hurriedly handed it over to the elder. "Elder Qin, since he's so confident, there's no need for you to warn him. He probably won't even thank you for it." Lu Jian had readily handed his identity token to the elder. After all, as long as he beat Duan Ling Tian, it would return to him anyway. Naturally, if he lost, which he thought was impossible, he would not be able to become a prodigious disciple over the next 100 years no matter how strong he was. This rule was created by the Sword Trial Pavilion to stop people from cheating and deliberately losing. After the elder accepted Lu Jian's identity token, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, you'll now enter a life-or-death battle with Lu Jian. Naturally, if you're able to surrender, he won't be allowed to kill you." Swoosh! As soon as the Sword Trial Pavilion elder finished speaking, Lu Jian flew up impatiently toward the battle ring in the Prodigy Arena. Now that there was no way for Duan Ling Tian to back out, he was no longer anxious like before. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, but it was likely that Duan Ling Tian would surrender very early in the battle. Although many people would understand if Duan Ling Tian surrendered, Duan Ling Tian's reputation would take a huge blow in the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, there was a huge difference between surrendering as soon as the battle started and trying your best before surrendering at the last moment. Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush. He sent a voice transmission to the elder. "Elder, for this life-or-death battle, you implied that no blame would fall on him if he kills me without giving me a chance to surrender. Does this hold true for me as well?" The elder was momentarily stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he replied through voice transmission, "That's correct." Inwardly, the elder really could not help wondering what Duan Ling Tian was planning to do. Did Duan Ling Tian really think he could kill Lu Jian? The elder was still in a daze when Duan Ling Tian teleported into the battle ring, standing across Lu Jian. "Junior brother, At this moment, Hong Fei's expression was incredibly terrible. He had not stopped trying to dissuade his junior brother at all, but his words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Apart from a short message telling him not to worry, his junior brother no longer replied to him. Duanling Tian actually challenged Lu Jian? Lei Jun's eyes widened imperceptibly in surprise. However, there was a hint of delight flashing in the depths of his eyes as well. After all, this was the outcome he wanted the most. As far as he was concerned, Duanling Tian's death was certain the moment he challenged Lu Jian. I won't have to personally act now that Lu Jian is going to kill him for me. Despite his thoughts, Lei Jun naturally did dare to show it outwardly. He looked at Huaner and shook his head as he said, Huaner, your brother Ling Tian is too reckless. Why didn't you dissuade him? Lu Jian is rather strong, so your brother Ling Tian might not be a match for him. Alas, Lei Jun did not receive any response from Huaner at all. Her eyes were fixed on Duanling Tian as though Lei Jun and everyone else did not exist. In the battle ring, Lu Jian looked at Duanling Tian calmly and said condescendingly, You're strong and courageous. You're truly worthy of being a disciple chosen by the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Duanling Tian ignored Lu Jian. His expression showed no changes. It was as though he did not care about Lu Jian at all. In fact, he really did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. Begin, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said at this moment under everyone's watchful eyes. At the same time, he reminded Duanling Tian again through voice transmission. If you're no match for him, surrender immediately. Otherwise, you might not have a chance to do so later. Many thanks for your reminder, elder. Duanling Tian appreciated the elder's repeated reminder, even though he knew the elder had only done so in consideration of Huaner's feelings. Needless to say, he also appreciated the reminder from Hong Fei, his sixth senior brother. He did not respond to Hong Fei's reminder and warning because he knew it was futile. Hong Fei would not believe that he, who was not even 300 years old, was a match for Lu Jian. Moreover, Lu Jian was, in some ways, slightly stronger than Hong Fei. It would be best to convince Hong Fei of his strength through his actions. Duanling Tian, I won't bully you. You can make the first move. Although Lu Jian did not think Duanling Tian was a match for him, he was not careless. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded his body immediately. He looked as though he had been plated with gold and shone dazzlingly. From afar, he looked like Buddha who illuminated everything with his golden light. A small smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face upon hearing Lu Jian's words. It was obvious Lu Jian did not think much of him at all. Swoosh! Duanling Tian vanished into thin air immediately without saying another word. Swoosh! Then, Duanling Tian reappeared near Lu Jian. With just a thought, he cast the law of space's restraining profundity to restrain Lu Jian. This time, he had used the restraining profundity differently compared to when he used it against Huang Lunan. Against Huang Lunan, he had used it only to trap Huang Lunan alone in the spatial prison. However, at this moment, he was also in the spatial prison with Lu Jian. He was only about 10 meters away from Lu Jian at this moment. He didn't attack in a hurry and only stood across from Lu Jian silently. Meanwhile, the golden celestial origin energy that was boosted by the metal elemental profundity shone so brightly at this moment that it seemed as though it could burn Duanling Tian. The disciples in the surroundings were confused when they saw this and began to discuss among themselves. What's Duanling Tian trying to do? I think he's provoking senior brother Lu Jian by standing so close to senior brother Lu Jian. There are ripples in the air around them. This should be because they're imprisoned in the space from Duanling Tian's restraining profundity. Why did Duanling Tian enter the spatial prison with senior brother Lu Jian? Is he mad? To stand so close to senior brother Lu Jian? Is he courting death? Senior brother Lu Jian is an 8 trigrams celestial lord who has comprehended the law of metal. This means his strongest suit is his defenses. On the other hand, Duanling Tian's advantage lies with the law of space's teleportation profundity. By doing this, isn't Duanling Tian throwing away his advantage? What the hell is he thinking? Similarly, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder who was supervising the battle was also confused. He had no idea what Duanling Tian was thinking. Not only did Duanling Tian throw away his advantage, but he even revealed his weakness to his opponent. On the other hand, Huang Lu Nan, who had just been brutally suppressed by Duanling Tian, felt as though his anger had been vented when he saw this. He sneered when he saw Duanling Tian acting so arrogantly. Duanling Tian is really seeking death. Does he think senior brother Lu Jian's strength is like his? At the same time, Lei Jun turned to look at Huaner and said with a faint smile on his face, "Third junior sister, it seems like your big brother Ling Tian isn't very smart." Although Huana did not pay any more attention to Lei Jun, he did not give up trying to engage her in a conversation. Although he did not receive any response from her, he was happy to amuse himself. After all, he was rejoicing inwardly at this moment. How could he not be happy that Duanling Tian was making such a stupid mistake? After all, this only meant that Duanling Tian's chances of dying had grown even higher. However, after a while, with the continuous lack of response from Huaner, Lei Jun could not help but feel slightly angry. Naturally, he would not direct his anger at Huaner, so he could only vent his anger on Duanling Tian. For this reason, he sent Lu Jian a voice transmission. "Lu Jian, don't waste time. Seize the chance and kill him immediately. If you succeed, I'll reward you with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon." A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was considered a rare treasure even in a heaven-grade force. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, one would only be granted a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon once one had become a celestial emperor. Apart from that, one would also be granted a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon if one contributed greatly to the Heavenly Pool Palace or performed extremely well during an assessment. However, it had to be said that although the Heavenly Pool Palace was selective when granting purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons to their disciples, it did not mean that the Heavenly Pool Palace lacked purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Needless to say, for someone like Lei Jun, who was the son of a titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not lacking in purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. His mother, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor and the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, had long given him a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. After he had broken through and became a celestial emperor, he was again given another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Apart from that, he was also given another one after performing brilliantly in an assessment 100 years ago. Therefore, as far as he was concerned, it was nothing to give Lu Jian a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It only meant that he had one less thing in his spatial ring. On the other hand, for someone like Lu Jian who did not own a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon, owning one meant that he had another life-saving treasure in his arsenal. Therefore, his eyes brightened as soon as he heard Lei Jun's voice transmission. He had already planned to kill Duanling Tian as long as the chance presented itself. However, upon hearing Lei Jun's voice transmission, he grew even more determined to kill Duanling Tian. He had no idea how Duanling Tian had offended Lei Jun, but it did not matter to him. What mattered the most now was to kill Duanling Tian and obtain the purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon that he yearned for even in his dreams. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Lu Jian's face when he shifted his eyes back to Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, to think you threw away your advantage and choose to fight me in an enclosed space. You must be really confident about your strength." Although the restrictions in the restraining profundity's spatial prison would not affect Duanling Tian much, it would still affect him slightly. This meant that his teleportation profundity, his advantage, would be affected as well. For example, if Duanling Tian were to teleport out of the spatial prison now, it would take him 2 breaths to do so. 2 breaths were more than enough for Lu Jian to do many things, or so Lu Jian thought. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duanling Tian only said indifferently, "You're worthy of being Huang Lu Nan's senior brother. You're both really similar. Earlier, your junior brother was also certain of his victory. Alas, what was his outcome?" Lu Jian sneered. "What? You think I'll share the same outcome as my junior brother? If my junior brother weren't careless and let you seize the opportunity, it wouldn't have been so easy for you to beat him." Earlier, Duanling Tian had intentionally prolonged his battle with Lu Jian to test his profundities from the law of space. However, in Lu Jian's eyes, it seemed like the battle had dragged on because Duanling Tian was not able to quickly defeat his junior brother. Therefore, he did not think Duanling Tian was powerful at all. Duanling Tian said nonchalantly, You're talking rubbish. Hurry up and make your move. Swoosh. If that's what you desire. Lu Jian seemed to have turned into a streak of golden light as he shot toward Duanling Tian. When he drew closer to Duanling Tian, the streak of golden light seemed to have transformed into a golden sword ray. It looked unstoppable and invincible. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly before his figure moved at the speed of lightning. A turbulent energy swept out immediately. At the same time, 9 spatial tiers appeared around Duanling Tian. At the same time, the space around Lu Jian's golden sword ray turned volatile. Spatial energies that seemed like little snakes attacked the golden sword ray as the golden sword ray reaped the lives of the little snakes. Magnetic storm profundity. With just a thought from Duanling Tian, the spatial energies that resembled little snakes suddenly turned into huge pythons. Just a few bolts of the spatial energies struck the golden sword ray, but it was enough to cause the golden sword ray, which seemed unaffected by the spatial energies just a moment ago, to dim. Lu Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. It's quite surprising that Duanling Tian had comprehended so many profundities to the mastery stage. Unfortunately, this ends now. Up until now, Lu Jian had only used a small portion of his strength. He had held back so he could deliver the killing blow when Duanling Tian least expected it. In Lu Jian's opinion, Duanling Tian would definitely surrender if he unleashed all his strength from the beginning. If he killed Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian had surrendered, he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. With his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he might even be sentenced to death. Although he was a prodigious disciple in the palace, he was ranked at the bottom among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It would be impossible for the Heavenly Pool Palace to spare his life due to his low status. Therefore, he had hidden his true strength and waited for the opportunity to strike with all his might to kill Duanling Tian when the opportunity presented itself. Most of the disciples who were watching could tell Lu Jian was holding back his strength. Duanling Tian is quite strong. Even then, it's obvious senior brother Lu Jian is holding back his strength. He should be stronger than this, right? That's right. The strength he has displayed so far is, at most, comparable to Huang Lunan's strength. There's no doubt he's holding back his strength. Even the disciples could tell Lu Jian was holding back his strength, let alone Huang Lunan. He could guess his senior brother's intention. Killing intent glinted in his eyes as he watched the battle. Duanling Tian had beaten him so badly in front of so many people. His reputation would definitely take a hit once word of it spread out. Everyone would be reminded of his humiliation when they saw him or Duanling Tian. If Duanling Tian died, he no longer had to worry about this matter. Since the others could guess Lu Jian's intention, how could Hong Fei not understand Lu Jian's intention? He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian, his voice laden with anxiety. Junior brother Ling Tian, Lu Jian is hiding most of his strength so far. He wants to kill you. Hurry up and surrender. As soon as Hong Fei's voice transmission ended, the golden sword ray that was dimming suddenly brightened as though it had received a boost. Swoosh! 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 The golden sword ray suddenly split into tens of thousands of sword rays and shot toward Duanling Tian in the spatial prison from the restraining profundity like floodwater that surged out of a broken dam. Swoosh! 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 Chills ran up the disciples' spines as the ear-piercing sword cry rang in the air. This is Lu Jian's true strength. Didn't I say he was holding back earlier? How terrifying! Let alone Duanling Tian, even his senior brother, Hong Fei, would be seriously injured if he didn't die from such an attack, right? Lu Jian truly intends to kill Duanling Tian. The disciples felt pity from Duanling Tian as they watched the tide of golden sword rays swept toward Duanling Tian. Huang Lunan's eyes lit up when he saw the golden sword rays. He did not think Duanling Tian would be able to survive this attack. After all, if he were to face such an attack, there was no doubt he would die. Lu Jian wants to kill Duanling Tian. The eyes of the Sword Trial Pavilion elder frowned slightly when he saw Lu Jian intended to kill Duanling Tian. Otherwise, there was no reason for Lu Jian to suddenly unleash all his strength at this moment. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to intervene for Huaner's sake, There was nothing he could do at this moment unless Duan Tian surrendered, since it was clearly stated that it was a life-or-death battle. Nevertheless, he thought it was too late even if Duan Tian wanted to surrender at this moment. Based on what he could see of Duan Tian's strength, Duan Tian would not be able to withstand the attack for long. Even the slightest distraction was enough to kill Duan Tian at this moment. Die! Lei Jun thought to himself excitedly. However, he felt like something was amiss when he turned to look at Huaner and saw the calm expression on her face. It seemed like she was not the slightest bit worried that Duan Tian was going to die. What's going on? Lei Jun thought to himself in confusion. Soon enough, he thought to himself incredulously, "Don't tell me she thinks Duan Tian is able to survive this attack." He found this ridiculous. After all, even he would not be able to survive Lu Jian's attack when he was younger than 500 years old. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's eyes widened in fear. His chubby face twitched as he watched the tide of golden sword rays shot toward Duan Tian. At this time, Lu Jian's sword rays were still continuously attacking Duan Tian's defensive energy. I didn't expect Duan Tian to be capable of withstanding my attack for 15 minutes. Alas, he'll definitely die in another 2 breaths. Lu Jian, who was among the golden sword rays, glared at Duan Tian. Although he was surprised by Duan Tian's tenacity, he was certain Duan Tian was hanging by a thread at this moment. He was confident he would be able to kill Duan Tian before Duan Tian could even open his mouth to surrender. Unfortunately, Lu Jian was not aware that Duan Tian had not used the full strength of the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. Although he could kill Lu Jian if he had cast all of his profundities that were at the mastery stage, it would take some time for him to kill Lu Jian. At that time, Lu Jian would have time to surrender. How could he allow someone who wanted to kill him to live? Profound Divine Metal, lend me your strength. Duan Tian called out to the 6th form Profound Divine Metal that was in his little world. The Profound Divine Metal that had evolved to its 6th form was not arrogant. It heeded Duan Tian's call immediately. A terrifying energy from the Profound Divine Metal surged out of the little world into Duan Tian's body in just an instant. Thank you. Duan Tian thanked the Profound Divine Metal. Killing intentions flashed in his eyes as he stared at one of the golden sword rays. He could tell it was the golden sword ray that Lu Jian had transformed into. Did he discover me? Lu Jian could tell Duan Tian had identified him among the other golden sword rays. However, he could not care less. After all, there was nothing Duan Tian could do now. He was in full control of the situation. Die! A smug smile appeared on Lu Jian's face as the tens of thousands of golden sword rays breached Duan Tian's protective energy. They were only a hairbreadth away from Duan Tian at this moment. However, his smile suddenly froze. He saw the spatial energy around Duan Tian pushing his golden sword rays away. His expression changed drastically when he realized Duan Tian had been hiding his strength. Moreover, Duan Tian seemed slightly stronger than him. He hid his true strength. Duan Tian, you hid your strength well. Nevertheless, Lu Jian was not frightened and was not in a rush to surrender. In his opinion, even if he could not kill Duan Tian, he would still be able to surrender in time. After all, he was certain Duan Tian was only slightly stronger than him at most. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, he saw a golden sword ray shot out of Duan Tian's mouth at lightning speed. He was shocked when he saw the golden sword ray that seemed to be boosted by the law of metal that he was familiar with. How's he capable of using the law of space and the law of metal at the same time? Moreover, the strength of his law of metal is incredibly strong. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. No! Lu Jian cried out suddenly. He was just about to surrender, but before he could even utter a word, the golden sword ray had pierced his glabella. It's an honor for you to die under my flying sword. This was the voice transmission Duan Tian had sent Lu Jian just moments before Lu Jian's death. As soon as Lu Jian died, the tide of golden sword rays disappeared into thin air immediately. Meanwhile, Duan Tian's golden sword ray had disappeared as soon as it had done its job. Due to its appearance and nature, no one was aware that the golden sword ray belonged to Duan Tian. Everyone assumed that it was one of Lu Jian's golden sword rays. As the tens of thousands of golden sword rays began to vanish, the group of Heavenly Pool Palace disciples shook their heads. They were under the impression that the battle had ended now that Lu Jian killed Duanling Tian. Even Lei Jun and the Sword Trial Pavilion elder shared the same thoughts as the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples. They were certain Lu Jian had won and had killed Duanling Tian. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Little junior brother!" On the contrary, Juana was the only one who remained calm. Nobody knew Duanling Tian better than her, after all. She knew Lu Jian was no match for Duanling Tian at all, so she was not even the slightest bit worried. Therefore, unlike everyone else, she was not surprised when she saw a purple figure after the golden sword rays completely disappeared. Duanling Tian? How is this possible? Everyone saw Duanling Tian appearing completely unharmed, while Lu Jian's corpse fell from the sky before smashing into a pulpy mess in the battle ring of the Prodigy Arena. Lu Jian, a prodigious disciple below the age of 700, was an 8-trigram celestial lord who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage, and yet, he had been killed by a prodigious disciple from the 200 to 300-year-old age group, Duanling Tian. Lei Jun narrowed his eyes when he saw Duanling Tian alive and well. A hint of disbelief could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. It was completely out of his expectation that Duanling Tian would survive the battle with Lu Jian. Moreover, not only did Duanling Tian survive unharmed, but Duanling Tian also managed to kill Lu Jian. When the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples regained their senses, their impression of Duanling Tian had undergone a 180-degree change. None of them thought he would be able to defeat Lu Jian, let alone kill Lu Jian. Moreover, he had just become a prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group today. One could imagine the uproar this news would cause once it spread in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although something like this was not unprecedented in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was rare. What happened? How did senior brother Lu Jian die? Did Duanling Tian use some celestial talisman to kill senior brother Lu Jian? Hey, do you think the Prodigy Arena is a joke? The Prodigy Arena can detect celestial talismans. The Sword Trial Pavilion was similarly stunned. He had been so sure Duanling Tian had been killed by Lu Jian. How could he not be surprised that not only did Duanling Tian survive, but he even killed Lu Jian? How did he do it? The elder wondered inwardly, perplexed. He could not figure out how Duanling Tian managed to kill Lu Jian. Although they were both prodigious disciples, Duanling Tian was at least 300 years younger than Lu Jian. Moreover, the fact that Lu Jian did not even have to surrender proved that Duanling Tian was not as simple as he seemed to be. I am possible. How's this possible? Huang Lunan, the former prodigious disciple who had just been kicked out of the prodigious disciples ranking and suffered a huge beating from Duanling Tian, was dumbfounded. He was so sure his senior brother would avenge him by killing Duanling Tian. Not only did his senior brother fail, but his senior brother was killed by Duanling Tian as well. He could not accept this. He even thought he was dreaming for a brief moment. If it were not for the commotion in the arena, he would have continued to think he was dreaming. Little junior brother? This is crazy. The expression of despair on Hong Fei's face that appeared when he thought Lu Jian had killed Duanling Tian froze. It was replaced with an expression of shock when he discovered not only was Duanling Tian alive, but Duanling Tian had also killed Lu Jian. When Hong Fei regained his senses, he laughed heartily as he made his way to Duanling Tian after seeing Huaner teleport to Duanling Tian's side, gently holding his arm. Lu Jian had been his rival and enemy for so many years, and there was nothing he could do to get the upper hand. How could he not feel delighted by Lu Jian's death? Due to how Lu Jian had antagonized him, he really hated Lu Jian to the bones. He said happily, "Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I really underestimated you." At the same time, Lei Jun's gaze turned frosty when he saw Huaner affectionately holding Duanling Tian, looking like a pair of lovers, while ignoring him earlier. He scoffed before he left the Prodigy Arena. Similarly, Huang Lunan did not linger in the Prodigy Arena. It would be too embarrassing to do so. As he left, he sent a message to his teacher to inform his teacher of Lu Jian's death. Huang Lunan and Lu Jian's teacher was one of the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name was Gu Changjiang, and his title was the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. When the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder arrived in front of Duanling Tian, he said with a sigh, Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to be strong. Although Lu Jian was not particularly outstanding, he wasn't weak either. I didn't expect you to kill him. Duanling Tian smiled and said modestly, I was just lucky. Just lucky? The elders and the disciples who overheard Duanling Tian's words naturally did not believe him. Duanling Tian did not waste time and asked, Elder, I can now challenge the top prodigious disciple in my age group, right? That's right. The elder nodded. When I return, I'll inform him that you want to challenge him through his soul pearl. I'll get back to you once he has decided on a date. He's not allowed to refuse your challenge. If the battle doesn't happen in 3 months, he will be considered to have forfeited the fight and you'll automatically rank at the top of your age group. Thank you, Elder. Duanling Tian nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, the Elder said. Before he left, he nodded and smiled at Huaner. However, before he could leave, a thunderously loud noise from afar rang in everyone's ears. Who killed my Gu Changjiang disciple? Duanling Tian's expression turned slightly grave. He was no stranger to the name Gu Changjiang. He knew Gu Changjiang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He also knew Gu Changjiang's title was the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Gu Changjiang actually showed up here? Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Gu Changjiang would personally make a trip here because of Lu Jian's death. Gu Changjiang. Upon hearing Gu Changjiang's voice, Hong Fei did not hesitate and quickly sent a message to his teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Hong Fei knew how valuable a titled Celestial Emperor was to the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Gu Changjiang insisted on behaving shamelessly and killed Duanling Tian, the Heavenly Pool Palace would not sentence Gu Changjiang to death. At most, they would heavily punish him. He knew the best course of action was to inform his teacher, Su Lang, about this matter. Swoosh! Gu Changjiang was a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. His expression was as clear as jade. His expression turned grim when he saw the body that lay motionlessly in one of the battle rings. Although Lu Jian was not his most outstanding disciple, he was rather fond of Lu Jian due to Lu Jian's eloquence. For this reason, he was furious when he learned about Lu Jian's death. Who's Duanling Tian? Gu Changjiang asked as he hovered in the air and swept his gaze across the crowd of people. It did not take long before his eyes finally rested on Duanling Tian due to how conspicuous Duanling Tian was. Not only was Duanling Tian handsome and had an extraordinary bearing, but it was difficult not to notice Huaner, the peerless beauty, who was standing next to him. You killed my disciple? Gu Changjiang asked solemnly as he looked at Duanling Tian. At the same time, a formidable aura surged out of his body, pressuring Duanling Tian. Since it was a life-or-death battle between us, I can only say his death is a result of his incompetence. Duanling Tian remained calm despite Gu Changjiang's domineering attitude. He was not afraid at all despite the pressure from Gu Changjiang's aura. After all, although he could sense the pressure, he did not really feel it. He had been absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods after all. How could he feel pressured by the aura of a mere titled celestial emperor? Lord Gu Changjiang. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder stepped forward at this moment and said, I supervised the life-or-death battle between Duanling Tian and Lu Jian. I can explain the matter to you. Was I speaking to you? Gu Changjiang glanced at the elder and raised his hand. A powerful energy surged out like tens of thousands of galloping horses and landed on the elder, sending the elder flying back. The elder spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, turning his face pale. He did not hesitate and quickly crushed the communication celestial talisman to inform Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, of this matter. There was no doubt that Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was behaving unreasonably. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to let his pavilion master, who was also a titled celestial emperor, intervene. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples felt anxious when they saw how aggressive Gu Changjiang was behaving. Is the martial dragon celestial emperor, Lord Gu Changjiang, going to avenge his disciple Lu Jian? I don't think so. Although it's easy for him to kill Duanling Tian, I don't think he'd dare to do such a thing, right? I agree. His reputation will be tarnished if he does such a thing. At that time, everyone will only say he's irresponsible, and that his behavior is not befitting of a titled celestial emperor. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. All of them had such high status that they could decide one's life or death. Although Duanling Tian was the student of Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, he was just a newcomer who had yet to prove himself. Therefore, Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, decided to take advantage of this to avenge his disciple Lu Jian. Incompetence? Well said, Gu Changjian said coldly as he looked at Duanling Tian with an equally cold gaze. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian as well. Duanling Tian, you're just a newcomer. Su Lang won't blame me even if I kill you. You have 2 choices now, die or leave Su Lang and become my disciple. If you take Lu Jian's place and become my disciple, I guarantee that your treatment will be much better than his. Although Gu Changjiang was clearly eager to kill Duanling Tian, his voice transmission was clearly persuading Duanling Tian to abandon Su Lang and follow him. Upon hearing Gu Changjiang's message, Duanling Tian smiled. Gu Changjiang's expression darkened. What are you smiling about? If I leave my teacher, Su Lang, and become your disciple, who knows if you'll take advantage of the situation and kill me before I join you? Duanling Tian said calmly. At that time, even teacher Su Lang won't protect me. It doesn't matter which choice I make since both choices lead to death. It's truly a good plan. Am I, Gu Changjiang, someone who reneges on my words? As long as you join me, I won't kill you. Before Gu Changjiang finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. He realized Duanling Tian had responded out loud, exposing him to everyone. Bastard! How dare you play tricks on me? At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder and the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples looked at Gu Changjian with a strange expression on their faces. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor was so shameless that he tried to force Duanling Tian under the threat of death to join him even though his disciple had just died? Boy, you have a death wish. Gu Changjiang knew his reputation would be tarnished once this matter spread out. At this point, he decided it was best to kill Duanling Tian as quickly as possible. Upon sensing Gu Changjiang's killing intent, Duanling Tian wondered inwardly, teacher Su Lang should be arriving soon, right? Similar to Hong Fei, as soon as Gu Changjian appeared, Duanling Tian had sent a message to Su Lang. Su Lang had also replied, saying that he would come over immediately. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword cry rang in the air just as Gu Changjiang was about to make his move. A green sword ray that seemed like it had appeared out of thin air transformed into the figure of a person. It was none other than Duanling Tian's teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Su Lang glanced at Gu Changjiang indifferently as he said icily, Gu Changjiang, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to disrespect me by attacking my student? Based on his tone, it was obvious Su Lang was furious. His terrifying aura rippled into the surroundings as though he was about to attack any moment. Seeing the 2 titled celestial emperors in a confrontation, the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples' eyes lit up immediately. They furtively sent messages to their peers about the incident. With this, it did not take long before a growing crowd formed outside of the Prodigy Arena. Su Lang, your disciple didn't even bow to me when he saw me. How disrespectful. I was just trying to teach him a lesson so he learns to respect his elders. Since Su Lang had appeared, Gu Changjiang knew he would not be able to attack or kill Duanling Tian. If he made a move, Su Lang would definitely intervene before he could even lay a finger on Duanling Tian. After all, Su Lang was much stronger than him. Swoosh! In just a few moments, another figure appeared in the Prodigy Arena. It was none other than Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, who was also known as the Merciless Celestial Emperor. Lei Ying's gaze was cold as she stared at Gu Changjiang and flatly said, Gu Changjiang, how dare you touch a member of my Sword Trial Pavilion? Pavilion Master Lei Ying, it's a misunderstanding. Gu Changjiang's expression turned unsightly when he saw Lei Ying appearing next to Su Lang. He forced a smile on his face despite his frustration of having to face two titled celestial emperors at the same time. Although Su Lang was stronger than him, he was not too afraid. However, how could he not feel afraid faced with two titled celestial emperors? A misunderstanding? My sword trial pavilion elder is injured. How's this a misunderstanding? Lei Ying's gaze grew even colder. Meanwhile, Su Lang sent a voice message to Lei Ying. Lei Ying, let's join forces today and teach Gu Changjiang a lesson today. All right. Lei Ying agreed easily. The two titled celestial emperors did not waste words and swept toward Gu Changjiang, flanking him on both sides. As soon as Su Lang and Lei Ying swept toward Gu Changjiang, the disciples in the arena could naturally tell a fight was about to break out. Moreover, they could sense the formidable auras and their celestial origin energies. No one was curious about the outcome at all. After all, Su Lang alone was stronger than Gu Changjian. Now that Lei Ying had joined forces with Su Lang, was there a need to guess Gu Changjiang's outcome? This. Lord Lei Ying and Lord Su Lang are attacking Lord Gu Changjiang? Heavens! A fight between three titled celestial emperors. Meanwhile, the disciples who just arrived were confused when they saw the two titled celestial emperors making a move. What's going on? Aren't they the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor? Hey! The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is here as well. A disciple laughed before he replied to his friends who had just arrived. You came just in time. I wonder how many moves the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor will be able to endure from the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing these words, the newly arrived disciples' eyes lit up in anticipation. Meanwhile, even Duanling Tian and the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder did not expect Su Lang and Lei Ying to attack Gu Changjiang. The elder's eyes shone with reverence as he looked at Lei Ying. Su Lang, Lei Ying, what are you doing? Gu Changjiang was shocked when he saw Su Lang and Lei Ying joining forces to deal with him. There was nothing he could do but to defend himself at this moment. Boom! Lei Ying's raging energy surged out like a ferocious beast as bolts of purple lightning flashed around it. A thunderous explosion rang in the air as the energy shot toward Gu Changjiang. Based on this, it was obvious that she had comprehended the law of thunder. The law of thunder. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He could tell Lei Ying had comprehended. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised that Lei Ying had comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. However, he was surprised by Lei Ying's seemingly crude and simple attack that seemed strange to him. All the profundities from the law of thunder are so in sync when she cast them. No wonder the power of the attack is much stronger than it seems. Duanling Tian finally figured out what was different about the seemingly simple attack. A titled celestial emperor was, indeed, extraordinary. Swoosh! 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 Unlike Lei Ying's simple and crude approach, the chilling sword rays that revolved around Su Lang shot out as he pointed at Gu Changjiang. Their auras were so cold that the disciples in the arena felt as though they were in an ice cave. As the sword rays shot out, the void in the air seemed to freeze in their wake. Obviously, Su Lang had comprehended the law of ice. Su Lang! Lei Ying! Don't cross the line? Gu Changjiang's expression was unsightly. He was panicking as he tried to defend himself against the attacks of two titled celestial emperors. Don't cross the line? Su Lang sneered. His sword rays froze and destroyed Gu Changjiang's attack as soon as they collided. With just a strike, it was exceedingly clear that Su Lang's strength far overwhelmed Gu Changjiang's strength. Nevertheless, it was clear that Su Lang and Lei Ying were not done with Gu Changjiang. After Su Lang attacked, it was now Lei Ying's turn to attack. Her energy that was flashing with purple lightning bolts swept toward Gu Changjiang like the raging sea. Her attack was like the wrath of a thunder god. Gu Changjiang's expression changed drastically. His body began to shine as he hurriedly mobilized his energy to erect a strong defensive barrier around himself. At the same time, the silhouette of protective armor appeared on his body. At this moment, he was like a coward, no different from a tortoise hiding in its shell. Boom! 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 Lei Ying's energy landed on Gu Changjiang's defensive barrier. The attack finally breached the barrier after exhausting half of its strength. Bang! The remaining energy from Lei Ying's attack landed on Gu Changjiang and sent him flying in the air like a rag doll. Gu Changjiang tried to stabilize his footing as he flew in the air. Although he was not severely injured with his torn robes, he looked incredibly miserable. After Gu Changjiang's attack was destroyed by Su Lang, Lang breached his defenses and injured him. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples regained their senses, they saw Gu Changjiang in a wretched state. Blood was even trickling out of the corner of his mouth. He's injured. Just a single strike, and he's already in such a miserable state. Lord Su Lang and Lord Leiying are so powerful. That's not a surprise. Since the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is no match for the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor respectively, how could he stand a chance if both of them join forces? They've gone easy on him as well. After all, it's not difficult for them to kill him now that they've joined forces. Well, they have to go easy on him. No matter what, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is still one of our Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors. They know not to go overboard when fighting. While the disciples discussed the three titled Celestial Emperors, some of them began to discuss Duanling Tian. Speaking about going overboard, don't you think Duanling Tian went overboard for killing Lu Jian? That's probably why the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor was so furious that he wanted to kill Duanling Tian. It seems like you just arrived. Huh? How do you know that? If you were here earlier and saw the battle between Duanling Tian and Lu Jian, you wouldn't have said such things. Lu Jian was the one who provoked Duanling Tian first. He wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Alas, Duanling Tian ended up killing him. If someone wanted to kill you, and you're capable of killing him, don't tell me you're not going to kill him. That's right. Lu Jian only has himself to blame for his death. He probably didn't expect that Duanling Tian's strong enough to kill him. The disciples who had just arrived looked at Gu Changjiang with an unnatural expression on their faces after learning that Lu Jian only had himself to blame for his death. But Gu Changjiang came to the Prodigy Arena with the intention to avenge Lu Jian. How shameless! I didn't expect a titled Celestial Emperor in our Heavenly Pool Palace to be such a person. Didn't you see the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor joining forces to deal with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor? If he's not shameless, the other two wouldn't have joined forces to deal with him. Shameless. If this matter spreads out, the Heavenly Pool Palace will become a laughingstock. That's right. The other heaven-grade forces will definitely ridicule our Heavenly Pool Palace, saying the titled Celestial Emperors in our Heavenly Pool Palace don't know how to discern right from wrong. Although the disciples were discussing among themselves in a low voice, Gu Changjiang still heard their words. His expression turned unsightly immediately as he began to fume in anger. Su Lang, Leiying, Gu Changjiang will never forget what happened today, Gu Changjiang said as he glared at Su Lang and Leiying before he left. Due to his speed, it looked as though he had disappeared into thin air. Su Lang and Leiying did not chase after Gu Changjiang. After all, they only wanted to teach him a lesson. Since Gu Changjiang was a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, one of the pillars of the Heavenly Pool Palace, they knew it was not a good idea to kill him. It did not take long before what happened in the Prodigy Arena spread like a wildfire. People began to realize that Duanling Tian was highly valued by Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, based on the way Su Lang had defended Duanling Tian. As for Leiying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, some people speculated that she had acted against Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, for her subordinate's sake, and some people speculated she had done it for the sake of her new student. After all, although her new student was not involved in the matter, everyone knew her new student was in a relationship with Su Lang's new student. With this, Duanling Tian and Huana also became famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duanling Tian, in particular, was now famous for his feat of defeating a prodigious disciple between the age of 600 to 700 years old when he was not even 300 years old. There were more than 300 years of difference in age between the two opponents. Little junior brother, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace is now on par with first senior sister and second senior brother now, Hong Fei said. Since Duanling Tian had killed Lu Jian a month ago, he had been visiting Duanling Tian frequently. However, before his visits, He would always send a message to Duanling Tian to make sure Duanling Tian was not cultivating. This time, Duanling Tian was not cultivating when Hong Fei sent a message asking if he could visit. He had not forgotten his purpose of joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had taken time off from cultivating for a month now to investigate Huaner's parents' whereabouts, but he did not find anything useful at all. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, "Although my reputation is on par with first senior sister and second senior brother, my strength is still a far cry from theirs." Duanling Tian's first senior sister and second senior brother were Su Lang's strongest students. His two eldest seniors aside, he was confident he would be able to defeat his third senior sister, Hu Mei, if he had the help from the 5 divine elements. "You're crazy. How can you compare yourself to first senior sister and second senior brother? Think about it. How old are you?" Hong Fei said. At this moment, Duanling Tian rose to his feet abruptly. Hong Fei stood up and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Based on Duanling Tian's reaction, it was obvious that something had happened. "I just received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion. The top prodigious disciple in my age group has replied to my challenge. The battle is this afternoon in the Prodigy Arena." Duanling Tian replied. "This afternoon?" Hong Fei looked up at the sky. "It's almost noon now. We can head over to the arena in a while." Duanling Tian nodded before he said, "I'll inform Huaner about this. Sixth senior brother, why don't you return for now? If you're interested in watching my battle, I'll see you in the Prodigy Arena later." "All right." After Hong Fei left, he sent Duanling Tian a message to brief him about his opponent. "Your opponent's name is Fan Qi. He's a 5-elements celestial lord who's comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Apart from that, he's not human. Said that he's a celestial plant. Needless to say, his powers increase tremendously when he reverts to his true form. Not human." Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Hong Fei's message. He was impressed that Fan Qi was able to comprehend 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage even if he was not human. After all, it was not an easy feat for someone below the age of 300 to comprehend so many profundities to the mastery stage. After a while, Duanling Tian went to look for Huaner so he could wake her up. "Huana." Over the past month, Huaner had not been cultivating. She had been sleeping mostly to comprehend the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity since she had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. This was an aspect where she was weaker than Duanling Tian. As for Duanling Tian, although he had already comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he could still use the supreme powerhouse divinity to gain more insights on how to use the law of space effectively. However, his progress had been quite slow in regard to this. After comprehending all of the profundities to the mastery stage, the next step was to familiarize oneself with the profundities, learn the best way to apply them during a battle, and make sure the profundities were in sync. For example, most of the titled celestial emperors had comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage. Therefore, if the titled celestial emperors had the same cultivation base and comprehended all of the profundities to the mastery stage, the deciding factor of a battle was determined by their effective use of their profundities. A month ago, when Lei Ying and Su Lang dealt with Gu Changjiang, Duanling Tian had observed how they used their profundities. He saw their strength increase tremendously due to how in sync their profundities were. At the same time, many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace had seen the announcement of Duanling Tian and Fan Qi's battle and learned that the battle would take place in the afternoon in the Prodigy Arena. Currently, almost everyone in the Heavenly Palace had heard of Duanling Tian. Perhaps only those who were in closed-door cultivation had not heard of him. As for Fan Qi, he was naturally famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace as well. After all, he was the strongest prodigy in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. Moreover, Fan Qi had also defeated a prodigious disciple from the 700 to 800-year-old age group in the past. Although the prodigious disciple he defeated was ranked at the bottom of his age group, it still stirred up a huge commotion at that time. After all, there was no doubt it was an amazing feat. This was similar to how Duanling Tian caused a huge stir in the Heavenly Pool Palace when he killed Lu Jian. News of Duanling Tian and Fan Qi's impending battle spread like a wildfire, and it did not take long before a huge crowd had gathered outside of the Prodigy Arena. Duanling Tian killed Lu Jian, a prodigious disciple in the 600 to 700-year-old age group, a month ago. There's no doubt he's strong. If he's going against anyone else in his age group, I'd be certain of victory. However, his opponent is Fan Qi, who's also a monstrous talent. That's right. Similarly, Fan Qi had also defeated a prodigious disciple in the 700 to 800-year-old age group. Although his opponent was ranked at the bottom, there's no doubt that Fan Qi is really strong. It's hard to tell who's stronger between the two of them. In my opinion, Duanling Tian's stronger. Fan Qi only defeated his opponent, but Duanling Tian killed his opponent. There's a huge difference between defeating someone and killing someone. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps Duanling Tian only managed to kill Lu Jian at that time because Lu Jian was careless? Apart from that, it has been 30 years since Fan Qi defeated his opponent from a higher age group. There's no doubt he has grown even stronger since then. Similar to Duanling Tian's previous opponent, Huanglu Nan, Fan Qi was also a 5 elements celestial lord. However, Huanglu Nan was definitely no match for Fan Qi. Even if Huanglu Nan could disregard the rule and directly challenge Fan Qi, it was likely that he would not do so. Duanling Tian challenged Fan Qi? Fan Qi is stronger than senior brother Lu Jian, and he's also the top prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group. I'm sure that he has more than a few tricks up his sleeve. Duanling Tian might not be able to defeat him. Meanwhile, no one knew whether it was to watch Duanling Tian getting beaten by Fan Qi or to see if Fan Qi had mastered any new techniques. Huanglu Nan decided to leave his cultivation place and go to the prodigy arena to watch the battle. Fortunately, Teacher didn't blame me when he returned injured a month ago. Fear rose in his heart when he thought about this. At that time, he had prepared himself to be punished. At this time, many people from the Heavenly Pool Palace, like Huanglu Nan, were making their way to the prodigy arena. Among these people, there were many prodigious disciples as well. Previously, due to Duanling Tian's unknown strength as a newcomer and Huanglu Nan's rank at the bottom of his age group, their battle did not pique the interest of the other prodigious disciples at all. Similarly, Huaner's battle with the prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group, who was ranked second to last, did not attract much attention as well. Nevertheless, those who were present were shocked when Huaner defeated her opponent with just one strike. After 2 battles, the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace naturally paid more attention to Su Lang and Lei Ying's new students. The pair was both talented and well-matched. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, every titled celestial emperor, including the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had prodigious disciples under them. For instance, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, had 7 prodigious disciples under him, while the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, had 5 prodigious disciples under her. Similarly, the Martial Dragon's Celestial Emperor, Gu Changjiang, had 6 prodigious disciples under him before Duanling Tian killed one and kicked another one off the prodigious disciples ranking. 5th junior brother is truly useless. I can't believe he was killed by someone who's not even 300 years old. Apart from Huanglu Nan, the other prodigious disciples under Gu Changjian were all stronger than Lu Jian. Moreover, 2 of the prodigious disciples were younger than Lu Jian. One of them was a little over 500 years old, while the other was a little over 600 years old. The one who had just spoken was Gu Changjian's prodigious disciple, who was in the 600 to 700-year-old age group like Lu Jian. He was a few decades younger than Lu Jian, but he was ranked 3rd in his age group, while Lu Jian was ranked 2nd to last. Therefore, Lu Jian had to address him as 3rd senior brother when they met. He was Yu Gu Changjian's 3rd disciple. His appearance was that of a skinny young man, and he was dressed in fine robes. Although his features were ordinary, his gaze was piercing. 3rd senior brother, I think 5th junior brother was just careless. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have died even if Duanling Tian's capable of defeating him. Apart from Huanglu Nan, who had gone to the prodigy arena, 2 of Gu Changjiang's prodigious disciples had also gone to the prodigy arena. One of them was Yu, and the other one was Gu Changjiang's 4th disciple, Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang was a little more than 500 years old, and he was ranked 4th in the 500 to 600-year-old age group. Although he was younger than Lu Jian, he was much stronger than Lu Jian. Similar to Lei Ying, the seniority of Gu Changjiang's prodigious disciples was decided based on their strength. In fact, this was how all of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, except for Su Lang, decided the seniority of their prodigious disciples. Since Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, decided the seniority of his prodigious disciples based on when they joined him, no one knew which of Su Lang's disciples were the strongest or the weakest. As Duan Ling Tian and Huaner prepared to leave their cultivation place and make their way to the prodigy arena, they saw Hong Fei, Duan Ling Tian's sixth senior brother, who had been waiting for them for quite a while. Hong Fei was not alone. There were another two people standing next to him. One of them was Hu Mei, Duan Ling Tian's third senior sister, and Wen Huaner, Duan Ling Tian's fourth senior sister. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and greeted his two senior sisters. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. After that, he turned to greet Hong Fei. Little junior brother, you're not being fair. Why did you greet me last? Do you look down on your sixth senior brother? Hong Fei said dramatically. Fatty, your seniority is lower than both of us. Isn't it natural that he greets you last? If you're dissatisfied, you can challenge me or your fourth senior sister. If you're able to defeat any of us, I'll address you as senior brother. What do you think about that? Hu Mei's blunt words successfully shut Hong Fei up. Initially, when Duan Ling Tian first joined Su Lang, Hong Fei had thought there was finally someone weaker than him in the group. When Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Jian a month ago, he finally realized even his little junior brother was stronger than him. In the end, nothing had changed. He was still the weakest among the prodigious disciples under Su Lang. Fortunately, their seniority was not decided based on strength. Otherwise, he would definitely be everyone's little junior brother now. When Wana said with a faint smile on her face, "Sixth junior brother, you really have to work harder. Even little junior brother is stronger than you. If you don't work hard, who knows if you'll get kicked off the prodigious disciples ranking." Fourth senior sister. Even you are joining third senior sister to bully me, Hong Fei said as he sulked. When Huaner did not reply to Hong Fei. Instead, she looked at Huaner and said with a smile, "Sister Huaner, congratulations on becoming a prodigious disciple." "Thank you, fourth senior sister," Huaner replied with a smile. She had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian's fourth senior sister. On the contrary, she completely ignored Hu Mei, Duan Ling Tian's third senior sister. "What? Are you still mad at me, Sister Huaner?" With Hu Mei's personality, just because Huani ignored her, it did not mean she would do the same. She moved closer to Huaner and said with a bright smile on her face, "Hey, I was just joking at that time. You're taking it too seriously, silly girl. Although little junior brother seems like a good man, I have no interest in stealing another person's lover. So don't worry, he's all yours." After she finished speaking, she laughed heartily. While Hu Mei laughed, Hong Fei seemed transfixed by her alluring figure. When Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Mei and Wen Huaner, he had already guessed their intentions. Nevertheless, he still asked, "Third senior sister, fourth senior sister, are you going to the prodigy arena as well?" "That's right." Hu Mei nodded. "I really regret I wasn't there to watch you kill Lu Jian a month ago. Now that you have another battle, how can I miss it? Moreover, your opponent this time is the top prodigious disciple in your age group." When Huaner chimed in with a smile on her face, "Little junior brother, after listening to sixth junior brother constantly praising you, I'd like to watch your battle to see how powerful you are as well. All right, shall we go now?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Following that, the five of them made their way to the prodigy arena. During their journey to the prodigy arena, they saw many people making their way to the arena as well. Since the arena was not located far away from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, it only took a few moments before Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the arena. Currently, the prodigy arena was already crowded. From afar, one could only see a sea of blackheads. Meanwhile, Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion had already arrived and was hovering in the center of the arena. It did not take long before his eyes found Duan Ling Tian and the others. He smiled faintly at Duan Ling Tian before he bowed at Huaner. As soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared in the prodigy arena, many of the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples discovered him. Almost everyone was staring at him at this moment. "Duan Ling Tian is here. It's Duan Ling Tian." Upon seeing everyone's attention on Duan Ling Tian, Hong Fei said, "Little junior brother, you're getting a lot of attention. Today, you must defeat Fan Qi and make us proud. Hey, don't you know how to speak properly? Hu Mei said as she glanced at Hong Fei. You should tell little junior brother to go easy on Fan Qi instead. Do you think there'd be another outcome apart from little junior brother defeating Fan Qi? And no. Hong Fei only smiled bitterly when he heard Hu Mei's words. Inwardly, he could not help but grumble that he definitely could not compare with Hu Mei in regard to flattery. For this reason, even their first senior sister had a close relationship with Hu Mei. They were like sisters. After a moment, Hong Fei's keen eyes spotted Gu Changjiang's disciple whom Duanling Tian defeated a month ago. Who could have guessed Huang Lu Nan would come as well? After discovering Huang Lu Nan, Hong Fei saw another two of Gu Changjiang's prodigious disciples. Yuan Gang? They're here as well. Why? Sixth junior brother. Are you worried Yu and Yuan Gang will cause trouble for our little junior brother? Hu Mei asked as she rolled her eyes. Then, without waiting for Hong Fei to reply, she knocked his head and continued to say, Hey, do you think your fourth senior sister and I are just for show? Indeed, with Hu Mei and Wenwaner's strength, Hong Fei thought there was no need to be afraid of Yu and Yuan Gang. Thus, he scratched his head and said sheepishly, My bad. I forgot about both of you. Hey, how could you forget we're here? Are we invisible to you? Hu Mei said as she raised her hand again to knock Hong Fei's head. Hong Fei shook his head vehemently. He really felt like crying at this moment. While Hu Mei was teasing Hong Fei, a husky voice rang from afar. Junior sister Wana. A few moments later, a blue-clad young man appeared near Duanling Tian and the others. There was another young man trailing behind the blue-clad young man as well. The blue-clad young man was handsome. He had an air of arrogance around him as though he was superior to everyone. Initially, Duanling Tian assumed Wenwaner, his fourth junior sister, had a good relationship with the blue-clad young man. However, he soon realized he was mistaken when he saw Wenwaner responding indifferently to the blue-clad young man's greeting. It was obvious Wenwaner had no intention of engaging in a conversation with the blue-clad young man. Upon seeing Wenwaner's cold response, the young man standing behind the blue-clad young man said indignantly, Wenwaner, senior brother Jean is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? Wenwaner did not respond to the young man, but Hu Mei could not endure it. She sneered and said to the young man, Since when did the second disciple of the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor become a lackey? What an embarrassment to all prodigious disciples. The sneer on her face grew deeper and deeper as she spoke. Hu Mei, you have a death wish. The young man's expression darkened upon hearing Hu Mei's words. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he glared at her. What? Xiao Tsong-yi, are you going to fight me? Hu Mei sneered. It is an opportunity for me to see if you've improved. Don't forget how you failed the last time you challenged me. How dare a loser like you talk such a big game in front of me? The more Hu Mei said, the darker the young man's expression became. At this moment, the blue-clad young man interjected, Hu Mei, you should know when to stop. He did bother concealing the threat in his words. Despite the blue-clad young man's threats, Hu Mei did not seem frightened. Instead, she continued to say, Han Yun Jin, if I were you, I'd never show myself in front of Wana again. Duanling Tian was watching the scene before him in slight confusion when Hong Fei, his sixth senior brother, sent a voice transmission to him. Little junior brother. The person standing behind the blue-clad young man is Xiao Tsong-yi, the second disciple of the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor. Duanling Tian had heard of the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor before this. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, his strength was similar to Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Therefore, similar to Gu Changjiang, the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor was also weaker than his teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Hong Fei continued to say through voice transmission, he's in the same age group as third senior sister. Both of them are between 800 to 900 years old. Third senior sister ranks second while he ranks third in their age group. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised by Hong Fei's words. Hu Mei, his third senior sister, was ranked second in her age group. He could not help but look at Hu Mei. He did not expect his bold and carefree third senior sister to be such a powerful, prodigious disciple. Xiaozongyi has challenged third senior sister a few times now but was defeated every single time, Hongfei explained through voice transmission. As for the blue-clad young man, he's one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, like our second senior brother. Duan Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He was surprised that Han Yunjin, whom Mei was scolding, was as famous as his second senior brother in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Only outstanding disciples below the age of 1,000 were qualified to become prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace referred to the 5 strongest people below the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name's Han Yujin, and he's the eldest disciple of the Profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor. The Profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor is slightly stronger than our teacher. Duan Tian nodded slightly in response. He had heard that the Profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor was stronger than Su Lang. The Profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, after all. After a moment, he asked Hong Fei curiously through voice transmission, "Sixth senior brother, why do I get the feeling that third and fourth senior sister really dislike Han Yunjin?" Even as a third party who knew nothing, Duan Tian could clearly sense Mei and Wenwaner's dislike of Han Yunjin. It's not just them. Second senior brother, fifth senior brother, and I hate him as well. In fact, even our teacher doesn't like him. You don't hate him now because you're still unaware of what he had done. Hong Fei said angrily, "That Han Yunjin is a bastard. Back then, when he pursued fourth senior sister, he seemed devoted and loyal. However, behind her, he was always flirting with other female disciples and would stay over at their places. Fortunately, second senior brother found out about this before third senior sister married him. Otherwise, fourth senior sister would have lost more than her feelings for him. Fortunately, fourth senior sister had never been physically intimate with him. Nevertheless, she was truly broken-hearted. Took her almost 100 years to heal from her heartbreak. After all, he was the only one she had ever loved, and yet he cheated on her. Currently, she no longer has any feelings for him except for hatred." After listening to Hong Fei's words, Duan Tian's gaze turned cold as well. He had a good impression of Wenwaner since they had first met. How could Han Yujin hurt someone as gentle as Wenwaner? No wonder all of the prodigious disciples under Su Lang hated Han Yujin. Hong Fei continued to say through voice transmission, "Second senior brother even challenged Han Yunjin because of that matter. However, Han Yunjin tried to avoid second senior brother because he knew he was not a match for second senior brother. Nonetheless, second senior brother went to look for him and beat him up. Second senior brother even injured him several times. Naturally, second senior brother was punished for his actions every single time as well." Duan Tian could not help but feel moved when he heard Hong Fei's words. Although he was just listening to Hong Fei's words, he could imagine the anger his second senior brother must have felt at that time. Although his second senior brother knew he was going to be punished for his actions, he did not hesitate to stand up for his fourth junior sister. Based on this, it could be seen that their second senior brother was a really protective person. After learning about this, he felt his respect for his second senior brother, whom he had only met once, grow. Fourth senior sister had pleaded with second senior brother to stop, but he didn't listen and went to beat Han Yunjin up. Second senior brother said he should protect us, especially when first senior sister isn't around. In the end, second senior brother only stopped because fourth senior sister threatened him with suicide. This was Hong Fei's last voice transmission regarding this matter. Meanwhile, Han Yujin stared at Mei and smiled icily as he said, "Mei, do you want to fight me? Do you think you stand a chance against me?" Mei said mockingly, "Well, I don't mind if you really want to fight. I'm only worried about you. After all, my second senior brother might beat you up again. Moreover, if you injure me, my second senior brother would have a valid reason to beat you up. It doesn't matter if he beats you until you become disabled. The Heavenly Pool Palace won't have a reason to punish him as long as he doesn't kill you." Han Yunjin stared at Mei and smiled coldly. "Do you think you can win against me? I don't mind if you want to fight. I'm just worried about you. You might get beaten up by my second senior brother again after this." If the disciples under the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace were injured in an unsanctioned fight, the fellow disciples of the injured prodigious disciple were allowed to avenge him or her. In the past, Han Yujin had hurt Wanner. Unfortunately, her broken heart was not a physical injury. Therefore, Lu Ji was punished whenever he beat Han Yujin up. If Wanner had sustained physical injuries, he would not have been punished for beating Han Yujin up, since it would be within the heavenly pool palace rules. Han Yunjin's expression turned unsightly when he heard Hu Mei's words. He glared at Hu Mei and asked, "You think I'm afraid of Lu Ji?" Upon hearing these words, Hu Mei's smile widened as she said, "If you're not afraid, then you're welcome to attack me now." Han Yunjin only scoffed. He did not respond to Hu Mei's words and changed the topic instead. "I'm not interested in bullying a weakling like you. I'm only here today because of my fourth junior brother." "Not interested? I think you're just afraid." Hu Mei continued to mock Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin ignored Hu Mei's provocations again. Instead, he swept his gaze across the group of people in front of him. "Who's Duanling Tian? You're quite courageous for challenging my fourth junior brother." When Han Yunjin's eyes finally found Duanling Tian, he said, "Ah, you must be Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian stepped forward. His gaze was icy as he said, "So Fan Chi is your fourth junior brother?" Then, a grin appeared on his face as he continued to say in a voice that grew colder and colder, "You better ask him to watch out. Sometimes, I can't control my strength, so I can be a little bit heavy-handed when I hit." Although Duanling Tian did not spend much time with his seniors, they made him feel like he was home, as though he was among family members. Naturally, he would not be courteous to those who had bullied his family members. "Since when did Fan Chi become your fourth junior brother?" Hu Mei asked with a frown. Clearly, she was not aware that Fan Chi had become the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's disciple. "This happened about 2 months ago. It's not surprising that you didn't hear about it," Han Yunjin said with a faint smile on his face. When he turned back to look at Duanling Tian, he said with a sneer, "A battle between prodigious disciples can be just a normal battle or a life-or-death battle. If my fourth junior brother challenges you to a life-or-death battle, do you dare to accept his challenge?" "A life-or-death battle?" Duanling Tian smiled. "I'm only worried he's afraid of challenging me to a life-or-death battle. If he dares to challenge me to a fight to the death, I, Duanling Tian, will definitely accept his challenge." "Very good." Han Yujin's smile widened upon hearing these words. "Let's hope you don't get killed. Otherwise, it'd be someone else standing next to this beautiful lady beside you." At this moment, Han Yunjin's eyes were trained on Huaner. His desire for her was apparent in his eyes. Although Huana wore a veil to hide her appearance, it was not enough to conceal her peerless beauty. As soon as Han Yunjin finished speaking, the killing intent flashing in Duanling Tian's eyes intensified. If it were not for the crowd in the surroundings and his consideration for the bigger picture, he would have killed Han Yunjin at this moment, even if it meant he had to borrow the strength of all the 5 divine elements and used up all the trump cards in his possession. Regardless, just because he could not kill Han Yunjin now did not mean he could not kill Han Yunjin later. In his eyes, Han Yunjin was already a dead man walking. Huana was the apple of Duanling Tian's eyes. How could he not be angered by Han Yunjin's words? He was so angry that he had already sentenced Han Yunjin to death in his heart. In the end, he only said with a sneer, "The only thing you need to worry about is your fourth junior disciple dying later." "Is that so?" Han Yunjin maintained the smile on his face as he said, "It seems like killing Lu Jian really boosted your confidence. However, Lu Jian wasn't in the same league as my fourth junior brother. If he dares to choose the life-or-death battle, then death is what he will get." Duanling Tian replied icily as his eyes flashed. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang in the Prodigy Arena. "Elder Qin." At the same time, a skinny figure appeared in the Prodigy Arena, staring at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder who would be supervising the battle today. The figure belonged to a skinny and ordinary-looking young man. His aura was icy as he announced loudly, "I, Fan Chi, accept Duanling Tian's challenge. In return, I challenge him to a life-or-death battle. No surrender or rest until one of us is dead." With these words, his identity became clear to those who might not recognize him. Who else could he be but Fan Qi, the strongest prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300-year-old age group? He's Fan Qi. He wants the battle to be a life-or-death battle? There are two types of life-or-death battles. One is where either one of the opponents are allowed to surrender. The other one is where there's no surrendering at all. The battle only ends when one of the two opponents dies. What enmity does he have with Duanling Tian? Why would he choose this type of battle? Fan Qi's words stunned the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples in the Prodigy Arena. Most of them speculated that there must be some deep-seated grudge between Fan Qi and Duanling Tian for Fan Qi to choose such a battle to the death where surrendering was not an option. In Heavenly Pool Palace, the challenger, in this case Duanling Tian, did not have the right to choose the type of battle. He only had the power to reject the battle. Conversely, the person who was challenged, in this case it would be Fan Qi, would be given the right to choose the type of battles. The types of battles were battles that would end once there was a clear winner and one was not allowed to kill one's opponent, life-or-death battles where one was allowed to surrender, and life-or-death battles where the battles would only end once one of the two opponents was dead. If Duanling Tian rejected the life-or-death battle that Fan Qi proposed, he would have to forfeit his challenge as well, making Fan Qi the winner. However, if Duanling Tian accepted the life-or battle, there was no stopping it until one of them was dead. No one was allowed to intervene at all. How could the others not be shocked by Fan Qi's choice of battle? Fan Qi, you're certain you want to a life-or-death battle with no option of surrendering? The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was similarly shocked by Fan Qi's choice that he instinctively confirmed again with Fan Qi that he really wanted a life-or-death battle without the option to surrender. After all, he had to be certain in matters like this. If there were any misunderstandings, he would have to bear the blame for it. Yes, Fan Qi replied. Then, he continued to say in a loud and clear voice, all our senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters can be the witnesses. Fan Qi's words caused another uproar in the arena. Perhaps, some might have passed off Fan Qi's earlier words as a casual remark. With these words, there was no more doubt about his intention. Duanling Tian, I hope you're not only good at talking, Han Yunjin said before he left with Xiao Zongyi. His gaze was brimming with disdain, as though he was intentionally trying to provoke Duanling Tian. Obviously, Duanling Tian could tell Han Yunjin was trying to provoke him into accepting the life-or-death battle. Nevertheless, it did not matter to him. After all, he was not afraid of Fan Qi. Hong Fei's expression was grim as he said in a low voice, little junior brother, don't accept the challenge. Hong Fei, Duanling Tian's sixth senior brother, was aware of Han Yunjin's character. Han Yunjin was one of the top 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Han Yunjin was so confident about Fan Qi, it meant that he was certain Fan Qi would win. Little junior brother, you'll have other opportunities to fight him in the future, when Wanner, Duanling Tian's 4th senior sister, said with a dignified expression on her face. Among everyone present, she knew Han Yunjin best. After all, she was truly in love with Han Yunjin back then. The only thing was they had not taken that last step in their relationship. She knew Han Yunjin was a cautious person and would not simply take risks if he were not certain of his victory. Little junior brother, where there's life, there's hope. Even Hu Mei, Duanling Tian's 3rd senior sister, who was as furious as a fire-breathing dragon, tried to dissuade Duanling Tian from accepting Fan Qi's challenge. Her expression was solemn when she looked at Duanling Tian. Although she really hated Han Yunjin, she knew Han Yunjin was not a simple person. Since Fan Qi had challenged Duanling Tian to a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender, it was clear Fan Qi wanted to seize the opportunity to openly kill Duanling Tian. Ever since the incident between Wen Wanner and Han Yunjin, those under the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Profound Heavens Celestial Emperor firmly stood on opposing sides. It was not difficult for Su Lang's prodigious disciples to figure out why Fan Qi wanted to kill their little junior brother. Their grudge aside, those under the Profound Heavens Celestial Emperor just did not want another outstanding prodigious disciple among their ranks. After all, based on the strength their little junior brother had displayed, it was obvious that he would not be any weaker than their 2nd senior brother in the future. In fact, their little junior brother might even surpass their 1st senior sister in the future. In conclusion, Han Yunjin just could not stand watching someone with such great potential like Duanling Tian grow stronger and stronger in case Duanling Tian became a threat. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duanling Tian and asked, Duanling Tian, what's your answer? You're allowed to reject him, but you'll be considered as failing the challenge. If you accept, you'll have to fight Fan Chi until one of you dies. For Huana's sake, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian as well. Duanling Tian, since Fan Chi proposed the life-or-death battle without the option to surrender, it means he's highly confident about winning. I'm sure he has a hidden trump card. I advise you to reject him. I appreciate the thought, elder. Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. Then, he disappeared into thin air before he reappeared across from Fan Chi. With this, although Duanling Tian did not verbally answer the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's question, his actions spoke clearly of his intention. He accepted the life-or-death battle with no option to surrender. I didn't expect you to have the guts to accept this, Fan Chi said with a cold expression. When he saw Duanling Tian teleporting into the arena, a smile that looked worse than if he were crying appeared on his face. I'm not Han Yunjin. Why would you think I don't have the guts to accept the challenge? Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. Earlier, he had heard from Hong Fei that Lu Ji, his second senior brother, had challenged Han Yunjin to the two different types of life-or-death battles on several occasions, but Han Yunjin rejected all of them. Before Fan Chi could reply, Duanling Tian smirked as he said mockingly, in fact, I should say I didn't expect you to have the guts to challenge me to a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender. I was under the impression that all of you are cowardly like your senior brother, Han Yunjin. This brat really has a death wish. Han Yunjin, who was standing nearby with a gloating smile on his face, froze when he heard Duanling Tian's words. His expression turned incredibly unsightly in just a blink of an eye. He felt so humiliated he almost wished he could dig a hole to hide in when he felt the burning stares on him. When Han Yunjin returned his gaze to Duanling Tian, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Then he sent a voice transmission to Fan Chi. His voice was cold and furious. Fourth junior brother, end it quickly. I don't want him alive for a second longer. Don't worry. He'll surely die. Fan Chi replied confidently, clearly assured of his victory. Duanling Tian stared at Fan Chi indifferently, clearly not intimidated by Fan Chi at all. So what if Fan Chi was a celestial plant that was highly talented and had high comprehension skills? Moreover, Fan Chi had probably only gained a human form roughly 300 years ago. If he was afraid of someone like this, how could he continue on his journey? How could he save his wives, Kur and Li Fei, his family, and friends in the divine offering land? At this moment, Fan Chi said nonchalantly, Duanling Tian, I'll give you 10 breaths to say your last words before I attack. Once I attack, you'd have 20 seconds to live at most before you die. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples were still shocked by Duanling Tian's appearance in the battle ring. This means Duanling Tian accepts the life-or-death battle, right? He seems very confident of his victory. Confident? So what if he's confident? Isn't Fan Chi confident as well? Otherwise, would he have chosen a life-or-death battle? A death duel between two prodigious disciples. It has been a while since this happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, right? Back then, Lu Ji, the second disciple of Su Lang, the Verdant Prayer Celestial Emperor, challenged Han Yunjin, the first disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor as well. However, Han Yunjin rejected the challenge. While the spectators discussed among themselves, Su Lang's three prodigious disciples only smiled wryly. Why is little junior brother so headstrong? Hong Fei said, slightly exasperated. At this moment, when Huaner glanced at Huaner, she discovered that Huana was as calm as usual, as though she was not concerned about Duanling Tian at all. She could not help but ask, Sister Huana, aren't you worried? Humei turned to look at Huaner with a complex expression. Her little junior brother's lover should be the most worried at this moment. But she seemed completely fine. Why should I be worried? When Huaner, Humei, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded when they heard Huana's reply. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fan Qi became a blur as he charged toward Duanling Tian like a gust of wind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air resounded in the prodigy arena. Most of the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples could not keep up with Fan Qi's movements since he was too fast for them. On the other hand, those who had higher cultivation bases had already discovered something. Fan Qi. Did he break through and become a 6 combos celestial lord? Fan Qi's a 6 combos celestial lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stages. Is he really less than 300 years old? His talent and aptitude for cultivation are heaven-defying. I think even others like him who are celestial plants would have a difficult time to achieve as much as he did in such a short time, right? With this discovery, the expressions of those Heavenly Pool Palace disciples who had discovered Fan Qi's recent breakthrough grew increasingly sympathetic when they looked at Duanling Tian. Based on the strength Fan Qi had shown so far, it was incredibly easy for him to kill Lu Jian, whom Duanling Tian killed a month ago. Most people were convinced that Duanling Tian only managed to kill Lu Jian due to Lu Jian's recklessness. In their opinion, now that Fan Qi's strength had increased another level after becoming a 6 combos celestial lord, he could easily kill Lu Jian even if Lu Jian was on guard. Meanwhile, Hong Fei's expression changed drastically when he discovered Fan Qi's recent breakthrough. Fan Qi actually had a breakthrough recently? He did not expect that Fan Qi, who was ranked first in the 200 to 300-year-old age group, was no longer a 5-element celestial lord, but a 6 combos celestial lord. Similarly, Humei and Wenwana's expressions turned solemn. Both of them felt as though their hearts were in their mouths. On the contrary, Huaner was the only one who remained calm. In fact, she seemed completely indifferent to it all. Duanling Tian. You'll definitely die today. Han Yunjin sneered. Apart from Han Yunjin, those who were filled with glee at the thought of Duanling Tian's impending death were Huang Lunan, the disciple of Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon's celestial emperor, and Lei Jun, the disciple and son of Lei Ing, the merciless celestial emperor who had just arrived. These people could not wait for Fan Qi to kill Duanling Tian. Is this the extent of your capability? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian vanished from where he stood and reappeared in the sky using the teleportation profundity from the law of space. At the same time, raging spatial energy rolled off his body as his gaze turned frosty. This was going to be the first time he was going to publicly show the 7 out 9 profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage, not counting the transportation profundity that he had yet to use openly and the space elemental profundity. Whoosh! 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 9 sword rays silently shot out of the spatial tiers that appeared after Duanling Tian cast the cross-dimensional / profundity. Boosted by the other profundities that he had comprehended to the mastery stage, the power they carried was terrifyingly destructive. Restraining profundity. The void around Fan Qi rippled, restraining him. Fan Qi scoffed. Then, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity surged out of his body. Swoosh! 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 The wind seemed as sharp as a blade as it blew in the air, trying to help Fan Qi break free of Duanling Tian's restraint. Alas, it was suppressed by the force of the other profundities from the law of space that Duanling Tian had cast. Duanling Tian, who had cast 8 of his profundities from the law of space, which had been comprehended to the mastery stage, cut off Fan Qi's advances completely. Boom! 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 In just a moment, the violent wind was easily quelled by the force from Duanling Tian's law of space. His suppression of Fan Qi was overwhelming. The 9 sword rays from the cross-dimensional / profundity, in particular, seemed invincible. No matter how powerful Fan Qi's attacks were, the sword rays easily destroyed them. So powerful! Duanling Tian completely overpowered Fan Qi. Am I seeing things? Apart from the transporting profundity that Duanling Tian had yet to cast, it seems like he has comprehended all the other profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space is no weaker than Fan Qi's comprehension of the law of wind. However, The profundities that Duanling Tian comprehended have high offensive power, while Fan Chi has yet to comprehend the main offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. It makes no difference even if Fan Chi has comprehended the main offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. The law of space is one of the four supreme laws after all. Even if Duanling Tian hasn't comprehended the transportation profundity to the mastery stage, he should still be able to easily overpower Fan Chi based on what we've seen so far. That's right. Moreover, out of the four supreme laws, the law of space is acknowledged as being the hardest to comprehend. And yet, Duanling Tian managed to comprehend at least 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, excluding the space elemental profundity. It's possible that he has also comprehended the transportation profundity to the mastery stage and just hasn't shown it yet. Needless to say, everyone was surprised by Duanling Tian's strength. After all, they did not think he would be so powerful. As it turns out, it wasn't due to luck that he managed to kill Lu Jian. With Duanling Tian's strength, it would be difficult for Lu Jian to survive unless he knew about Duanling Tian's strength beforehand. The law of space is really domineering. Moreover, Duanling Tian has comprehended all of the offensive profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. He's definitely stronger than Fan Chi. It seems like Fan Chi is going to run out of luck today. I wouldn't say that. After all, Fan Chi hasn't unleashed his full strength yet. He still has his special techniques as a celestial plant that he has yet to use. You should know all these non-humans have many tricks up their sleeves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold as to challenge Duanling Tian to a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender. Although Duanling Tian's strength is surprising, I'm sure Fan Chi had expected it as well. While the other Heavenly Pool Palace discussed among themselves, Hu Mei, Wen Wan'er, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded by the strength Duanling Tian displayed. Little junior brother is actually so powerful? No wonder it was so easy for him to kill Lu Jian. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian's 3 fellow disciples were still worried, even though it seemed like Duanling Tian had completely overpowered Fan Chi at this moment. After all, Fan Chi was not human. There was no doubt he had many other techniques he gained as a celestial plant. On the other hand, Han Yunjin's eyes glinted coldly as he watched the battle. This is rather surprising. If given enough time, Duanling Tian will definitely become another Lu Ji. We have to kill him and nip this potential threat in the bud. Despite the strength Duanling Tian had shown, Han Yunjin's confidence in Fan Chi did not waver. Although Duanling Tian is stronger than we expected, it still shouldn't be difficult for 4th junior brother to kill him once he reverts to his true form. Similarly, Huang Lunan and Lei Jun were shocked and displeased. They did not expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. Nevertheless, they were still rather confident Fan Chi would win. Who would have thought he's so strong? Even the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was shocked by Duanling Tian's strength. Similar to the others, he no longer thought it was due to luck that Duanling Tian managed to kill Lu Jian. Back in the battle ring, Duanling Tian's onslaught of attacks firmly put Fan Chi in a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, Fan Chi said calmly, "Duanling Tian, I have to say, your strength took me by surprise. However, it's time to end this." As soon as everyone heard Fan Chi's words, their eyes lit up. They knew Fan Chi was going to reveal his true strength now. I only know that Fan Chi is a celestial plant. To be precise, I know he's a celestial tree. However, I don't know what kind of tree he is. If he's just an ordinary celestial tree, I'm afraid he doesn't stand a chance against Duanling Tian. Hey! Can't you see how confident Fan Chi looks? Do you really think he would be an ordinary celestial tree? While the Heavenly Pool Palace speculated about Fan Chi's true form, a burst of green energy surged out of Fan Chi's body amidst Duanling Tian's onslaught of attacks. Following that, Fan Chi disappeared before everyone's eyes. In his place was a tree that was in the process of growing. Initially, the tree was just Fan Chi's height. However, in just a blink of an eye, it grew so tall that it broke Duanling Tian's restraint. Whoosh! 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 At first glance, the tree looked like a huge pine tree. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that its leaves and branches resembled those of a willow tree. Is he a pine willow divine tree? Heavens! The pine willow divine tree is sacred among celestial plants. Its status is equivalent to a top-tier celestial beast. Although it's not at the level of a divine beast, it's still close enough to one. Apparently, each branch of the pine willow divine tree contains enormous strength. Moreover, he's able to compound the strength of all his branches into a single attack. Fan Qi's true strength is rather obvious. Didn't you see how he broke free of Duanling Tian's restraint as soon as he reverted to his true form? He couldn't break free in his human form. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be that of a top-tier celestial plant like the pine willow divine tree. Duanling Tian is in a precarious situation now. The strength of Fan Qi's true form isn't inferior to the strength of 2 offensive profundities from the Law of Wind at the Mastery stage. With such strength, it'd be difficult for Duanling Tian to win even if he has completely mastered the Law of Space. Duanling Tian is only human. How can he possibly win against a pine willow divine tree? Unsurprisingly, there was an uproar as soon as Fan Qi revealed his true form. Most people easily identified his true form as a pine willow divine tree. Swoosh! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, the pine willow divine tree began to whip its branches around before they formed a cage to trap Duanling Tian. The pine willow divine tree towered in the air with its numerous branches that looked like tentacles. In just an instant, the tide of the battle had turned, and Fan Qi had regained the upper hand. Duanling Tian, I have to admit you're quite powerful. To comprehend the law of space to this level at your age, as a human, your talent is peerless. A gnarly face appeared on the tree trunk when Fan Qi's voice rang in the air. If one looked closely enough, one would be able to see its resemblance to Fan Qi's face. Fan Qi continued to speak in his true form. Regardless, you're destined to be killed by me. I, Fan Qi, am the pine willow divine tree. With the strength from my true form and the profundities from the law of wind that I've comprehended, there's only a handful of prodigious disciples below the stage of a celestial emperor who are capable of defeating me. In any case, there's no way a human like you who isn't a celestial emperor would be able to defeat me. Fan Qi's voice was thunderously loud now that he had reverted to his true form. He spoke confidently as though he had no doubt at all that Duanling Tian would die. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be the pine willow divine tree. Huang Lu Nan's eyes shone brightly at this moment. He could already see the scene where Fan Qi killed Duanling Tian in his mind. Similarly, Lei Jun's eyes lit up as well. When Duanling Tian had the upper hand earlier, he had felt slightly anxious. However, upon seeing Fan Qi's true form, he was certain there would only be one outcome. The battle would end with Duanling Tian's death. Duanling Tian is as dead as a doornail, Lei Jun thought to himself as he looked at the white figure standing in the distance. The desire in his eyes as he looked at the white figure could not be concealed at all. On the other hand, Hu Mei, Wenwana, and Hong Fei, who were standing close to Huana, were horrified. Their expressions that had just eased up changed for the worst again. Although they were aware that Fan Qi was a celestial tree, they had no idea what kind of celestial tree he was. How could they not be shocked when Fan Qi revealed himself to be a pine willow divine tree that was equivalent to a top-tier celestial beast? Fan Qi's strength was definitely not inferior to that of a top-tier celestial beast in its human form. He's a pine willow divine tree? No wonder Fan Qi is so confident. His true form is the pine willow divine tree. Hong Fei said bitterly as he shuddered slightly. Send a message to teacher. Who knows if he might have a way to solve this matter. Although the trio did not really think Su Lang could do anything about this battle, Hu Mei and Wenwaner still could not help but send a brief message to Su Lang, recounting what had happened. They naturally did not fail to mention the number of profundities from the law of space that Duanling Tian had comprehended to the mastery stage. Apart from the transportation profundity that he has yet to use, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, was in the midst of cultivating when he received the messages from his third and fourth prodigious disciple. His expression changed instantly when he heard about his newest disciple's achievement. It was truly unexpected. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Su Lang left his cultivation place immediately and made his way to the prodigy arena. It did not take long before Su Lang arrived at the Prodigy Arena. In just a blink of an eye, he was already standing next to Hu Mei and the others. Hongfei said as soon as he saw Su Lang, "Teacher, you came just in time. You have to stop the battle. If it goes on, little junior brother will likely die here. With his innate talent and aptitude for cultivation, there's no doubt he'll become a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace in the future. It'd be a waste if he dies here. A life-or-death battle with no option to surrender?" Su Lang frowned as soon as he learned that Duanling Tian and Fan Qi were fighting a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender. Generally, even titled celestial emperors could not interfere once this battle had started. Meanwhile, Han Eugene had already noticed Su Lang's presence. "Su Lang is here?" He did not hesitate and sent a message as well. However, it was not to his master, the profound heaven's celestial emperor, since his master was away from the heavenly pool palace at this moment. Instead, he sent a message to Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon's celestial emperor. Gu Changjiang was, in fact, Han Eugene's junior uncle. Gu Changjiang was the profound heaven's celestial emperor's junior brother. Following that, Han Eugene said to Xiao Tsong-yi, "Invite your master here. Tell him I invited him over." Xiao Tsong-yi, naturally, obeyed Han Eugene's order. It did not take long before Gu Changjiang and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor arrived one after another. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor was a young man dressed in all black. His appearance was so ordinary that it would be difficult to pick him out from a sea of people. As soon as Gu Changjiang arrived, his eyes found Su Lang, and he loudly said, "Su Lang, this is a life-or-death battle with no option to surrender. Surely, you're not thinking of intervening, right?" Since Gu Changjiang had spoken so loudly, his words naturally attracted many people's attention. Did the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor really come to stop the battle? I think he wants to save Duanling Tian. I agree. However, many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples only looked at Su Lang briefly before they returned their attention to Duanling Tian, who was fighting Fan Qi in his true form. In their opinion, Su Lang would not be able to stop the battle no matter what, since Gu Changjian and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were present. Gu Changjiang looked at Duanling Tian before he shifted his gaze back to Su Lang and said mockingly, "Su Lang, your newest disciple is rather talented. It's a pity you have to lose such a rare talent today." The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor smiled faintly as he chimed in, "Su Lang, you're lucky to have such a talent under you. However, it's really unlucky that he doesn't have long to live." In fact, there was no enmity between the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor and Su Lang. He was not really familiar with Su Lang, after all. However, he had a good relationship with the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. This was the only reason he came to the Prodigy Arena. Otherwise, he would not have been bothered. Su Lang's expression soured as soon as he saw the two titled Celestial Emperors, who were clearly here to stop him from intervening. He knew that, with the duo around, it was even more impossible for him to stop the battle. At this time, Hongfei said grimly, "Why did the two of them come at this time? I don't even need to guess. It must be Han Yunjin's doing. He wants Fan Qi to kill little junior brother. After all," Hu Mei said in a low voice. "Brother Ling Tian." Huaner looked at the slightly disheveled Duanling Tian, who was constantly teleporting to avoid Fan Qi's attacks. She knew he had yet to use the power of the 5 divine elements. After all, he could not use the power from the 5 divine elements lightly. If the existence of the 5 divine elements was exposed, it would surely bring disaster to him. Up until now, none of Fan Qi's fierce attacks had landed on Duanling Tian, even though he had managed to cage Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian kept teleporting, successfully avoiding all of Fan Qi's attacks, causing them to fall into a stalemate. With this, Fan Qi grew impatient and yelled, "Duanling Tian, all you know how to do is dodge. Is that all?" As soon as Fan Qi stopped speaking, Duanling Tian abruptly came to a stop and said indifferently, "Well, if you're so eager to die, I won't make you wait any longer. You think you can kill me? Great. I really want to see how you're going to kill me," Fan Qi said with a scoff. As soon as Fan Qi's voice fell, Duanling Tian teleported to one of the thicker branches at the side. It seemed like he was really not going to avoid Fan Qi's attacks anymore. Whoosh! 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 Fan Qi reacted and moved his branches around like a whip to strike Duanling Tian. At this moment, a force brimming with vitality surged out of Duanling Tian's little world. As soon as it swept over Fan Qi, it seemed to have turned into an insatiable beast that kept devouring the energy from Fan Qi's true form. So what if the Pine Willow Divine Tree is on par with a top-tier celestial beast? Duanling Tian sneered inwardly. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to imagine that I have the Divine Tree of Life in my little world. The Divine Tree of Life is the uncontested king of 10,000 trees. What's a mere Pine Willow Divine Tree in comparison to the Divine Tree of Life? The force from the Divine Tree of Life in Duanling Tian's little world continued to rapidly devour the nutrients of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. Boom! 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 As the Pine Willow Divine Tree continued to lose its nutrients, his strength, naturally, fell drastically. Soon enough, his attacks had lost their momentum. The branches fell limply to the ground, causing the ground to crack. The cracks spread quickly on the ground, looking like spider webs. At some point, Fan Qi had returned to his human form. His face was ashen, and he looked as though he was on the brink of collapse. He stared at Duanling Tian, terrified. Duanling Tian's force that had swept over him earlier was horrifying. There was nothing he could do at all apart from helplessly watch as it devoured his nutrients. His nutrients were like blood essence to him in his true form. Once his true form was drained of nutrients, it was not a stretch to say that he was already half dead. At this moment, he could hardly even mobilize his celestial origin energy. In the end, Fan Qi asked in a tone that was a mixture of anger and fear, "You are? What was that?" Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported to a spot behind Fan Qi as he replied through voice transmission, "The Divine Tree of Life." Fan Qi's eyes widened to the point that they looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets. Horror, shock, and disbelief appeared on his face. How? So that's why I...